Kitty sneak preview. Hello, Toko. Hello, little baby boy. Oh, little baby boy. Baby boy. Baby boy. Baby boy. Big lad. Big lad. He likes his chest rubbed, which I love doing for him. Like, yeah, look at that. Like, nah, you won't be able to. He's a little sweetie. Yes, he is. He's so handsome. His little face. He has these little like pieces of white fur that come up on either side of his little like muzzle, and he looks so cute. And because he gets, picked up and coddled and hugged, now he gets some treats. Good little boy. Let's see. All right. Hello. I was tired. What else? No. But so yesterday when I was signing off, I mentioned that I had a little, the general body meeting with the DSA to do, which I did. That was fine. We were up late, Kara and I, and then let me turn this volume down. And I think it's here. Nice. What was it? Woke up, good time. I'm a slow waker up now. It's not the best, but I used to have to I would wake up and then have to just go to work, right? That was like, I would have it down to as much time as possible. That was one of the things that I was happy to move closer to work way back when, because I used to have to drive over an hour, depending on how traffic would be, especially when you're factoring in possible 1 to 2 car accidents on the road between me and my work. So I had to leave with extra time. It got so bad that I would leave, and then the first accident, I'm totally expecting it, and the delay will be about that much time. But then the second accident, fuck, and then I end up being late to work 4 times in the first 90 days or the first year or something. And there was a certain amount of I forget what it wasn't even late by a lot, but even being late by 5 minutes or something would technically take off the tardy box or something. And you only got 5 tardies before it starts going to what is it, certain disciplinary logging actions and stuff. So I had my supervisor come to me, was hey, that was your 4th tardy. After this is when they start tracking it. And I'm like, gah. And then I had to, okay, I will just have to leave earlier, no matter what. So even when I would be far away, I would still time it to being just on time, because it was something just really upsetting about showing up at work 30 minutes before your shift, and you're like, oh, I could be doing something else at home right now. What a waste of time just to be sitting here off the clock. We were allowed to clock in a little early, but only 5 minutes early. Only a certain, depending on which section of the company I was working for at the time. But there was very specific rules, because they wouldn't want people showing up 30 minutes every day, milking the clock, getting all this free overtime or something, right? So I guess there's some amount of reasonableness to it, but it's just when you have a car, structured infrastructure, you can't have it, especially if you live far away. I guess the further away you are, the more normalized the issues are, right? Whereas if we had trains running, it would almost arrive every day at the same time, right? So you could really have it factor down. But anyway, I am enjoying being able to wake up and take my time, which. But I woke up, had my time, shower, went to the DSA meeting, and then I had to make sure to record some footage for the editing training thing that I'll be doing next month, and then was talking to some people, and it was going it was awesome. But then we like went to hang out at like the little DSA office for a little bit, and then I just kept talking to people, and then like I got kind of in a long conversation for a bunch of hours, and I have that thing where I didn't expect to take. I was like, okay, Kara, I'll see you. In a little over an hour for the thing. I'll probably be back in like 2-3 hours, whatever. And then I end up like staying and talking for like 5-7 hours or something. It's just like, whew, that took a big portion of my day, and like, fuck. I didn't even like drink anything while I was there because I didn't have anything to drink. So I'm just talking for like 7 hours, and I'm just like, I'm thirsty. But that's just me not being able to assert my like, hey, this has been great, but I gotta run. Like I don't have a shift I have to go for, right? My time is different, and then it's all for the DSA. So it's like, okay, this is like, there's a reason for it, and there's stuff to learn and whatever. But it's like, I just want to go home and enjoy the weekend with my wife. So that's also a valid thing, and I'm just bad at like stopping someone else in their tracks to like take time for myself or whatever, or take like executive control of a situation like that, which trying to get better at it. And I guess I relapsed here where it's a lot of like yes and keeping conversations going, and there were times where I could a reasonable person would be like, okay, well, hey, just so I got this XYZ I got to do. So this has been great, but we'll connect more later or something. Or like things that you could just let go or whatever whenever someone's talking about it. But like my nerdy brain is like, wait, I want to press this topic some more, or like ask a follow up to what they're mentioning, because that seems I'm confused or interested in this. So I have my own conversational demons and time management things to constant improvement. I mean, it was enlightening, obviously, if you're having a conversation for that many hours and the topics are meandering around all kinds of different issues and things, and then it gives me perspective and a whole new lived experience to understand. And there's blind spots that I'm now being aware of, and then seeing things in different lights. It's productive in its own way. It's just, and also to some other degree, like it might be good for me to do this more often. And now I'm playing devil's advocate against myself, but like me coming home and then just vegging out as I watch, a Hassan stream or some YouTube, whatever, right? That's a thing I've done a lot of, and the value is diminished returns compared to having a conversation with a person with a whole different point of view that I have not normally seen, and it helps me build a more robust perspective. Even if it is only seeing one specific anecdotal point of view, it adds to the considerations, because instead of being completely blind to that side of things, now there's like a touch point to remember. And I guess that's a reason why I was willing to stay and chill and talk. I guess like some of the topics were about like certain medical issues and disabilities and things. And I'm usually a very science-focused individual. Even going back to that one fluoride video I keep talking about. And the more I talk about it, the more I'm like, I should go back and really look into that and make that a piece. And even if it's not perfect, it's important for me to publish frequently because I think there's value to that. Oh, right, this light I turned off. Let me see, hold on. I wonder if that is good or bad. It does fill in that shadowy look a bit. It loses some of the true contrast and the, maybe more interesting and striking dynamic, but it might just be better than not having it. For lack of a specific conversation that we're having, and because I have an interest in TV production and lighting and all these elements, I only have one giant light, not giant, but I don't know, 10-inch wide box light here, and then like some ambient room light behind. But then I have like this little like double arm lamp thing that's pointed up at the white ceiling that shines and then provides some very light. Not only just my desk is now has some light and things instead of being completely in the dark, but it also helps give a little bit more room light. Like I said before, it provides that little extra side fill for the shadow side that's not on the same side as the light. But then sometimes you can hurt your eyes if you're looking at something and there's like a bright light in your eyes and nothing else is bright. So then like try to look at things. So then having that a little bit more, the wall behind my computer or whatever has a bit better light. It just helps my eyes not get completely ruined. But yeah, so after I came home, I was like kind of pooped. I ended up standing up for a whole bunch of it and then talking and, mental energy, keeping track of a conversation that's moving, and then all kinds of different pieces. There's some mental exhaustion, social exhaustion. So it was nice to just sit and chill and hang out with Kara for a bit. Also, I didn't take my medicine before I went, so then I was very like empty in the tank. But I'm fired up, I'm medicated, and I'm excited to get back to things that is business as usual, sort of. So apologies for not, like at 1 a.m. I was like, tired, but I guess I also had eaten some food, and that was like right at its like, it was digesting inside of me or whatever. So then that was taking that's always been a thing that I kind of never really took for granted. I don't know if it's just being a big boy, you kind of forget about that, and like maybe like people who are smaller, like when people have a certain body fat percentage that's super low, they like if they miss a meal, they're having a medical emergency. And I'm like, I've never been in that level. So I always wondered if like my energy, like I've never been like, oh, I don't have enough fuel to do this. I never felt the lack of energy in the tank physically that way, where like, oh, I didn't eat a spaghetti meal, I cannot physically, do a workout right now or something. Like feeling like I need the exact, because like I've had, when my dietitian was a part of my personal training thing, they were like, oh, it's important to eat a certain thing before you work out, however many hours, or if you're eating something that's more, rapid carbohydrates, you can eat it about 30 minutes, 15 minutes before. But if you're eating like a more balanced meal, you might need like an hour and a half, hour at the least to let that be ready for your workout. And I'm like, I've never thought of it so literally before. And then like she would ask like, okay, did you try eating these things and do you feel the differences? Or when I was talking to the trainer, and it's like, okay, like, doing these mountain climbers, doing this, that, and the other, like, or these planks, could I hold it a little bit longer, a little bit better? And it's like, today I might be able to do it better than our previous visits, but is it because I ate better in the morning, or is it because I got better sleep, or is it because, like, there's lots of different factors, right? So without having, complete control groups, but, human life is never going to be that formulaic. But I was like, okay, it's interesting to possibly make that connection now and, feel how important it is to do. I don't know. There's probably more to it than my dumb ass can understand. But it also is probably not as literal as, I ate pizza. Oh, now I sleep, exactly 45 minutes after. So, like I'm waking up, not eating anything, and then going and then coming home and only eating at like 10 p.m. all at once. That's probably a recipe. And then also not being medicated, whatever. Like, the body's like levels are all cranked to the most extreme levels. Also not drinking anything for super while. It's like being dehydrated. That makes sense that there'll be a crash involved in that process. But now I'm hydrated and, blood sugar levels have normalized and medicine has had time to, I don't know, dissolve and get into blood, whatever it is it needs to do. So, back to normal. Because like it used to be like, if I woke up at 9 a.m., I'm like, I should be good to go all the way up until at least 9 p.m. Like if I can't do 12 hours, then like something's fucked, right? Something's wrong. Because 8 hours is what, like the day should be broken up normally into 8 hours, like 8 hours of sleep, 8 hours of work, 8 hours of other bullshit, right? Like there's always like that like classic trio of the 8-hour style that we built for ourselves. And it never actually works out like that because there's travel time and there's bullshit time and then like whatever. And you never really get that full 8 hours to yourself unless you're stealing some, either you're working less because you're doing part-time instead, or you just lose some sleep or something. But so like me being like, okay, I woke up at noon, but then by 10 p.m. I'm like gassed. I'm like, well, that's only 10 hours total. That shouldn't be right, whatever. Yeah, so that's usually my barometer is like, it hasn't even been 12 hours yet. I'm not allowed to be tired. But there's other biological factors to consider, so. With nutrients for immune health support. Wow. High protein shake. Man reads labels. Ingredients. Water. Interesting. So the last couple of days we had watched Andor season 1, a banger, amazing. And I'm not like, this director, yes, did a great job. Yes. It's easiest for me as a normal man, as a normal person, to easily understand that's good acting, or I like that acting. That's one of the easiest things to point out because that's the thing right in front of your face. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to watch season 2. I do think it's good to give it a little bit of airtime or breathing time between the 2 viewing sessions for ourselves, just because that's kind of how shows work. And also, we should kind of just binge that shit, right? So, like, give yourself some space. I mean, it could be the next thing. Whenever we go to watch something, we could just hit that up again. Or we could still, like, space it out with some movies or some other things. I am a sucker for sci-fi, right? Breaking Bad and Game of Thrones. I mean, high praise, right? Things that have huge followings and then critically acclaimed, at least depending upon how it's figured out. I don't think people were nearly as, like, whenever a show ends, it seems like it's really hard for it to be done good, right? Because it's like, it's a big thing to end your show. I'm pretty sure at least the like the perspective from the outside is The Sopranos. People were mad that it ended on a black screen, but then some people were like, actually, it's smart. You see, and other people were like, nah, it's not smart. It's dumb, right? So there's like some ambiguity there. Lost finale. People are like, huh? People are like, some people really, really just don't get it. I'm sure there's a couple of fans that just, will simp for it or whatever. But Breaking Bad, I'm pretty sure people are like, okay, Yeah. I don't think. I think that's one of the shows that has ended, and people are like, okay. They weren't like, I couldn't believe the ending or whatever. I think people kind of saw the writing on the wall, but it still ended in a way that people were accepting of. And then there's like the Better Call Saul stuff, which I never really watched more than like the first season or two, just because we started like losing connection with television at that point, just unbeknownst. Not the fault of the show. It was interesting and in a different speed than Breaking Bad, because Breaking Bad had more like just in your face crime. Better Call Saul was really good. Yeah, I remember liking it when I was watching it. It went off season, and then I was like ready to be like cutting the cord or whatever. I couldn't remember if it was 1 or 2 seasons, but I guess like because Breaking Bad had like that crime, avoiding the cops, murder, crime lords, but then also double life, alter ego sort of like tug and pull. Whereas Better Call Saul is kind of like, it's about Saul, man. It's about his very down to earth struggle with his brother or his family, and then like the way that it was a much more like, I guess, grounded. There probably is a connection to crime or other things that like I forgot about, but I just remember it being more a drama about one person's life. And again, I liked it. I thought it was cool. It's just you watched it twice and think the first 1 to 5 seasons were a little slow before you get invested. I enjoyed it and I liked it, and I was like, okay, cool, looking forward to season 2. And then just when it came around, it was just like, oh, I didn't have the bandwidth to plug it back into our watching cycle or our personal time cycle, whatever it was. Maybe I was extra into Warhammer for that couple of months, getting ready for a big tournament, and then Kara's doing something, and then something else, and then something else, and then it's like, oh shoot, it's been a long time since this thing came out. Yeah. So it's like, not their fault. It's just, oops, it just fell out of my, my loop. But yeah, Game of Thrones. It did not have the same ending that people were like, yes, a good ending. Because, I'm not sure how fast you came in, but yeah, because Kara was like, oh, Breaking Bad had a good ending. And I was like, I'm pretty sure, I don't remember people like, oh my God, the ending, amazing. I couldn't believe it. People weren't like, I guess they probably tuned in to watch the finale and it probably had good ratings or whatever, but I don't know that it didn't seem like it had like a huge impact, the way that Lost or The Sopranos or the ending of Breaking Bad was really, really good. Yeah, I think there's always going to be like the because I was that guy. Like when we watched Breaking Bad, I was the like, I hate Skylar, what a bitch, how could she, because I watched things in the most simple tone where it's like, protagonist on screen, that's the person I'm rooting for. It was difficult for me to disconnect that Walter White was a bad dude, that he's a narcissistic individual who, even in the first episode, was given the solution to his actual problem, but instead went with the illegal, immoral version of it because he had his own pride that he wanted to do it himself or whatever. And that's like, oh, I couldn't really see that. And like the mistrust that Walter White did behind Skylar's back by being a drug lord or whatever was not seen as a negative thing for the relationship. But then, Skylar cheating, was now considered a horrible sin, right? Like the most like middle class not in tune with himself white dude, like, anger, right? I didn't go online and post about how much I think Skylar's a bitch. That was the one thing that kept me different from the other ones, but I'm dumb. Like, I was bad at understanding things. It's still fuck Skylar O'Clock, yeah. That could have been another angle of it, is that a buzzkill, a kind of a little bit of Karen energy, but maybe that's not deserved. I'm trying to think back on it, because like, she was good at her job, she was good at being an accountant, she would take charge, and like, is that a bit of the when a woman's a leader, she's a bitch, when a man leader, he's a badass, and like the disconnect, right? Because Walter White, a badass when he takes charge, but Skylar taking charge, ugh, what a bitch, like, it's just one of those, like, it's been a while. I only watched the show once. Like, I watched it through, and then I have just the memories of myself. But I remember, like, I tuned in the Mafia Jinx or whatever, and I was like, wow, that's crazy. She's watching, I forgot I was gonna say who watches things straight up on live. But anyway, and then, like, seeing it through a bit of a modern lens, and then people reminiscing about the discourse over these characters or whatever. And it's like, okay, I used to be that, right? But now I see things in a different light. But again, like, and yeah, having empathy for everybody. It's been a while since I watched it. But I remember the things that made me upset. And it wasn't just the, like, being an annoying individual. It was what I thought was a misuse of the trust. Like, but also, like, when because we watched, Kara and I had watched Mad Men together for a while. And then again, eventually it fell out of the cycle. But also, like, I had a period where, like, there was a certain, like, trust issues that I had. And then watching shows that had infidelity really messed me up. But the entire show of Mad Men is about him being, a womanizer, behind people's backs, cheating shit. But then when Betty knew that he was cheating on her and then took it on herself to then do it for herself, I was still hurt and wounded, because I, again, saw the Mad Man, whatever, I forget his name, Don Draper, there it is. Like, him having his wife do that behind his back, steals the value of her being, just his. And it's like, that was pain that I felt. And that's like, I feel like it's good to, if I'm a person who has that mindset and saw, people as objects, or felt the power behind the unsaid objectification, and I could feel the negative emotions, and then not sure why I'm so upset about it, and then either later or at the time being able to put the pieces together to understand my, like, oh, I accept it when it's like this, and I don't accept when it's like that. Why is this? Why do I feel so bad about this? Is it this? And then it's like, it helps me come to terms with my own, just like, mental barriers, my the walls, the ways that society around me has helped build up what I think is right and wrong, and what I think is correct. And then it's very similar to how when Louis C.K. did bad shit, and there was articles even before me too, and I was like, huh, I like Louis C.K., he wouldn't do that. This must be something that's just out of pocket, someone looking for money or whatever, right? And then I dismissed it, and then when the full evidence came out, I'm like, okay, got it, I'm on with it. But then I remembered, and people even talked about, but this is not a new story, it's just now being accepted because however many years ago this thing came out, and I was like, wait, I remember that. And I also remember being against it. And then there's like, oh, look, drama in the Twitch world where, friend of Kai Cenat does a bad thing. Does Kai kind of come to his defense? too hard and not believe the victim. And I'm like, wait, that was me, right? I did that same thing in my own little minor pocket where I'm like, oh, look, a creator I enjoy, or, you know, a celebrity I enjoy. I will believe what I want to believe because it makes me feel good. And believing the bad thing makes me feel bad. So then I'll just, you know, put these walls up in my head. So then it's like, like, oh man, like at one point I asked my parents like why they were so willing to believe the moon landing was faked. And they go, well, we've been alive a long time when we're used to the government lying to us, but you're still young and naive, and maybe you want, you know, it's okay that you haven't been hurt as much. And in its own weird conspiracy way, that's sort of like, oh, look, I've been hurt by creators doing bad things, and then my own connection to them has kept me blind to it. But I've been hurt enough times to finally have that connection break that I'm like, okay, there's a combination of like separating the art from the artist, but there's also a bit of like, don't get overly connected that you lose your values over something. Hello. Because if I start making excuses for these individuals because I just want to keep them around, that's when I start doing bad things. It could be even in my real life, like in the example with the Kai thing or whatever. But he's also super young, so he maybe hadn't had a chance to have those things where, given credible evidence and what they should be taking more seriously, they go, well, I want this person, or I like this person. I don't want to believe they could do that, so therefore I will dismiss this or not work as, you know, strongly forward. So by being hurt in different ways along the way, I guess that through that pain you build up the strength, right? You know, when you work out and you hurt an arm or you hurt your muscles and they're sore, they're getting stronger over time. So now maybe there's some people out there who don't have to be hurt in order to make the right call, which is also, you know, if anything that's better, but whatever, you know. I was not like that. So like when John Mulaney was getting really popular, and I started watching his, you know, comedy specials or Netflix specials, whatever it was, I remember being like, dang, I really like this dude, but I've been hurt before. So like, he better not do anything super fucked up because damn it, I don't want to lose another one, right? But I was like, even that was growth because I'm like, okay, I'm ready to believe that somebody, when like it wasn't like I don't want to believe that they're gonna do a fucked up thing. Like it's just like, dang, I really hope they don't do a fucked up thing. Same thing with like Hassan, right? Like, you know, I mean, I think that he's had enough literal enemies at this point that if there was shit, it probably would have come out by now. But who knows, right? Or like hell, he can do an evil thing in the future or something, and I don't want to be blind to those corrections, or I don't want to be blind to the negative aspects of it because of a cult of personality or because of what I want to be true versus what is true. So, but so far so good. It would definitely hurt to be like, dang, I either have to like stop watching or not watching in the same way or whatever, just because that's where I've learned a lot and made some other major changes and improvements in myself. But separating the art from the artist, depending upon, and not that there is anything, just saying in general. That's crazy that you don't know, just because, I mean, I guess if you only look out for smaller creators specifically, but it's just one of those like, it's hard for me to just think that you wouldn't know who they are, just because, I mean, I guess when I was on Twitch first, it was like, I don't know, like when I was active, it was like 2013, 2012, or whatever. Yeah. I went to Twitch specifically for one creator, Beagle Rush at the time, now Beegs and Jam. And it was, or I think technically it was Miss Jamball and then Beagle Rush. Well, yeah, Miss Jamball and now Beegs and Jam, because he started, whatever. He's a YouTube creator who made like XCOM Let's Plays, and then his partner, girlfriend, had a Twitch account, and then she was like, hey, you should play on Twitch and get a following there. And then he would just use her account because back then it was annoying to make account. I guess it still is annoying, but it was one of those, like, it just made sense, I guess. And then eventually the channels now combined branded for each of them. But I would only go to Twitch just to watch that one creator, basically, entirely. And there'd be raids, and I go, huh, okay, fine, whatever, and then leave. You know, I was there to do one thing only, watch that stuff. But I guess I came in from YouTube or something. So when the sidebar would say, look, watch XQC, and I literally wouldn't even see it, because I had a banner thing saved just to go to that one page, which was just their page. That's it. I forget even how I would get notifications. I think there might have been like a YouTube video saying, hey, we're live on Twitch, and they would take the video down. I forget exactly. It's been so long. But that was that was the first thing I did, was watching that stuff on Twitch. And when I used to think back on it, I was like, oh, it kind of makes sense that I really connected with this one streamer and watched a shit ton of their content, because my brother would play XCOM, and I would sit there and watch him play. Like, I used to say that sitting next to my brother was the very first version of Twitch for myself. Your sidebar has at most 50? Yeah. Yeah, remember when YouTubers would do that, post a sort of video announcement for the streams? Yeah. I guess that might have just fallen out of favor just for one reason or another. Or maybe it's because maybe they're like, oh, look, it's bad for your algorithm to have too many uploads per day, or, you know, without enough views, and then that pushes you down or whatever. I don't know what the reason was, but that used to be, yeah, a way that people would add notifications. This is also before like Discord servers and stuff too, that now kind of like are a way for people to get those same notifications. I'm trying to remember what it was. Oh yes. So I used to sit there next to my brother and watch him play games, and I really like watching this guy because my brother showed me the YouTube videos of this dude playing some XCOM shit, and I thought it was really funny at the time, right? Old internet shit, or earlier YouTube stuff. So then when they were playing on Twitch, I was like, okay, this is a decent enough second monitor content while I'm playing something or I'm doing something else. And they had very similar humor to my brother. They played the same kind of games as my brother, and now my brother and I were in different colleges, and we had grown apart. I had less activity with my friend group as much, or, you know, getting less and less of it. So it was like a parasocial connection, a virtual version of my brother that's, you know, obviously different to some degree, whatever, but it was, as I was getting more and more socially isolated, I had this outlet to then be something that I could enjoy and to feel that same feeling I had in its smaller and different form. And that would just kind of continue to grow or whatever it was. So it doesn't feel good to be like, oh, look, I use this as a replacement for my brother because I'm alone. No, but I guess it's still kind of like true. And I still watch Twitch and do these things. I guess it's just better to have a healthier look at it specifically. And now, because of people on Twitch, I've learned to make an important amount to, you know, go out and find other communities and organize with them locally, and, you know, canvas and do these other things I would normally never do. Yeah, and then, oh yeah, so the longer and longer I would watch Beagle play XCOM, I realized that I didn't even care about the game as much. It ended up being just the person talking, the person making these tangents and jokes, or just talking with the community. And that's, even this person was also like becoming more and more left-wing, specifically being woke or whatever. And then learning about some of that stuff through this lens as another person who's even younger than me, growing through things. And that's where I was like, wait, I don't really care about watching gameplay specifically. I just want to watch people chat. I just want to, well, it doesn't matter what they play. I'm just here for them, the personality. So that's where I understood that I actually, because I never even played XCOM. Like, I never really played it that much at all. I just liked watching the gameplay be done. It is interesting, though, that the game is what brought me in. Because when I think back to all my, like, male friendships, they were all centered around some form of game. I think games specifically. whether it was board games or video games or sports games. All of my connections with these individuals is around, are we going to go talk about this game? Are we going to, theorize about playing World of Warcraft? Are we going to play it together? Or even like with the other people in my school, like talk about sports or talk about whatever it is. There was always this, it was always a hobby. It was always something to talk about. And I guess there must have been more, personal talking about, girls we like or whatever. There was probably a lot more of that mixed in between. But all I really remember doing was going to LAN parties, going to sleepovers to play these games, to talk about these things, to play board games, to play Magic the Gathering. It's all it was always around doing something, doing one of your side activities that you enjoy. And there's such a focus on that, where like girl sleepovers or whatever was just about, I guess, like, I don't know. I feel like it's being more human and is more of a direct connection. Shared activities. Yeah, it definitely was shared activities, but it was like always activity forward, right? Online friendships can be as real. Sure. Yeah. In a video game. Huh. I mean, I've had some online only friends that I don't technically have anymore just because, but for a long time they were as much as a friend, and we would talk about, oh, one day we'll get to meet up and hang out. But if we met up and hang out, we would just talk about the same games that we do all day anyway. Because there was a while back where people were talking about how, like, girlfriends can talk about stuff with each other and open up and do different things, and then dudes don't have that layer of connection. And I was just like, at least in my experience, that kind of tracks. Like, I think there was a few moments here and there where it would get more serious, or you would have a more direct connection. But again, I probably am glossing over and forgetting a bunch of it because, I don't know, man, I got a bad memory when it comes to a lot of things. I mean, there's obviously certain things that stand out, but then, like, I mean, imagine everybody has that where all of a sudden someone brings something up and go, oh my God, I forgot all about that. That was the most important thing in my entire life for such a long period. How the fuck did I miss that? Right? Those would be cool. Yeah, I mean, there was also, like, I also had a lack of female friends for a very long time. Like pretty much all of my adolescence, it was just mostly male-focused friendships. I'm trying to figure out, because I definitely was a late bloomer, so there was, girls have cooties or whatever. There was like, I didn't mesh well with girls, maybe because I was too game focused or I was too nervous. There was all kinds of different things that I only had male focused friends, basically exclusively. I don't think, it's like trying to make like an elementary school, things were a little bit simpler and easier. Maybe when other people were getting crushes and things and I didn't, that made it go like, well, it's easy for me to avoid because I don't have that same interest. I don't know. I started getting like overweight and stuff even as early as like 6th grade. So that also played into me being like not like a combination of being a late bloomer and just not having decent prospects, right? Like, so I kind of lean into my adolescence or lean into my isolation from that whole field probably more than I'm willing to admit. Because I'm trying to think, like, I feel like when I was in 7th grade, I had crushes, but I just didn't like talk about them out loud because I knew that there was no chance or whatever, Huh. Um, I mean, I hear about, I mean, a lot of different people who have, like, sometimes their best friend was like, I mean, Kara had a best friend who was a dude when she was growing up. A lot of friends who have their best friend was a girl, and I'm like, huh, interesting. And then that gave them a lot of insight at times into like the other side's world, and that seems like it would have been really helpful, you know. But that's probably why I had a lot of, you know, I ended up being like 25 years old and like the worst version of myself as a human, because I just ignored half the population. You know, when it came to like developing my social, you know, understanding of the world and whatever. I mean, my mom, I love my mom. She's awesome. Yeah, it wasn't like I hated girls entirely. It was just, they just never really interfaced. I mean, there was like one person who was a girl in our video game group, but like she was more of an acquaintance than like a full-on like super friend. Yeah. I mean, when I think back on, because like I was contrarian for the sake of being contrarian, because I thought that made me interesting. I was very team sports oriented, no matter, even with no stakes involved. Like, I was like the color red the best because that's my favorite, because I picked it randomly. So I'm team red, mostly because the Red Ranger was named Jason when I was a kid. That's the Red Ranger was named Jason, at least character wise. So I was like, okay, cool. My name's Jason too. Therefore, red is the best. Also the leader, easy, right? Whatever. Then like I'm a boy and there's girls. I'm team boy, you know, like, okay, boys rule, girls drool, you know, like real simple shit. Making things black and white for the sake of it, because, you know what, when I was going to college, a big thing was brand new. Hey, look, we're going to have smoke-free zones. You can't smoke inside. That was kind of already started a bit. But like there was still like smoking and non-smoking sections in restaurants. Hotels would ask if, I guess they might still ask that. I don't know. The Pink Ranger was, I forget the person's name. I don't remember any of the names, honestly. Yeah. I mean, I wonder how much it is a shared experience. But yeah, I because my parents were smokers and I wasn't. But when there was like, you can't smoke in the parking lot, you have to walk 20 feet away from the building or the entryway, I was like, oh yeah, well, I'm actually team smoking, and I think that they should have a right to smoke out here. And I was just being belligerent about this thing that didn't even directly impact me, because everyone was anti-smoking, so I wanted to be pro-smoking for the sake of it, right? A debate bro mindset. She was, oh god. There was other ladies on the squad, so that's definitely not the reason. Also, I found out that the Black Ranger wasn't black because they were black. It just happened to be that way, yeah. But I was a Reddit atheist, right? I would seek out theists and try to have intellectual discussions, whatever, right? Annoying shit. Yeah, I'm trying to remember specifically. Kara sent this. No, I still have this blurred. Hold on. I should take away the thing. We're no longer watching Andor right now. Oh, and it's the wrong monitor. Well, good thing I didn't have anything crazy on the second monitor. Yeah. Yeah. Me watching Power Rangers, 6-year-old me. I am the red one. That's, I mean, that would be literally me. Yeah. I guess I have less of a full-on dynamic reversal or whatever, or change. But trying to remember. Yeah. So, but one of the first times I learned to like tone down some of that bullshit was when I was at college, you know, annoying about the smoking bullshit, whatever, right? But then when I came home to visit, And then like my parent lit a cigarette in like the kitchen or whatever, and I'm sitting in the living room, and I can immediately smell this like specific tar smell, even though it's like 20 feet or whatever the distance is. And I was just like, whoa, huh? And it's like, or I would be outside and someone's smoking like in the parking lot, and then all of a sudden I could notice it, even though I was really far away. And growing up with it around me for years, I was nose blind to it. And then I started noticing, once I was like free of it for even like a couple of months, the difference and how much nicer it is not to have smoke in your face at all times. So it's just like, oh wow, I might be wrong on this, right? Like, oh, there's a reason. Like, this is more in my face and noticeable than I know or than I understood before. And of course, if I even went back a few months before and was trying to talk to the debate version of me, picking a side for the sake of picking a side, I couldn't have understood that difference until I just had it happen to me, which I guess is an interesting thing to think about, because when you're arguing with somebody and no matter what you say to them, they can't understand it, sometimes that is the case where that person will never budge until they are willing to, they experience something themselves and see it, right? And I was still, air quote, the worst version or whatever. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. But then I guess that would also then feed into, because there's like the same intellectual contrarian for the sake of it, whatever, also when in doubt will default to the, gigabrain centrist point of view, where like actually it's a little bit of both sides. And that was like the resolution then like almost every South Park episode was, actually they're both wrong, it's a little bit of both is the right answer, right? Which, without realizing it, you find yourself in that spot where it's like, when I first had no idea about the Israel-Palestine thing, like there's a joke at the very end of The Naked Gun where like everybody is hugging, and like there's like a Hasidic Jew and a Muslim person like wearing a turban, and they go, and they hug. Like that was seen as like opposites attracts, a cat and a dog hugging, and then a Jewish person and a Muslim hugging. I didn't even understand that there was a problem in Palestine, right? I just knew that these are two forces that are diametrically opposed according to what media was telling me. And then I was always told that, that conflict, too complicated to understand. Literally centuries of, whatever, right? How it was explained to me. So like, don't even bother. Just know they're both wrong. Oh, okay. Got it. Easy, right? The centrist point of view. You know what? There's problems on both sides, right? So whenever I didn't feel like I was willing or able to make a thing, it's just easy to default to the center. When in doubt, just do that. When you can't tell which side it's easier to be the contrarian for, you just hit the center. And I do still feel that, I guess it's a combination of contrarianism though, because like when someone's telling me that like, oh, I don't like XYZ, and I'm like, oh yeah, well, to be fair, ABC is probably talking about this, right? So that's a bit of contrarian to like counteract anything they're saying, but then also to try to push us back towards the center. I'm better about thinking about it before I say it, because I don't want the person to think that I'm really coming for them, whatever it is. But then also to go like, wait, don't just give ABC a free ride just because it's a separate viewpoint, right? And so it's like, and I mean, I guess that was a good way for me to broach a subject with somebody and learn more, because like playing that devil's advocate would help tease out, because someone's like, man, I don't like doctors. They could just say that and you'd be like, I guess you could just ask why, right? But if I said like, I like doctors, then they'd be like, well, no, I really don't like them because of this, right? Man, it's a bad example just to come out of my head, but or if someone says that, I don't know, the earth is flat, but then you go, well, I know this science version, or someone says the earth is round, and I go, well, I can play devil's advocate here. This is a better example. The earth is flat because whatever a flat earth version of a science thing is, right? And then that person then has to then try to either debunk that thing or give you additional science information to the side that you may not have gotten otherwise. So the devil's advocate in my centrist brain is like, this is good to be this fake contrarian for the sake of it, because it stimulates deeper connections or deeper conversations, but it just annoys the fuck out of the other person and you're doing it for no reason. So then whenever I would do that, I would try to be like, instead of just saying the thing as if it's my take, I would try to be like, well, I've heard this other thing. What do you say about that? Which is a more polite way to be a devil's advocate, right? I mean, yeah, look at this map, right? Boom, flat. You know, you might show me this globe, but when I take a picture of that globe, it's flat. See? How is my phone shows it as a flat thing? So what do you say to that, right? Everything that I can see is technically 2D. You know what somebody says when they only have one eye, like, oh well, everything's flat as fuck, dude. I don't know what you're talking about. That looks flat to me. I have no depth perception. I forget even how I got on. I mean, I've meandered myself because when we started, I was just kind of like talking about, oh yeah, because I had this really long conversation with a person from the DSA, and I was really bad at like being able to like, oh, I need to take this time for myself, and I want to go home and do something. So, goodbye. I would just kind of yes and everything, or they would say something and I really want to add an anecdote to that, but then they want to add an anecdote back, and then it's just like we just keep going in these deeper and deeper rabbit holes. But you know, having a conversation with one person for like 7 hours on a Sunday, which is like, dang, you know, I kind of just rip this day, you know. the time I have is now not what it was before. But, you know, like I said, I've learned a lot and have a whole new perspective on certain things. And even if I don't 100% agree or have enough knowledge to understand why they have such like specific takes or whatever it is, there's a lived experience to gain from, even if it helps me just, you know, understand how to be more empathetic. Because, you know, if somebody really doesn't like doctors, but I'm a guy who's a big science enjoyer and like trusting science overall, and I don't normally condone such direct animosity toward an entire field of professionals who do some of the hardest work and the most necessary work. And there's a couple of like devil's advocate things that I felt compelled to say, because it's like, okay, but you know, this doctor doesn't like being corrected, or this doctor doesn't like somebody bringing up their own stats. What's up, bud? And I'm like trying to be like, well, like, imagine all the Joe Rogan dickheads that show up and have their facts, right? So whenever a person comes in and goes, excuse me, doctor, I've Googled this, okay? You need to give me these pills right now, or I need to take colloidal silver and you need to give it to me, you know, whatever, right? Like, you can imagine the number of times that they have that shit. So even when somebody has done their own research in a way that is reasonable and ethical and is within the science, I do feel like a doctor would be so sick of that shit that they would have a, not even like, it may not be valid to have a knee-jerk negative reaction to that. And then when you get into like extra higher tiered experts, they even feel more of like a god complex, or they're so used to being, you know, respected even among other doctors or whatever, so they would have even more visceral reaction to it. But also I have like the mindset that you as a random individual, even when you do incredible research and you're very smart, I, from the outside, not being inside of their head, almost don't believe them that they can do enough good research to counteract an actual doctor who has a doctorate and gone through residency and done all these different things. But there's a lived experience in front of me that has formed this worldview and is much older than me and has gone through way more hardships than me. And like, even if I want to be able to talk to somebody who has a similar perspective, and then maybe convince them that my idea of me giving them the extra consideration to doctors, whatever, should be a way that they go forward. It's important to have that empathy or the understanding of where they're coming from, because I can be annoyed and frustrated by certain things in my life that can then lead me to be short or misguided or not willing to see something. And if somebody is not able to see that element, I may not be willing to listen to them or whatever. I don't know. I don't know how much I can actually, just by having one long conversation, be able to apply it. But I guess it tones down my rhetoric, especially when dealing with a person in person, to say like, oh, you're stupid for doing your own research, whatever it is, right? Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, because this person was a lady, so like, there's a whole different layer of, like, my mom would tell me about how doctors dismiss her and don't believe her with things, and then just say she's crazy or whatever. And there's literal history of like hysterectomies being a thing. You're being hysterical. The hyster is an organ or whatever that is related to, I don't know, uterus or femininity specifically, right? It's a female anatomy, the hyster. So the hysterectomy, aka you're being hysterical, is like, oh, you're emotional, you're being a woman. Like, that's how medical professionals were. And how deeply is that misogyny or patriarchal, structures baked into medical schools? My sister-in-law is a doctor, like a full-on, works at a hospital. You're talking like all the different seasons of Scrubs, residency, internship, to straight up, doing rounds and shit. And the amount of, like, when she enters a room, people are like, hello, nurse, when's the doctor getting here, right? And it's like, I am your doctor, you know this, right? Or, hey, toots, or hey, sweetie, can you do, just all the different layers of things that I would not be aware of directly without someone sharing it. Because I even with the worldview that I was raised in, still wouldn't be that dismissive, at least not verbally. Even if I was thinking to myself like, oh, a woman is not a real doctor, or when someone says doctor, I picture a man always 100% of the time in my head, I still wouldn't be so gross about it, or like make it an actual thing that I would think directly on purpose, right? So then hearing those stories, I'm like, oh my God, of course, that makes sense with how I think about all the other negative things that are out there. But that's an experience I don't have. And then growing up and living through that in all the different areas, like, you'll have a different perspective, right? Because people have treated me a certain way, I think about them a certain way. And people have treated me a different way, I would think about them in a different way, right? Your mother almost passed because your father was saying no, you have to look at this. Yeah. I mean, like, Serena Williams was like, hey guys, I just gave birth, but I feel like I'm like having issues and I'm bleeding or something. And they're like, no, you just don't understand. And there's also another layer of, like, people of color, like black people, they're seen as like having pain in a different way, which is like just not true. But it's one of those like biases that are still baked into certain, people, even in the medical field. And this person's like, no, like, I'm a super athlete, I'm very in tune with my body, something is wrong, I don't feel good, and like either went to like a second opinion or went to a different hospital or something, and there was like, oh, internal bleeding that was like slowly killing them, and like if they didn't get that sorted, they could have had serious medical problems, or possibly even have like died as like a major celebrity, super rich. So like the biases are sort of shown in that light, in that one example where, postpartum care in America is really bad. We have one of the worst postpartum death rates of women after giving birth, just as an example of things. And then that's, if you look at those numbers, even more disproportionately against black people. It's just like, whenever people are like, oh, misogyny is fixed, women can vote, racism is fixed, Barack Obama was president, and it's like, bro, there's such a lack of willing to grow, willing to improve yourself, if that's how you see things, which is a bit depressing, but I guess what are you gonna do? I mean, I don't know. It's just hopefully they'll get there one day, or at least enough of them will get there. I hate being like such a one-trick pony, but I guess the willingness to change, just thinking back on all the different layers and times that it happened. I guess, oh, sorry if the music's too loud. I didn't realize. I'll just bring it down a little bit more. It may have been more like, you know, like cause even back in that college thing, thinking about like the no smoking thing. And then even though I had my contrarian opinion, I was willing to stop it after seeing a different thing instead of just doubling down. And I always like to think I was about 27-ish, you know, first started, you know, finishing school and doing whatever, and then working in my actual field before I really started to like try to like work on my anger issues in a more proactive way and change my behavior, because I think I was hurting my loved ones and all the kind of different things. But I guess I was still making improvements and changing ways I did things in my life even beforehand. So I guess I again chalk it up to my parents, even though like they're very conservative and Trump supporting and whatever, they still helped raise me in a way that, even though like, you know, I don't think that my dad is ever willing to do self-improvement in this way, but I somehow, after growing up in the house, was able to. So I just really feel I guess it's good. Yeah. Redhead African Americans and other minorities that have red hair have heightened risk of skin cancer. No doctor looks into it. I see. Because they go, oh, you have a higher, you know, melatonin in your skin or whatever, so therefore the chance of you having skin cancer is less. So we'll look at that last instead of first, right? That could be a problem. I could see that. Yeah. And then that, I guess, depending upon how, melatonin is like the sleeping chemical, right? Yeah. Melanin. Yeah. Words and memory. You know, I do my best. Because like whenever people talk about doctors, it's always like, okay, you know, get a second opinion. Like there's like the old knock jokes about like, hi, I'm your doctor, you're ugly. What? I want a second opinion. Okay, you're also stupid. Right, that's a joke, right? They don't mean from the same doctor, they mean a different doctor. But it's like, I have a hard enough time getting my one doctor's opinion. How the fuck am I supposed to go, hold on, pause, let's get another opinion, right? Like, how do I gotta leave the office, make a different appointment, do a first check-in, you do all these different things to get that second opinion. It's like, that's not reasonable to do. And then what, am I just fishing for, am I just re-rolling the dice until I get the number I want? Like, nope. Oh, a 6. Yahtzee. Okay, I'll take that one. Thank you, doctor. Right? I wish medical panels were available, especially for like major problems. Like, okay, do I need this invasive surgery? A medical panel should look at everything and decide, yes, we approve this surgery for you, or you know, or I guess it would suck to be disapproved for something you think you need or whatever. But instead of like making it on you to go find your second opinion and then letting you find through your own biases, you know, a different doctor that works for you. I would love to have, you know, the death panel that I guess some conservatives and stuff are afraid of, because I would want to, like when I go to the doctor, I am ready to submit myself, because like, I don't know shit, right? And even if my doctor is not doing enough research or whatever it is, they're doing a better job of it than I am. You know, that's just one of those things. And like, if my doctor doesn't look into my liver enzymes enough and then I end up having a liver problem or something, I was going to have that liver problem anyway. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, it's a bad roll of the dice that my doctor didn't do a good enough job. but that doctor's on there. It's Wednesday for them. It's hump day, and they just got off lunch, and they feel a little sluggish. And it just so happens that I was this appointment time, and then they just, you know, didn't do enough, you know, due diligence in our meeting that was only 15 minutes long, and you know, it sucks. News agencies are lasering out the wrinkles in people's brains. They're, yeah, I mean, in my lib era, I didn't think, I was like, Fox News bad, other news good, generally, right? And then the longer I've been paying attention to things in my new era or whatever it is, like the amount of times that creators, Mike from PA, other leftists, Hassan obviously, will watch CNN and just poke holes through all the bullshit they're saying and showing how, even though these are supposed to be liberal outlets, they are pushing right-wing framings on topics, especially with, you know, Mamdani winning the primary in NYC, and the way that they're just attacking these issues and being bad faith, the way they talk about Israel and Palestinians, and it's like, oh my God, it's just as bad. Like, what are we doing here? They have a panel, and they it's just, it's nuts. And I never would, I would have been like, oh, I'm team CNN, right? It's not fake news. It's the anti-Trump news. Damn it. I will believe everything they say and end up with the most liberal ass view of bullshit. Yeah. And then them being owned by a very small collective. The Sinclair Broadcasting video where like a newscaster, even like a local newscaster, will be like, uh-oh, there's this big problem happening, and then it cuts to another one, and it cuts to another one, and all of a sudden, like, there's 75 little mini boxes, and it's just like the most, like, the Brady Bunch, like, tic-tac-toe board of hell, as they're all just saying the same thing. And also, because it's news, they all have the news person speak, where they have a specific cadence, and they say it the same way. So, like, because they're all trained to talk in that very specific words per minute style, literally all their audio is synced, and it's even more like in 1984 or whatever, right? So you're right, it's smoothing people's brains. Although there's that whole story about it's called Chorus, where like the DNC or a DNC backed fund or whatever it is was paying different like online creators to not specifically push messaging, but they would have daily like trainings on talking points on whatever issues were important, and like they're trying to clarify even this alternate news space, and that's kind of expected but scary to see it's actually happening. And then a thing that I was noticing as people were talking about it, because like I don't know, I forgot all the different creators' names, but like each one would come out with a statement about, like on Twitter or whatever, about their unhappiness about this article or an unhappiness about whatever. And almost every tweet used the same specific phrases in it. Even though they seemed like common phrases, they were all using the exact same like turn. And I was thinking like, people were like, was there like a message saying like, hey, you guys should say something similar to this, or like, just so everybody knows this is happening and we don't think it's good because XYZ, and then people just copy and pasted it or whatever. It seemed like it seemed weirdly suspicious that they were all coming across the same way. But if they're having daily meetings where they go over talking points, and then they say like, it would make sense for everybody to refute this thing along these lines, and then people just take those lines and then put them in, and then they all end up like, I wanted to like take all the tweets and put them all together and like clarify it where they all had the same exact wording. And it's like, you say you're not being controlled, but look at all of you, look what you're doing. But you know, unfortunately I'm too lazy, and I didn't care enough about, because I never really had smoke for like a David Pakman. Like, these are all names I've heard here and there, or, you know, these other, you know, bigger creators or whatever that are involved in this stuff. But I never really looked into them, never really knew them. I never had any smoke for them because I just never watched them. I guess it's good that I didn't, if they are not quite as independent as I've gone would appreciate. Yeah, Orwellian is a good way to put it. Yeah. And it does make sense that as traditional media sees its grip on society slip, its ratings go down, and then like the influence and the power of these other groups grow, literally being, you know, on the inauguration team or whatever, right? Like getting shouted out. It makes sense. They go, wait, we've lost control of the narrative. So then they start playing that long game where even if they are as hands-off as possible, them being involved is suspicious, because the same way there was this old Noam Chomsky bit where I guess, I'm not sure if it was manufacturing consent, but it was like he was talking to a journalist and saying like, you know, journalists in the news media are only allowed to say the talking points that matter to the people in charge of the news. And then the newscaster in front of him, the interviewer, is like, do you think I have been told what I can and cannot say? That's not true. And then like Chomsky's like, no. Like, it's not so much that you have been given a direct order, but like you have been put in a position to run this interview. You have been promoted. You have been, you know, pushed along where other people were not pushed along. Other people were not given promotions. They were not paid the same. They were not given the same opportunities. So this process of building up a career is only given to those who either naturally or are willing to bend to this curriculum. It is a selective process that they are in control of, and then that's what gets put in front of people's faces. So even though you independently are just doing things on your own, you were selected because you have this specific view. And that's like, fuck, you know, like, wait, shit. Yeah. This is not like public radio where it's ratings based and that person gets higher, or it's not individual, you know, creator information that's being put out independently that then grows based off of the merits of their ideas. It is still a hand, you know, a secret hand in the market that's in control of the people that make it in the front. And like that, like when you, I mean, at least for me, like when I understood that angle, it's like, well, that means that you really can't trust mainstream media at all. And like, I guess there's like less dramatic ways to look at it, that like when people would look at Al Jazeera because they do really good journalism on a lot of things, but there's definitely things that maybe you shouldn't look at Al Jazeera for, like the way that they cover their own country or something. So like it would make sense to have a better understanding, because like there's value to what journalism provides. I am not going to be able to go and do some on-the-ground reporting in a country. I am not going to be able to get an interview with the CEO. I'm not going to be able to do any of these things, right? And even big creators like Hasan or whatever are not able to do it. But then, yes, understanding the biases helps you value the information they're giving, but then also not overvalue the information that you're getting. When there's the CNN broadcaster picking up the rubber bullets that the LAPD was shooting at the protesters and said, look, these are what the protesters are throwing at the ground, making popping sounds and scaring the cops. You know, that's bullshit, because CNN is like very pro-cop, very anti-protester in their sort of biases. And I guess like, as an outsider, I very much appreciate when people are able to walk through or watch with them different coverage and then see the perspective that they're able to add. And like, not as like a full-on testing myself or whatever, but like when I first was watching things from all the different creators, I would watch and then learn from the person talking. I'm like, okay, I can see that understanding. But now, maybe because I've been trained in my own way, like I'll watch something and then I'll kind of like guess the take or think to myself, that's the fucked up thing. And then the person's like, hey, that's the fucked up thing. And I'm like, ah, got it. You know, like getting better at it slowly but surely, which has been fun and like rewarding to see that like I'm starting to understand the media landscape around me a bit, so that way I'm not as susceptible to things. I mean, definitely will be susceptible to things still, which is always important to know. Like it's classic smart guy to be like, I'm smart because I know I'm not smart. Right? It's like that's the easiest thing to say and not mean it, but when you mean it, it's a good message, because man, I used to really, again, back in that day, that late high school, early college years, where it's like, I'm smart and I value how smart I am with my like value as a person. And if anybody ever makes me feel like I'm not the smartest person in the room, I am now insanely insecure and upset and will most likely just not like that person. And the valedictorian of my high school class, graduating class, whatever, I did not like that person. There's probably valid reasons to not like them, but I know, being honest with myself, I didn't like them because they were better than me at being smart. I had struggled with doing my homework, and like I remember being at like I was in the bleachers of my high school football practice or training or whatever. It wasn't even a game, but I'm in the bleachers with my mom and dad, and I'm there with my book in my lap doing some homework because I just take forever to do my homework. And this is because I have ADHD and like I have problems with time management and attention, and you know, I had my own failings because I'm just a little shithead kid. And then my mom, there's another mom in the stands talking to my mom. It's like, oh, your son's so studious. And she's like, nah, they just give him too much homework. It's bullshit. It's fucked up. And then that other mother's kid turns around and he's one of my classmates. And he's like, oh, I'm in all the same classes. And I'm able to do all the homework just fine. And I do extracurriculars. And I'm like fit and, you know, handsome and have girlfriends or whatever. Like, they didn't go into that much detail, but I'm like, man, fuck you. You know, this wasn't even the valedictorian. This is some other kid who was just smart or smarter and was able to use his time management well. And maybe he was even lying, right? But like, I was like, man, fuck that guy trying to show me up in front of my own family and, you know, making me look stupid. But like, you know, what was high school all about? Yeah, I mean, I was thinking back on it, I'm still impressed because there was like 7 periods in our high school the way we did it, and there was like first period, then homeroom, because there was a reason they really wanted that structure. I guess because they wanted the morning show to be able to be aired, but the morning show had to have time to be made by the first period. So I always had first period in TV production class. This is probably where, just thinking back on it, I had a problem with being on time for like showing up to things, because my first period was TV production class, and I had a very good relationship with my TV production teacher. I was in TV production in high school all 4 years because that was my interest, was production. What do you know, right? And I could be kind of late because it was all chill. And also, this wasn't like a class. This is a very unstructured, creative environment. And the morning show was pretty easy to make, and I was good at the show. And there was like also a rotation where like some people wouldn't even really be doing the morning show. Like the morning show had, you know, 2 anchors, a sports person, a birthday person, and then one person to run the VHS tapes, one person to run the switcher, one person to run the there was like 8 people in total that would actually work in the day, and everybody else would be kind of like just like you're there to work on your packages for the future shows, the SAT word of the day, whatever bullshit you were doing. So like it was pretty easy for me to be late because I could show up, and not like super late, but like, you know, 5-10 minutes, whatever it was. Like, so like me getting to that, and then all of a sudden I have trouble getting to work perfectly on time because I'm so used to being very loose with things, I guess. But I would be able to, in first period, do all the homework I needed for like second and third period, and then I had lunch to then get 4th, 5th, and 7th period, whatever. I had time dedicated in my day that I could then get all the homework done for my day during the same day, which is insane that I would be able to do that bullshit every day on cycle, and then I would go home and play Dota all day. You know, I wouldn't actually do the homework when I needed to. I would just procrastinate it out, and then like during the school day, I'm just like fuck, you know, like, which took a certain level of intelligence and also the ability to bullshit and to, you know, fake it or whatever. But I'm like, damn, that seems like so much work. I should have just done it all when I was home. I don't know. It's just thinking back on like when I've been able to fucking do all that shit, you know, maybe with all my modern distractions or whatever, I wouldn't be as disciplined, but it's crazy. High school is literally all about clicks and being two-faced. I was one of those guys who didn't really, I was a floater, right? That I'm sure that's kind of like a common subgroup or archetype where like I didn't have deep connections with any one group. I could hang out with the goths. I could hang out with the country bumpkins. I can hang out with the preps at times. And then like the alternatives, whatever. Like I had like the different groups I could float around. Like at the lunch tables, if none of my other cliques were there, like during lunch, I would hang out with the redneck country bumpkins. I had a nickname Scooter with those guys, but then I was sniffing with somebody else. Yeah, and so I had lots of acquaintances, but like no like deep friendships. The only real friendships I had were like the nerds that would like play video games on our, you know, personal time or whatever. Like I had like, that was my friend group, which was the one specific group, but otherwise I could still sort of like meander around the others. And it's coming from someone who was at the top of proverbial food chain. Interesting. Jealous of the kids who just didn't care. Yeah, I mean, everyone was jealous of everybody else. Grass is always greener. Classic, yeah. You took high school wait seriously and was a floater? Yeah. I mean, depending upon how old you are, because like I would go to homecoming and prom, but like whatever, it doesn't matter, you know. I would go, the pep rallies were dumb and gay because school spirit was lame, but I would be there just because it's a good way to get out of class. Edgy for the sake of being edgy. Oh man, just high school was because it's also like, for me, it was like the entirety of my puberty was like high school. So like 9th grade, I looked like a fucking baby. Insanely prepubescent, despite people being like full mustaches and shit, right? I had no armpit hair, but I was like beginning to get pubic hair. Like that's how like prepubescent I was. Like literally pubescent. To the point that, man, this is a memory blast in the past. When I was in TV production the first year, right? I was at a table and there was like seniors, sophomores, the whole gambit, and there was like some like rocker alternative guys and then some like nerd dude, and then I'm pretty sure, so like me and this girl, a preppy girl, you know, out of my league, would never talk to me, wearing Abercrombie and Fitch everything, with like this very specific, you know, blonde highlights and like the lip gloss, like very, you know, polite, but polite because she was a, you know, fish out of water in this weird class full of a bunch of like mixed age people, but would be sort of a mean girls inside of her own group. But in this outnumbered situation, she was, and also a freshman, she's just kind of like quiet. I was trying to explain to these dudes that, and also I would be weird for attention, especially when I was younger and like, you know, 9th grade. So I would be like, guys, I have like a woman, a lady voice, a tiny baby, hi bitch, like no, you know, baritone in it whatsoever. And I'm like, guys, I do have pubic hair. I do have, you know, I am, you know, and they're like, no way you do. We don't believe you. And then I was like, I can prove it. I can pull some pubic hair and show it, right? And they were like, you could just have that. You could just have pubes taped to yourself and you've planned this, right? They're just high school kids fucking with me, but I'm like, what? Bullshit. You know, I couldn't believe that was the case. So they convinced the freshman girl to look at my pubes in class. And I'm still like chubby. So I like, you know, pull like, you know, just down enough to show that like pubic region and seeing the hair. And I had, there was hair physically there. And then she's like, yep, he has it. And they all laugh, whatever. It's crazy. And then we did this like, in class because it was like the teacher wasn't like, directly around, or it was very unstructured. And then I remember at one point, I don't think it was the same year. I think it was years later even. I was like, hey, that was a crazy situation that happened when we were freshmen. I was like, did you even look at my pubes? And she was like, no, my eyes were closed and I just said you had them. And I'm like, oh, what? That's so sweet to be like, he has pubes, even though she doesn't even know if I did or not. Like, I mean, or she could be lying about it now because it's embarrassing. But I'm like, that's so sweet to like just be willing to lie for this tiny loser prepubescent kid to just to say I have them no matter what, right? Sorry, I had that story. I really wanted to get it out. Just for those people who spent years developing a persona instead of a personality, it doesn't get better. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, that's the classic, like, I'm the quarterback of the football and she's the leader of the cheerleading squad. That's probably the peak, right? And they could have a wonderful life after, whatever it is, but generally speaking, when that is your persona, you might, especially once you get into the real world, and you have to deal with the problems and you have less of your your other, because like the people who are middle and upper class have certain advantages. Obviously, the more upper classy, the more advantages you have. It probably extends a little bit into college nowadays, with the way the whole, like, well, at least maybe not nowadays, but like when college was the most accepted continued path, where it's like high school too is going to college, whatever, it might extend a little bit. But even then, there's a growth period where either you're growing out of the home and moving away, although some people still lived at home because they were going to local colleges and stuff, but they might still have that like daddy's money or whatever coming in. But the more you get separated, the more you become your own individual adult, the more you're going to lose out on all that. Like, you don't have that same bubble of a safety net. You don't have that same structure to give you the direct advantage. So a lot of that artificial importance and also the artificial leg up that you have just fall away, and then all of a sudden you got to do the same shit. Like the DMV don't give a fuck, you know what I mean? Now maybe like somebody can like get a job at their daddy's firm and they can keep that fucking nepotism rolling forever. That's if they're a certain like class of wealth, but most people still don't even have that. They just have some other simpler forms of it. You were a floater in a sense. You're able to socialize anybody in our school. Yep. But there were not people to fully have cliques. Oh, okay. I forget the total class size. I can't remember if it's 500 kids entirely in the school or if it was 500 kids in the graduating class. I remember 500 being a very specific number when it came to like the year I graduated. Again, don't remember if it was, I think it may have been 2,000 kids in the entire class. I'm sure I have a yearbook somewhere I can find where I can get the information, but I don't care that much. But, when people talk about graduating class, because like, the Tampa Bay area, it's a pretty big area, and all the high schools were pretty big high schools with lots of kids. So it probably was 500 kids in the graduating class, but maybe that's wrong. I don't know. It's one or the other. But some people have like, oh man, we only have like 100 kids in the entire school, let alone a graduating class. Like, dang, that's a small school, You hated the fact that there were loser groups, and you noticed how differently they treated you if you weren't in. Yeah, I mean, geez. Yes. Yeah. And like just thinking back on it, like if you were in the loser group, you can treat each other as regular ass people. I wish, and I hope that whenever those groups, either the people who were in the loser group or people who treated the loser group poorly, think back on it, they're like, dang, that's so gross what we did back then or whatever. Like, it's so crazy. I'm glad that that's over. I hope that they can see it in that light and they don't somehow believe like, yeah, well, that loser is probably doing worse than me now. Like, even though I picked on them then, I really hope they're still doing worse than I am now. And it's like, I don't hope that, not that I ever was in the position to pick on other groups, thankfully. That was never really in my wheelhouse. I'm sure I was cruel or whatever as a kid in different ways, but it wasn't like I have these people that I constantly pick on and fuck with or bully or whatever. I never had that much status to be able to do that, thankfully. You was a cheerleader valedictorian and one of the theater kids, and all it did was lead to burnout. Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking back, like my valedictorian wasn't a cheerleader, but it was a theater kid. You know, I'm trying to remember all the different clubs and stuff that they did, but yeah. We had the most we had the most graduating in our class that the school ever had was like 25. Wow. The school was 200 people. Oh, and a 1st through 12th. Wow. That's like very old school schoolhouse kind of shit. Yeah, because at least in Florida, there's preschool, and then elementary school is 1 through 5. And then middle school is just 3 years, 6th, 7th, 8th. And then high school is 9 through 12. And I think there was a couple of schools that would kind of have a weird, like, mixing with, like, 8th grade and 9th grade. There was some kind of, like, combination stuff. But most of the time, that's how it was structured. Middle school is those 3 middle years. Elementary school is 1 through 5. And then high school is those last 4. I know that, like, different countries also have whole different structures, and, like, they don't even say, like, 1st grade, 2nd grade, they have, like, a whole different word for all those different things. Because there's they have, like, they call it primary school versus something else. A whole different thing. Oh, okay. I got a private. Yeah, I mean, I was public school all the way. There was one year where I went to a thing called a magnet school, which I don't know why it's called magnet. There's probably a very specific reason. But the magnet program, because there was like this thing called IB, which I forget. I never really knew what it stood for. And I was like, is it IV as in like intravenous, or is it like IB or like IV, like Ivy League? I couldn't really tell what it was supposed to be, but I'm pretty sure it's I as in eyeball and then B as in like bumblebee. So I'm like, I don't know what it was, but that was like a very specific type of like advanced schooling that people were like, it was hard, but it was very good, and they were to learn more. I don't know if that's a private thing or not. That was the thing I heard about. It was like, oh yeah, somebody went to IB, and that's that's why you don't see them anymore. And they're like, I don't know, successful or something. And then there was dual enrollment. That's where you enroll in like college classes while you're actually in high school, and that's structured in a kind of a weird way. Then there was the AP classes, which is the advanced placement classes, which was where you would take a hard high school class, but you earned college credits as long as it was an in-state university or some like certain rules. You need to pass a final exam of a certain, qualifying amount. But a magnet school was a very specific type of school that focused on a certain like field highly, and it was like reputable, or like it was supposed to give you a better program and a better leg up for different things. So my 7th grade, my brother's 8th grade, because he was one school year ahead of me, despite being a year and a half older. That was a school that we found out that the program for magnet schools generally works where a school is underfunded or fails, and then because of the rules of Florida or the rules of America in general, they would have to restructure the school if it failed so poorly. And what do you know? The schools that fail the most are the ones in the poorest districts. And this was a brand new magnet school. And there's rules about like people who are currently enrolled in this school are still allowed to stay in the school, even if they don't qualify for all the different like hierarchies or like high grades and certain marks and being like proposition to go to it or whatever it was. And also there's only so many schools in the area, so we had to take a long bus. Like we went to a bus stop super early in the morning, and then we had to ride that bus to a giant hub where we'd sit around as all the buses collect, and then those buses would take us to the actual magnet school. So it was like an extra like hour and a half of busing in the morning or something crazy. But being in the first year of the magnet program, the school was like the school was in the projects, so like the teal and pink projects you can see right out of the window of the school, literally right there. And it was the first time I was ever in school with like specifically impoverished people, and saw the disparities of a lot of things. So a bunch of like middle class and rich white kids were literally just bussed into a very inner city, very projects, very, you know, so that's where and it wasn't even that like good of a school. We had like computers, there was a lot of funding, but like it was, and then there was like some technology classes we had. This school was supposed to be like science and technology focused, whatever. But I just remember like the most vivid memories I have is working in the math room where there's like a monitor inside the desk. So like you had a desk, but the desk had a big glass piece in the middle, and then there's a gigantic CRT monitor, because this is still like the 2000s, under the desk where you would see your thing, and you had a little rollout, you know, tray to do your typing and stuff, or you can still do paper and do work on the desk itself. But that was like, wow, every desk has a computer, insane. But I remember like being in like the gym class, and it's a bunch of kids from the projects, and I'm a bitch-titted, pasty, prepubescent white boy, and I got picked on a lot in the locker room. And I did my best to stay out of shit, whatever it was, but like, oh my god. And then like presidential fitness test did not do well for me. I was laughed at quite a lot, even by like the coach, who was like, you know, our PE teacher. Like I couldn't do a pull-up, and everyone would laugh, and then the guy would be like, damn son, like you really, and I wouldn't be able to do a push-up, and they would all make fun of me and laugh. And there'd be other fat, you know, white kids as well. So it wasn't like I was the only one, but like that was a tough experience. Not the best. Yeah. I see. Sorry. That wasn't for me. Guess who's in the hospital? Oh shit. Needing to get a chunk of wood removed after a night on antibiotics. Not really. Yeah. Extremely infected. A piece of wood. Goodness. Well, hopefully you got to the hospital within X number of hours of the wood being lodged in your foot. Surgically removed. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about it, whatever. 2 days? Oh my god. Was it, I mean, yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about it, you can, but like, also if you don't want to, just, you know, thoughts and prayers or whatever. I mean, I couldn't. It's hard to say if you like. Oh, look, you want to talk about it, or if it's just one of those like, here's just a small update, and you know, because I can still yap about everything else forever. So, yeah, because you're still in the middle of it, which is reasonable to not to want to like have it be the thing that you think about a lot. Medical science has come a long way. I'm sure that piece of wood won't take you down, but I don't know the specifics. Man, this is reminding me of my whole like my ICU hospital arc or whatever it was. So depending upon how bad it is, hopefully you're not in the ICU, because or if you're in the ICU, it's not for that long, because boy oh boy was that not the best place to be. I have an incredible amount of empathy or whatever it is for those nurses and shit that have to work in that ICU permanently, man. Oh my god, dude. You know, I'm pretty sure if Sir Yogi is, I think you're in America, but maybe you're one of the Australian chatters. I should be better. I don't have that many chatters that exist in my circle, but I should be better at remembering which vague part of the world everyone's from. Aussie, okay, got it. Okay. Walking in the bush. Well, I guess that would tell me right there, the bush. For hours, no shoes. and then you go to mow a lawn and a hidden stick in the ground. Did you just step on it? Oh wow. That one of the things I was always so afraid of with lawnmowers, just because of like narrative elements in TV shows and movies, is like a lawnmower. And also my parents would tell me, you gotta be careful with a lawnmower, because if you hit something with a lawnmower, it can shoot out because it gets hit and then like flies out, and it could like impale itself inside of you or whatever, like shoot out the back and like fuck up your feet, or like shoot your, or like shoot out the side and hit somebody who's walking on the sidewalk and hit them in the neck or something. Like I was always terrified of like rocks or whatever when I was mowing the lawn. But now that I've mowed the lawn a shit ton, the lawn was mowed. Oh, you weren't even mowing. Go to a mowed lawn and then a hidden stick in the ground. Okay, got you. Dang. Yeah, I mean, I used to know somebody who was barefoot as much as she could be. Ooh. I mean, well, you're probably meaning like toes and then, right? Like it, instead of going like, oh look, it just, you know, you stepped between it and then it just kind of like, you're talking like the whole like, ow, like that's probably what you're referring to based on it being infected and whatever. So like, oh shit, man, that's like a torture level shit, basically. That's crazy. I knew somebody who was as barefoot as much as she could be, and had incredible calluses and enjoyed walking around, you know, in nature or even parking lots and sidewalks just barefoot. She was a very hippie kind of girl, very sweet. And then she ended up moving to Australia, even like right out of high school or something, or like vaguely into college, whatever it was. And she was one of the people I first had a crush on. I'm pretty sure my brother did too, because she was friends with both of us. So I guess I had some female friends, but it was like, it was friends of friends that would then become a part of the friend groups. So it wasn't so much as like finding it on its own, which was healthy for me for sure. But then my fucking not used to being around girls' ass is like, girl in the group, I have a crush on them, you know, like kind of shit, which was, I'm sure, insanely obvious to all the girls in the group, no matter what, which is crazy to think about, just thinking back on it. But I forget what her, I think she was just like really interested in like marine biology specifically. I think that's what it was. So like, it's not like, hey, do you know this person named Rachel who's interested in marine biology by chance? You know, like, of course not, right? Yeah. There's like 40 million people in Australia. So my dumb ass is like, well, maybe they know this person also moved to Australia. It's silly. But yeah, that's probably the only no shoes person I've ever known. Yeah. Really? I don't know enough about the bone structure of the feet. I wouldn't normally assume there's a lot of bone between the toes other than the ones that extend out from the toe. But I guess if it went at an angle, it could hit like one of those longer ones that go towards the toes. Because there's not like a sternum in your foot where like once you get past the toes, half an inch in is now just a big block of bone or something. Like your heel is a big bone, but that's on the backside of it, obviously. Yeah. Really? Huh. Yeah, I guess I'm just thinking of the x-ray pictures I've seen where they just kind of look like 5 long fingers or whatever, right? And then connect. There's lots of little bones, like kind of all around. Like on the hands, there's lots of shit in there, right? But I see it as like just bone and, you know, a bunch of little bones connecting, and then like bones. And then it was like, you know, a couple of little ones floating, spattered in between. But for the most part, it's like the long bones. But yeah, interesting. Feeling my foot now. I guess I should just look at x-ray of foot. Okay. So this is, I guess... if I... Does this work? Yeah, so like... Obviously talking about the long finger part. But a lot of this, I didn't really factor it. Oh, now it's all blurred. Duh, because my draw filter does a blur thing. Wait, why is it not clearing it? It's supposed to clear it. Son of a bitch! Wait, let me... Oh, wait, this is the different thing. That's why. That's why it's not clearing it. Silly me. Anyway, the little toe is where it happened. Oh, wow. I've heard people say before that the little toe is vestigial. But that's probably a lie, because there's a lot of bone there, right? That's probably one of those old myths that get stuck in my head. I feel like this, like there's a curvature to the foot a little bit, right? So like, even though this looks like that's all bones, I feel like that's just like the curves and then getting the side shot. So it looks like there's just like that much bone shoved in there, but it's, to me, it still seems very handy. But yeah, there's a lot of bones in it, and then the amount of flesh is probably less than I'm realizing. Yeah, balance is really good. Your big toe is obviously very important for the balance, at least I've been told. But yeah, so I guess if it went through and then it went into one of these little knuckle bone things, right? Oop, wrong monitor. Yeah, if it went into like one of these spots here, depending on how, you know, the thing came in, then that would be rough. The fact that they couldn't pull it out, man, that's nuts. I'm sure they'll figure it out. They're smart people. They'll figure it out. You'll be all right. And like, you know, okay, this kind of gives you a good picture of it. That's a lot of bones going on. And again, it's overlapping, but still like, dang, the heel is huge. Dang, look at that thing. Dang. And also like, yeah, the exact number of like weird, these like what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like just middle pieces. Like, yeah, I wouldn't be able to draw those if my life depended upon it. If they, yeah, need to get into it. The plates, sure, that sounds right. When I was a kid, I broke my growth plate in my... That's what they call it, the growth plate. So, let's see. Wait, epiphyseal is this. Where the hell is the growth? It must be such a small-ass little thing. So look, there was just one thing there. They were both pointing to the same chunk of bone. Oh yeah, I should... It looks like they're both pointing to the same thing here, but there's two different things there. Uh-oh, hope we don't get like... Oh, just tiny-ass pictures. Oh, wait, it almost looks like it's a, piece of cartilage or something. Like when I broke my wrist, this one, they said I broke my growth plate, but I guess it might be like this, where I get fractured along this line or something. Yo, what up, Darius? The pillows they give you suck? That's a shame. I mean, are you like in a full-on hospital bed? Yogi stepped on a stick and it's stuck in their bone. You have a disc in your wrist. So I guess there's a bone that's a disc. They just highlight it in blue here or whatever. Or, yeah. Also, look at all these. Look at how many last little tiny ass things. It's crazy. Man, bodies are crazy, dude. What the? What? You don't need all these bones. You didn't hear what part? Yeah. Scratched his legs too much and was in the National Health Service corridor care. Is that like a urgent care or like a, so we use the term urgent care for like a quick, not the full on hospital, but just like a quick clinic that you would go to that just deals with, I guess, like straight up shit that you need to work on. Like you go to your, you know, primary care physician to like talk to your doctor about scheduling blood work and doing like, hey, you know, doc, I'm having trouble sleeping. What do you think I should do? Like that's like your average doctor. But then like an actual like urgent care is where you go to get some like just quick hospital-y style stuff without going to a full-on hospital. I don't know how else to describe it. Or says that you put urgent patients in corridors. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like the hallways, you know, because the rooms are full or whatever it is. Gotcha. Okay. Huh. You slipped mine as a kid, spun everyone out. I was laughing how kinked my arm was. But scratching their leg too much. 18 hours on drip. Is that like being on drip as like an IV thing to like wait for full-on care, but the drip is just there to keep them, you know, stable and healthy between until the eventual visit? Oh, it's great, but it doesn't work well for anything but urgent care these days in the hospitals. So many people in cupboards and just in the halls as doctors whiz about. Yeah. It sucks that the NHS is being underfunded because it's one of those things that the more they underfund it, the worse it gets. And the more people go, hey, wait a minute, maybe we should like get away from this service. Maybe we shouldn't have this. Maybe we should have a private version instead. And the insurance company was like, keep talking, keep talking. I mean, scratching too much is bad. Yeah. I mean, I've been there where I'm like scratching where I know I'm not supposed to, but I just keep doing it because there's that incredibly temporary relief that it provides, which despite all of your intellectual knowledge and understanding of the problem goes, fuck it, I just need to scratch right now. I've even been worried that I have like, when I have bug bites on my legs, they take, especially now that I'm like in my late 30s, they take so long to heal. And then like I will constantly idly, without realizing it, like scratch over an old scab or something, and then, oh look, my leg is bleeding again, god damn it. And like every time I reopen it, it just extends that clock on how long it takes. But I'll scratch those legs or whatever, and I'm like, I have to remember, like, okay, you know, don't do that, go get the hydrocortisone and, you know, do something to go get your mind off of it, or, you know, trim your nails, do something to not like fuck up your skin. Like I'll if I have like an itchy back or something and I am like unconscious sleeping, I will like tear my shit up. So I can see how if somebody really scratches themselves too much, they might have to go make sure that they have it looked at, because yeah. You'd be surprised. At least, I mean, I'm not in the UK, right? But when it comes to the American side looking over, seeing how the conservative parties and even the Labor Party push their austerity measures and, you know, whatever neoliberalism, that's been the trend that has been imparted onto me. I guess I haven't like looked at the actual policies or whatever, right? I barely look at my own actual policies. It's just the way that people sort of summarize it and break it all down. But that's been the narrative that's been fed to me, even from outside media compared to the more mainstream stuff. But the service would only be better if it was funded better, right? Having more doctors would be more beneficial than less doctors, right? Heat takes away from itch of bites. Hot shower or bath is good. Interesting. A rework rather than chucking. I mean, sure. I mean, I don't think a reasonable rework would be out of the question. Scabies. Wait, isn't that like when you don't have enough fruits? I guess I don't know. Scabies is a mite. Oh, okay. What am I thinking of? Damn it, the word is so similar in my head that I just keep coming back to scabies. Like when like a pirate said like, oh, you landlubbers, there's like a certain thing that they say that's very similar to like people that have this specific ailment that comes from lack of fruits. Scurvy. Thank you. Oh man, it helps my brain. Yes, scurvy. Yeah, there it is. It's rolling in. It was like mad eczema, and he got annoyed. And I said it was leprosy, so I just said it was scabies. Wait, it was like mad eczema. Yeah, my wife's got eczema, and I know some people have really bad eczema, which is brutal. He got annoyed when you said it was leprosy, so I just said it was scabies. Well, okay, so if it's just eczema, or not just, but I guess that's better than having leprosy or scabies, right? I guess, and when you're making a comparison between different things that are possible. Yeah, I imagine there's eczema is one of those, like, it's been around long enough that there's a million different opinions and cures and home remedies on top of, you know, treatment options. And been shingles. Oh yeah, shingles is a whole, I mean, shingles is almost like you get a bunch of, I think literally like these like scaly things, right? It's one of those, like, whenever I think about it, I go, oh yeah, I should like talk to a doctor about getting the vaccine or whatever. Someone said you have to be 50 years old or something, maybe, I forget, but it's one of those, like, I should like look into that, whatever that looking into it takes, and then I always just immediately just memory hole it and forget. But yeah, I've definitely heard shingles is really bad, and I've heard of a few different people, even people like in my own life and stuff, that have like had that problem or had it pop up, and it's like, that sounds like it fucking sucks, you know? Man. And I imagine there's very little that can be done once it's, you know, popped up, right? Like, it's not just like, oh, don't worry, we got this special cream, rub it on, and you're all set. Like, even with chickenpox when I was a kid, like, once you were in the middle of chickenpox, it's like, well, wait for your body to cure it. There's some like pink ass calamine lotion that you can take a bath in or something, but other than that, it's grin and bear it, buddy, you know? I mean, being in a quarter for 18 hours would be pretty brutal for anybody. And I know that the older you get, the less you have patience for being. Like, it took about probably like 9 days in the ICU before I got crazy. And I was like, get me the fuck out of here, right? But I was in my early 20s. So, like, being a full-ass adult, you're like, get me out of this fucking hallway. I want to go home, right? You know? Calling plain Listerine makes him not hurt for some reason. Huh. Like the mouthwash? What's plain? Like, you mean like not minty or something? I guess it, you know, it's a good little trick to keep in mind if I ever have to use that knowledge, either for a friend or for myself. Yeah, I think Keir Starmer's like one of the most like hated people or whatever, isn't he? Even though he won technically the election, it was like, wow, people didn't expect it. But then, whoops. Even when like he was talking a big game when he first got in, doing some of the dumbest shit, right? Which is why Corbyn is like, fuck you, new party, fuck you guys. You guys are so fucking bad at this shit. Yeah, that's a whole other thing where like the prime ministers aren't done in the way that the American presidents are. There's elections and stuff, but then like there was however many prime ministers within a certain number of years where it's like, that's crazy to me as an American. Like, we have people that do some of the most fucked up shit, biggest scandals, and then they just stay in office for 6 years. As a senator or something, you go, okay, whatever, we're fucking powerless, fuck us, right? You know, even though like the figurehead thing of like switching the different PMs doesn't really fix the underlying issues because of the way the laws work, whatever. I guess there's some catharsis to like fucking canning somebody and saying fuck you, get them, make them kick their asses out of there, right? Which, you know, maybe is more of a band-aid than a solution, but still, you vote for local representative in parliament, your MP, then MPs elect a leader, then they're invited for a government by the king. Oh, if they win the general election. Yeah, because that's where like they talk about coalition governments, where like, oh look, there wasn't enough of a majority to take full control, so now in order to earn the control, two different like sub parties have to then coordinate together to have a coalition government. That's like, and that's like rarer sometimes or more common depending upon the country and whatever. I mean, we technically are representative democracy in the sense that we elect representatives and senators for each state, and then those are the ones in the each different, you know, sections of the legislature that vote on and propose laws, where we don't do that, but we still just directly vote for the presidents still. So like we don't have to wait for the MPs to like, we don't want to vote, we don't have to like our, but like, you know, I guess like the people that run the house are voted on by the people in the house. So like the speaker of the house is a position that is voted on by house people. So we don't necessarily have a direct way. So I guess maybe you're, if there is a parallel, at least in this way that they're elected, our speaker of the house is similar to your prime minister. And technically the speaker of the house is the third in line to the presidency, or I guess second in line, because the president, oops, dies. They farted too hard and died. Vice president's next, but then oops, they farted too hard too. Then boom, speaker of the house is now the president. And then there's some other shit that happens after, I forget. It's never really gotten that far ever, so it's one of those like, yeah, you know, we'll look it up if we have to when it comes to it. Usually you don't even get to the first stage. With first past the post votes, and you get a full majority, or you normally get a full majority. They have to live in their constituency to hold town hall equivalents every week. Yeah, I mean, technically, every district in a state, so like some states have very few representatives because there's not enough population. So like for us, a state is a state, right? There's 50 of them. And every state gets 2 senators no matter what. So everybody in the state votes on the senators. But then inside of the state, there's different districts that are drawn up based on some gerrymandering, which is basically them like deciding how to cut the population. But it's all based on certain parts of the population. And each district would elect its own individual representative. And the representatives, I believe, is supposed to live in that district in order to be technically allowed to be elected from that district. But then they also live in DC where they work a lot. So they have like multiple homes, or at least an apartment in one place and a home in the other. And they might not ever come back to the home state because national politics, people are too busy. No one really, you know, even if they have to have a town hall or something, the attendance is limited or very partisan. Like there's problems with it. Like I could not tell you who my MP or my representative for my district is because we're very disconnected from that. It's probably a failing more on me than most other, but honestly, most people wouldn't be able to tell you, which again, isn't a great defense for myself, but it's just the way it is. Yeah. You've seen them a bunch because you shop at the same supermarket. That's crazy. Okay, that's definitely more accessible, I think, than the way we do it, or at least because I have a very populated state. Florida is one of the, I don't know, top 4 easily populations in America, so it's like has some of the most representatives. Also, even just the area has however many millions of people, and then I'm not like rich and powerful, so they don't go to the same Walmart that I do, right? They go to they get their shit delivered, probably. Let's be real. I mean, hell, even I get my Walmart shit delivered usually, so but they probably go to like some fucking Whole Foods shit or have someone doing the shopping for them. I don't know, but maybe not. Maybe it still is more straight up. Like, I don't know if AOC is like, you know, walking down the street a lot in her district and just having casual conversations at a bodega. Maybe. Be kind of cool, but I don't know. I don't live in New York either, so. Giving you a few minutes in the cheese aisle. Yeah, I mean, I imagine that's got to swing both ways, where there's some crank who's just mad about something. Like, so, and a similar but different thing, we have like a city council in the city. I don't technically live in the city for the city council, so I don't get to vote on it or whatever, but they are much more direct community members as far as people could expect to find them randomly in a local store. And they have city council meetings that are open to the public, while they also, you know, talk about things openly online and whatever, and it's a public meeting, and the news is there. And then you can also set up direct meetings with them individually. But so like one of the things that we're doing, so we want to like ask them to look into the feasibility study of having municipal run power, because we have a power company in our specific municipalities, and just the whole county as a whole is all generally run by one for-profit company from a different state, and we have the highest rates of power compared to anyone else in the entire state of Florida. And they've been bad actors because they're annoying and very, like, they're supposed to give audit information, but they never actually file it, and they're they're possibly not even paying the state the right amount of things that they're supposed to be giving back or whatever. There's a lot of issues. People have a lot of trouble with them, and also a lot of other municipalities have their own, because it's like a monopoly anyway, so it's not even like a free market thing. It's just some company that's allowed to make 11% profits guaranteed on top of whatever else they can fuck with. And they're not accountable to the people because I don't elect the CEO. So we're trying to get them to at least be open to the idea of looking into, you know, re-controlling our power again. And when people go up in the city council town hall meeting and like go to talk and leave a comment, if it's the same person every visit, it's more likely to think that this is just one crank and they don't matter. But when we bring new people to every meeting and have them say, hi, I have a public comment about this, I want us to look into this, it's really good for us, the more that we bring in new faces for that, the more impactful it is for them on the council to go, dang, these are all different people and they're all having these issues. That means more and more, like when one person would call person would call up and say, hey, you know, network that's on TV, I don't like the way that they're using negative language. That's one complaint. But when like 100 people complain, they can then understand that like per phone call, it's about 1 million or however many thousand people that are upset about something, but only one person will actually make the phone call. But when there's 100 people make a phone call, and they go, whoa, fuck, something's really fucked, right? You know, when one random old man starts calling saying, this network looks like shit to me, it's all dark or black, and they'll go, that old guy probably has his TV turned off. But when 100 people call in and say, your network's black, what's going on, why aren't you on the air, like, oh fuck, there's probably actually a real problem. So where like being able to diversify who we put up to make their valid, you know, personal complaints, the more they're willing to listen. So I wonder how often the guy's walking down the cheese aisle and goes, oh fuck, it's old man Patterson or whatever, and he's like, I gotta talk to you about all these butterflies in the neighborhood, are fucking all over, and you're like, oh my god, dude, you know, okay man, sure, I really gotta run, shucks, you know, like they might just be like over it. People still vote along party lines. Yeah, team sports, man, it's one of those things. And then a lot of the MPs in the same way then end up focusing on the party stuff and then the local stuff. Yeah, that's like the two hands shake each other, and that's just reinforcing each other. Utilities like phone reception and rural internet, it works really well because they can't escape it from people. Yeah. No, yeah. The same way that like someone's job sucks because they have to deal with the bullshit customers or the bullshit, you know, annoying things at the workplace. Their workplace is to improve the lives of their constituents. So they're supposed to be bitched at and yelled at. That's like, even though a lot of times it's been like insulated because receptionists are the ones that answer the phones, or the emails all get put into a folder and they're out of the way. They don't bother the person as much. The more that we, the people in any democracy, can annoy the shit out of the representatives and make them do their goddamn job, and like being miffed and annoyed and bothering the shit out of those in power, it's just one of those, like, it's always right to do, you know? And I'm sure like there could be some bad faith ways of it, but like the more you push them, the better they're going to do, you know? Career politicians just end up in the Whitehall. Actually, might be like a more of like a bigger part of it, trying to sit in committees instead of sorting out the potholes and things. Yeah. Man, that's interesting, because I was you know, they were looking for volunteers to come to, because the city council members, also at least a good number of them, were willing to have one-on-one meetings with our campaign to talk about their, you know, to learn more about it from our perspective, but then also for them to provide questions to us that we could again try to answer or look into answers. And a lot of them were very much like, hey, we can't do anything. Hey, we're powerless. And a friend of mine, or, you know, I guess an acquaintance of mine from the DSA, I like to think we're friends, but that person who was running ended up losing to the person that we were sitting across from. That person's like, sorry, I can't do anything. And we're like, well, you can do something. And it's just so weird for somebody to run an election and campaign and push so hard to then get a position where they say, sorry guys, I can't do anything, I'm powerless, right? Like, it's true that they're not the president of the United States, but they have things that they can do, and it just seems very obvious that that excuse is used as an excuse for something that they don't want to do, but they don't want to say they don't want to do it. But it seems like there's a long amount of people who get into office that then say, sorry guys, I'm powerless. Because then why the fuck did you go for it then? Why did it mean so much for you to be the one who has to say, I can't do anything? Because we don't believe that you can't do anything, because you know you can do stuff. That's what you're there for. Whitehall is like London / Parliament, where the... I get you. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's like the big picture stuff, right? That might be like the more national governments, whatever it is, but that just the straight up pothole problem, you know, these little things. There was an issue with like a lot of the storms that we had where some people's water bills are like way too high. And it's not just like one person trying to like lie and cheat and get a better water bill. There's a lot of people who have like weirdly obscene water bills. And I was like, I was there at the town meetings, people were talking about it. And then other people have seen this effect a lot. And it's like, if we want people to have faith in the city council, whatever it is, like, if we're able to solve this problem and treat it with empathy, and like, even though it's not a big national issue, it's not a huge rights measure for gays, or, you know, it's just a very like specific municipal grievance that only affects a handful, but it really affects these people. And like, if you can't get this solved for them, then you're not really, you're not doing the good that you're supposed to do, you know. And even this, like a simple thing like a pothole, you know, like, you got to be able to do the stupid, gross bullshit. That's a part of, you know, that's the annoying bullshit work that you may not do. It's not flashy, but it's one of those things. And I'm sure there's some way that a person can be smart and campaign off of it and make it flashy and good, but man, yeah. There's some there's an amount of corporate backing, even at the local level, where even in these small elections, PACs and firms will come in and specifically help certain candidates or push people to get into place, or it's just a small business person who wants to help this specific thing for themselves. I wish there was more of a separation between people in political power and their investments and shit. It's so crazy. Like, my wife works for a financial service company, financial advising company, and I had to move my personal IRA and my bank accounts and shit around because they go, oh, you have a conflict. I mean, my wife's a graphic designer. She works in like the pamphlet making department, but not only did she have to move things that she had, but then I had to move things. Like, oh, I had a IRA with Charles Schwab, have to, transfer it all over to this other company. And like, they say it's to avoid conflict of interest, but the investment is not like, I want Charles Schwab stock to do good. The investments are in companies that exist in the market. It just happens to be through this one bank instead of a different one. So where they just want to make the money off of my IRA instead. They want to be the ones holding all of those funds so that they can invest it. They paint it as if it's this other thing. So if the husband of a graphic designer at a financial aid company has to completely, rework how do I have any of my, deeper money or whatever it is, then the motherfuck, of course, people in political power should be the ones putting things in blind trusts or not be allowed, and even their families. And like, if their parents and brothers and husbands can then immediately get funded or have investments in these things, then that's still a conflict of, if they do that shit for just a random ass graphic design job, of course we should be doing it to the people who run the things, and the fact that it's not is like eye-rollingly upsetting. And then there's, even with the few measures we have, then you have like Donald Trump like personally enriching himself with like scheduling things and meetings with officials at his golf courses or at his hotels. That alone should be not allowed. Technically him moving it to his firstborn son is like obviously not disconnecting it from his personal wealth. It's like a joke to pretend that it is. And then like the Trump fucking meme coins and shit literally should be a criminal offense. Also, the fact that they're rug pulled out, and like the Melania coin was rug pulled the same day it launched or whatever. It's like, again, clearly I have never met a person who's like, yeah, that's pretty based and good and like totally on the up and up. They just like to just never think about it instead. We live in a joke country. Hell, a joke world to some extent. Maybe China will eventually take us all over and then we can live in the prosperity. Maybe. Even though I was just driving to the DSA meeting today and I look at the stoplight that I'm at a big intersection and I'm like, dude, there's like all kinds of crazy ass cameras on this thing. I watched that video from, I forget the guy's name, but it was about how we have all this tracking data that tracks you through your license plates, and the panopticon that we have, the way that the grocery stores track how long you're taking down the cereal aisle to then sell that data to shit. Trump drained the liquidity out of crypto. Huh. It's well annoying as crypto when it's not just monkey pictures and meme coins. I have never been much of a crypto guy. I guess to some extent I have my flag that I've planted a long time ago. And I had my biases from the different places I was getting my information from. But crypto has always been one of those like it's a scam things from the word go. The idea of having a deregulated currency sounds good and all, but it's just because they want to be in charge of the deregulation. The regulation that's set up is actually there to prevent scams and bullshit, like, and then they're slowly repeating every scam all over again in the cryptoverse. We're watching, crypto markets doing rollbacks and saying, actually, because we lost money here, we're going to roll it back, and all, and then people start off like networks like the Ethereum network, then the Ethereum, I forget the name of the one, where it's like, this is actually an official rollback to the one before this big event happened. And like, it's all, and also blockchain is not useful for financial ledgers. It's the most inefficient way to do it possible. People saying that the technology is going to change the world way back when, and it's been around for however long, and despite the free market and all of the capital inside the crypto space, where's the blockchain that's changing the way medical records are done? Where's the blockchain that's done? None of these things have materialized. Where's the NFT game that's supposed to be fucking lit and where you can have all the bullshit put together? None of it, man. It's all just smoke and mirrors. But then everything is a fucking gamble. Everything is their only ticket to get out of it. So then it's a speculative market where there's money to be made. Oh, ETH Classic, which then failed. What the fuck? What happens when your shit fails? What the fuck? That's crazy. The Trump meme coin is one of the largest wealth transfers in history. Yeah, that's the kind of shit you hear about and you go, what the fuck? No one cares? This is just fine? Like... Bardando? I don't know what that is. There's, so there was like the Folding Ideas video that was out a long time ago about the science behind crypto. Because I had friends that'd be like, look, it's really important. You see, this guy invented this thing. No one really knows, but they think it's this guy, and it's this, that, and the other. Then other experts in the field, even other creators of things, are like, this is not what we wanted it to be for. In order to create a block in the blockchain and then to have to encrypt it with these computers that crunch numbers. Like when I'm buying a fucking, milk at the convenience store and doing a transaction, why is this added to the blockchain? And why does it cost so much energy to do this thing? The proof of work versus proof of stake that Ethereum has and finally launched, the limited amount, the eventual extinguishment of the last Bitcoin ever to be mined is supposed to be a good thing, despite it being like a deflationary mechanism. And then, like, the technology of using blockchain for certain things makes sense in their individual uses, but not like a global reevaluating of the way that banking works. And then my friends are like, well, yeah, but like there's problems with the current banking system, right? So therefore we should throw it all out and make a new thing that I hopefully will be on the ground floor of and may be rich myself, which is like, but they don't put it that way, but that's what they're looking for. You can, to be fair, still probably will accept decent returns on Bitcoin. What do you mean? Is that about the buying milk transaction or whatever and keeping that on the blockchain specifically? It's got some decent aspects for decentralized finance, but it's in other ways you see the most uplift. I mean, there's like the average restaurant has a X% chance of being successful in the first few years, right? There's a certain like fall off rate of most businesses and things. So the immediate amount of companies that dissolve and fall apart inside of the crypto space to some extent is expected, but obviously the rate is much higher than anyone in the field would ever want. And then, especially to the layman, selling crypto as this, like, it's going to fix the world, and then feasibly there's nothing you see that works off of crypto blockchain bullshit. There are other encryption methods that can keep ledgers safe and useful without having all the bullshit attached to this thing. If there is a specific type of proof of work thing that works with the blockchain system, then that's fine. But then just shoehorning it into one of the most used things, that is currency, and making that as like, it's a complete overestimation of the use and value of it, because they just want to have a new ground floor. You know, they want to have the no regulations. The decentralized is not decentralized. It is as centralized as you can imagine right now, right? It's all through these specific exchanges, and then when an exchange falls apart, like FTX or whatever, you know, it's just, and then, not that it's necessarily a fault of the individual science of blockchain, but the amount of scams and things that are just literally ruining. I have a coworker, or had a coworker, who was telling me about how he's getting in on this blockchain thing and he's doing this, and I'm like, there's no way you're getting these returns on your investments. And like, I tried to show him that it was all fake, and I was like, look, I'll set up an account and, like, you know, let's prove it, you know. And I'm like, bro, we have the same exact Bitcoin address. Like, we have the same exact wallet number in this system. This is obviously fake. They just take your money and they show you that you're making money in your account. But if you're not moving that money into your personal bank account, this money is not real. You know, like, and that's just one type of scam on top of 100 different scam, you know. And again, the technology exists. It has its uses in very specific fields that are not the scope of the entire planet's monetary system. But it's really hard to ignore the damage that the Bitcoin and crypto shit has done to even the average Joe. You know, it's a for every one Bitcoin millionaire out there, there's literally, it's a zero-sum game. Those guys got the money because other people bought in, hoping to then also be rich, and then they weren't. I got buddies who have talked about it. I had friends that bought into the meme stocks, lost a bunch of money. You know, the same. I've also had friends that try to get into weed stocks and lost a bunch of that money, even though they had a high time. So it's not like, you know, every speculative investment works this way to some degree, but there's just a certain velocity of the crypto markets that made me incredibly resistant to them, to the point where, like, I saw them as an evil. So whatever good they had was immediately thrown out, because I see them more as a plague than a benefit. You know what I mean? If you dump some money into Bitcoin within 2 or 3 years, outperform using savings or checkings. Only because people believe in this speculative asset that provides no value. Bitcoin provides no tangible benefit to society, whereas at least a company is literally a thing, right? You can argue certain companies are mostly just vapor as well, but there's technically, like, you know, Tesla is all based on its, you know, importance as a tech company and what they're promising, but there's still employees, workers, and factories that exist that are at least tangibly related to that thing. Big gains are long over, right? Yeah, you're never going to gain 1,000%, right? It's not going to go from $90,000 to $900,000 per Bitcoin. It's just not going to happen. Whereas you can buy it when it was worth fractions of a penny, and now it's worth a bunch, right? So getting in on it, like, you'd fear of missing out, brother. You missed out when, you know, a decade ago, right? And you won't see that kind of performance again. 15% over 2 years, sure. Yeah, that's what my friend thought too. The exchanges are centralized, yes. The other stuff isn't, and it's widely useful in less developed countries to offset. Yeah, it's a Ponzi. Everyone knows that's the meme coin field. Argentina, they got on the fucking crypto. Oops. That didn't work out so good for them. The idea that it's going to be beneficial for the third world or for, you know, different developing countries is what is that? Infantilizing them and making them like, oh look, because their system's so different and small, it's actually going to be good for them and help them, when there's so many other things that could be done to improve their systems. From like the different forms of colonial, like the way that the French control the currencies of a bunch of countries in Africa specifically, the way that a bunch of corporations run the natural resources of these places, while their figurehead governments are put into place by those same leaders of the company, of the countries that have those companies in them, allowing them to nationalize their resources and stuff, to then work in a global economy that works with whatever, you know, fiat currency that, you know, that people want to use. There's so many better ways to improve their position than all of a sudden putting them into a fucking Bitcoin bullshit. You know what I mean? Like if fucking the blockchain doesn't help out Silicon Valley startup companies or you know, deeply entrenched government facilities or things, it's not going to help, you know, some developing nation form its fucking banking system. That's not where it's going to help them. Trusting the, you know, Bitcoin miners stuck inside of a Russian you know, farm in Siberia is somehow going to like benefit the developing nation form a stableness in their currency. It's one of those, like, there's so much more faith and hope and what I feel is disconnection from reality to make that a possibility. I'm not up to speed. It's been a while since I've had to like really talk somebody off the ledge when it comes to crypto stuff, but it's just one of those things that I feel like there's people who really believe in it and they want to believe it, and the more that they try to convince me, I'm like, are you trying to convince me, or are you trying to convince yourself that this is good and important? Because the way that they push it and they support it and they fight for it, it's like I haven't seen these people fight for fucking rights of humans this hard. You know what I mean? I don't see people fighting for fucking, you know, the same person won't fight for the rights of Palestinians, but they fight for the right of Bitcoin to exist. And it's just like, god damn, dude, why do you want this so bad? Despite everything, you know, I feel that's a completely valid criticism. They just wave it off as like, nah, man, it's the future. You don't understand, you know? And maybe that's a mischaracterization of how you're approaching the situation, and I apologize if that's coming across that way. But I've just been in this situation before a bunch of times. And whenever I get, not talking points, but just these sort of like examples and thoughts, and they're you know, it's 75% the same thing every time with some minor differences. And I don't mean to completely write you off as just like some, you know, bad actor or something. I guess it's a bad way for me to be considerate when talking about it. I guess it's just it's one of those issues that's difficult for me to properly explain my disdain. And I guess that's a bias that's built in, right? Just because the more and more it was pushed, the more and more I'm like, this is gross. And then it's hard to not see it as a gross thing, right? Which is why I appreciated the Folding Ideas video that really went into the specific complaints that not only other scientists, but just the majority of the field, when it comes to types of systems and even developers that made these things originally, see them as a perverse version of what they created, and the use cases are not being done in good faith. So that's where a lot of the foundations of my distrust were sort of reinforced, because I don't have the deep inner knowledge of how these certain computer systems and how these certain financial systems and how these certain elements are all at play at once, right? So just like with most things, I look to the majority of the scientific community. One community seems to be full of the crypto bro, Twitter guy, you know, companies that are all looking to get theirs, whereas the nerds that run these things and use these systems for the good reasons, air quotes, they don't have the same rose tinted glasses for them. So then the more that those guys wheel and deal, and even though I'm sure not everybody is a scammer and all that kind of stuff, and again, the number of companies that fail and other businesses is expected, and this new one has a higher rate because there's a certain number of scammers mixing in, and maybe they just happen to have, because it's new and unknown, there's a higher percentage failing, so maybe only 1% will actually make it through. But you know, if it's supposed to be so good, maybe the 1% is worth it. But even the field that formed and built these systems doesn't believe in it. So it's just like, yeah, at this point, blockchain is so old, we should have a better thing to blockchain for the same purpose of blockchain. You know what I mean? You live in South America, going to Argentina for a football tournament, everyone's having to hoard their change because there wasn't enough pennies for everyone to use public transport. Most people think crypto is about making fast buck. They're not going to do anything but lose money for those people that go that way. But a trustless system that allows privacy is where a lot of the utility is when you look at Google, Facebook, etc. I remember there was a thing that described, because like I always heard about how, oh look, it's great because it's used for anonymity and drug deals and shit. But then like also it's on a blockchain where the ledger is completely forever permanently ingrained. And then thinking about it being permanently forever unchangeable, but also anonymous. One of those, like, how do those two things work together? I guess because you have an anonymous wallet, but like if you want that wallet to ever go to a bank where the money is fiat again, right? I guess you have to go through some subsidiary overseas bank or something that would then take the money and then move it out. It's like, you look at CoffeeZilla, you know, how anonymous are these blockchains when he can do a full video looking at every wallet that like is scamming and like Hawk2a coining itself, right? How anonymous is it supposed to be? Because it's using a lot of energy to be as anonymous as possible, and it's actually not that anonymous, right? I remember there was more of a look at how that works and how that balances, and I apologize for not retaining enough of that, but yeah, I guess that's sort of the basis. The hospital uses an environmentally friendly paper cup for coffee. It's got a unique water-based barrier coating, so it can be composted. I don't remember how that came into things, but I guess... is it one of those, like, it's a paper straw where it just kind of sucks? And, like, it's nice that it's trying to be better for the environment, but damn, this cup sucks. And you have to use 2 or 3 as it, like, slowly soggies apart. Or is it like, oh, no, this is sick. It works just as good as a wax pack paper cup, and it's actually just better. Yeah, I live in a coastal state in Florida. So, just as good as normal? Hell yeah. I remember seeing some like little like, now this, a new company that's making a spoon that's edible and compostable. So instead of getting a plastic spoon in your takeaway shit, it's made out of like some kind of compressed, I don't know, starch or something. So it holds up even under temperatures and works, but you could eat it, but it's kind of gross. But at least when you throw it out, it turns into, you know, fertilizer or something, right? Yeah, I am a Florida man. I think it's a bit of a, it's not oversaid, but it's said a lot more. The sunshine laws, I forget the name of it specifically, but there's like a, there's a law about public information in Florida that's very public forward. It's very robust. So that's why like every bug shot is put on a website very fast. Public records are very opened. So that's where a lot of those Florida man stories come from. As good as normal crying face. Maybe that was meant for the sea levels rising, but it's like, oh no, the cup's not as good. The public records is why there's so many Florida man stories, because those informations come straight out. GTA 6 is in Florida. I mean, Miami Vice or GTA Vice City was, I guess, I don't know if Vice City was in Florida or was in a fake state. I forget. I've never even played GTA 5. I played GTA 4. Nico, my cousin. It is Miami. Okay. That was the last GTA I played. I never played 5. I'll be like one of the only people who like goes from 4 to 6. Even though 6 is obviously taking however many years to come out. Yeah. I think it might have been literally in India where it was like being made and it was like being used first or something. It's just the chances of displacing an oil company that produces plastic forks, right, in an American market. It's just one of those, like, you're not just fighting in the marketplace, you're fighting against the invisible hand outside the market. That's not, you know, consumer choice, but more or less big business. You're a winter guy, so you're automatically on the left regarding climate change. What does that mean? I mean, being on the left when it comes to climate change, I guess, is good. I just don't know what the winter part of it is. I guess, like, you want it to be cold and you don't like the idea of the seasons getting hotter, but I'm pretty sure the whole climate change thing just makes blizzards more blizzardous. You know, the colds get more cold, and then the summers get hotter. It's more extremes back and forth. So I guess you just don't like the cold. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, but that I guess that's definitely a historical element to the left or whatever. And I guess there's also a global element to it. But like, China is making, who know, I could not tell you how many nuclear plants China is currently developing and working on. I've heard good and bad things about those tiny reactor style, which are faster to spin up and modular and easier to expand. There's some interesting, you know, I used to be like, oh, nuclear energy. I watched The Simpsons. I know the big, you know, glowing barrels, right? But I've learned since that was, it may not have been, it might have just been from an environmental, like, we should not have nuclear. It's dangerous and gross. Oh my God, 3 Mile Island and Chernobyl. It's dangerous. We're scared. You know, fear mongering outside of corporate power and stuff. But, I feel like that's gone away to some degree, you know what I mean? Because people want some usable power. You know, as other first world conveniences fall away and people are, you know, having cost of living crises, I feel like, you know, as people look back to natural gas and coal and say, just give me some power, goddammit, it would be much better for them to go and just make some nuclear at least, right? Like, please don't go to the climate change increasing ones. The Nord Stream pipeline, yeah. No, it makes complete sense, especially on that lines. I think I've heard that nuclear really wants water source, and it really wants low tectonic activity. I assume that Europe is, I guess, pretty good for both being around a lot of water, especially the UK, obviously. And then I don't know of a lot of earthquakes in the European subcontinent. There might be a certain fault line that I'm not aware of, but people are still going on about the Kirk. Yeah, I mean, it was quite the story. And then the manhunt element of it, and then the guessing of what that could mean, the conspiracies of like the different governments possibly doing it, right? And then talking people off the ledge on that. And now, okay, what drove this one deranged individual to do an insane thing? Ultimately, doesn't matter what camp this one individual ended up on. And it seems like it might actually be one of the new ironic campless camps, which is a whole new layer of irony in the Gen Z section of things, which is kind of terrifying. But again, it doesn't necessarily, you know, the idea of what the reason it matters so much is because Trump was like going like, oh my God, we're going to destroy all organized left-wing things and deport them and kill them and do all kinds of and it's like, oh fuck, you know, like he's ramping up. They already have the now largest form of like all the different parts of the DOJ combined now, or like how much money is going to ICE. The Gestapo forces that are already kidnapping citizens and doing extrajudicial, no due process seizures and rights stomping, and now they're saying they're going to, you know, like when Big Balls got beat up by, you know, the dozen people that he pushed off, and it ended up being 2 15-year-old children. He locked down all of DC and had tanks rolling down the street, you know. Now his best friend, his, you know, the only real sun in his eyes, was assassinated. If he's gonna put that on the left, oh my God, what's gonna happen to America? You know, like, I'm a member of the DSA. Am I gonna be black bagged and fucking, you know, strung up for organ meat? You know, what the fuck? So that's why people are like terrified and looking into the specific background of this one random deranged individual. Again, doesn't matter what this one deranged individual was on a team for. Ultimately, no. Also, you look at the numbers. The number of right-wing sided, you know, shooters has been well documented, to the point that even our DOJ website now, under Kash Patel's policy, has removed the study that they did on it to hide that information from the public, which is obvious, but you just say it out loud and you just go, yep, and no one's going to impeach him or get rid of him, and it doesn't matter, and people are going to forget about it because the next thing's going to happen, whatever, you know, like, fuck. We live in a joke country. They're tame. You have some, I don't know if that's just the irony pilled ones or if it was nuclear power plants. Nuclear is not as good as people think it is. That's why Australia's gone solar and wind. I mean, hey, going renewable specifically outside of nuclear is great. There's no reason to poo-poo that. There's disadvantages to some aspects of solar, 24-hour use, you know, transmission lines to run across Australia from the deserts to the coastal regions would be so expensive and then there's a certain amount of efficiency loss. You could use the super expensive high transfer lines that are recently built in China, but like, are they as useful inside of Australia, whatever? Like, benefits to having a robust and multi-layered system, so that way when there are more storms that create more cloud cover, or wind patterns shift because of a jet stream change, you know, all these different things, like it makes sense to have a diversification of the ways that your infrastructure is robust, right? Most part, not all of Europe have earthquakes past Italy, Turkey. Oh, you have some earthquakes. Gotcha. Sorry, that's what you're talking about. Not all of Europe have the earthquake pass. Italy, Turkey are the only ones that have an issue. Oh, right, because I forgot the big earthquake in Turkey not that long ago. Well, long ago by modern, yeah. The largest cables in the world linking our solar power system to supply Asia. Oh, interesting. I guess that would be like Indonesia and I mean, like, you know, Siam and maybe not Vietnam. I mean, I guess like all the, you know, because like obviously China has its own crazy energy network. It seems like a lot to like go over that whole ocean to like try to interconnect from Australia continent out. I mean, I guess you have the whole outback as a desert to get a lot of sun, but that's a lot of energy export specifically. That's awesome that you're able to 100% run through your solar with no bill. Like, I've got a tier 2 system at my house that's rated for however many kilowatt hours, and I still don't produce enough to outweigh my use. How many kilowatts, megawatts, whatever it is, do you use in a month in your household, if you know? I happened to be looking at my stuff not that long ago, because I use about 1.5 to 2, somewhere in that range, megawatts per month. I mean, obviously, different months of the year have different cooling needs and whatever. Like in the early parts of the year, we use way less energy because the AC runs way less because it's actually not as obscenely hot, right? 4 adults, okay. Yeah, I mean, I live in a house with 2 adults. Like, I actually turned my computer off for the first time in a long time. Like, just turned it off and then left the house and then just left it off. Because I've been kind of one of those computer on permanently kind of guys. You don't have AC? Oh, okay. Well, that would save you a lot of energy. The biggest energy users are air conditioner, water heater, refrigerator, and then from there, less and less. At least that's how it's been explained to me. And then when I was looking at the numbers, because I have like a consumption meter and all this different stuff to look at my, solar production and stuff. The GPU, if you're gaming, for sure. Insulation, absolutely. Well, I guess if they don't have AC, they would definitely need insulation. But I mean, like, a human being is a space heater, right? Like, we offload heat. Our body is a warm-blooded animal that will always run as a machine at 98.6 or whatever, right? And then that heat is then irradiated into the air around you. So that's why the more humans you have in a room, the more heat that's being built in that room naturally, which is where HVAC specialists come in. And then, like, then when you have like full-on corporate centers, the amount of heat that's involved in pumping, and like it gets more and more complex the bigger it gets. But not that I am an HVAC business guy, but like in Florida, everyone's a bit of an HVAC expert because, god damn it, this is there's some places in Europe have no air conditioners anywhere within 10 miles, and in Florida you can't go 10 seconds without finding air conditioning, right? Because, oh my god. Dad running his welders draw heaps. Sure, yeah. Insane amount of energy on those things. Even like a hairdryer runs an incredible amount of energy. You're just not supposed to use it that long. But the wattage that gets sucked out is like more than your water heater will have and shit. Just because how much straight up, well, maybe not exactly as much, but it's a lot of fucking energy. Like when we used to sell certain like battery backup things, like a big like lunchbox with a bunch of batteries built into it, right? A big lithium ion thing. They're like companies like EcoFlow and stuff. The toasters are like 1.5 kilowatts an hour. Yeah, because the toaster is just like a raw element plugged into the wall that just lets it out. It just literally radiates as much electrical heat as it can build, right? The toaster is such a simple thing. Like when you take a piece of metal and you plug it into a light socket and it glows, that's basically what a toaster is, right? It's kind of crazy. Like there's a spring mechanism that has a timed release or whatever. Like there's certain elements that, and then like there's like little things that holds the toast and catches crumbs and a little dial for whatever. There's some interesting, mechanical technology to it, but ultimately it is just electricity hot running through thin pieces of metal to then make it happen, right? It's kind of like the stupidest, smartest thing. You're rural, but a few miles from the city. America, let's just happy. Does it? I mean, I've only ever known our 2 or 3 prong plugs. The bigger, well, so there's the standard, the most basic, simple, like a lamp. We'll have just the 2 prongs sticking out. Negative and positive, I guess. I forget, because I'm not an electrician, obviously. I forget if they call it neutral or if they call it, they don't call it, because ground is its own thing. That's the 3rd pin, the big bottom pin of our if we have 3, there's like the 2 vertical ones and then the little circle on the bottom. Our light outlets look like a little face going, yeah, I always think that's, you know, funny and cute, but yeah, the bottom one's the ground one. So anything that's a bit more substantial will use a ground plug. And it's kind of annoying because a lot of cheaper extension cords are just built for those small 2-prong things. Something like a phone charger, 5 volt, 1 amp, whatever, little nothing. It just plugs into the 2 prongs. Most lamps, simple 2 prongs. But then, like, you know, a mini fridge obviously will have a ground plug. You know, the lights for my stream setup have a ground plug. Lots of things, most things generally nowadays have a ground plug, both because of the amount of power it draws, but also become extra safe. Why not? But, you know, your extension cords don't always have a damn ground. You're like, damn it, you know, you have to spend a little bit more. Do you have fuses in those plugs? Sometimes. Obviously, the power strips have them more often. And I remember back in the day, there used to be a little section that I could pull out with a fuse. The newer ones I've gotten have like a more sleek in the home look. The cable around the cable is like braided with like cloth and shit. Just to make it look a little bit nicer than like a white scraggly ass cable. So I think some of the newer ones don't have a fuse in them to pull out. Because I remember there was this little window, and when you would get them, when you would get them, they would come with like 1 extra fuse in a little bag. But we just have breakers in the garage or something, or sometimes inside of your house if you're like in an apartment or in a very cheap house, or again, a house that was built a long time ago. The breaker panel might just be like in the hallway or something. But that fuse is meant to shut off in deadly circumstances. It makes more sense to have them downline where you need them. More and more, we're getting like GFCI, I think is the correct term. So whenever there's around moisture and water or whatever, like a lot of times bathrooms, plugs for hair dryers have little reset plugs on them, or like I guess which is kind of like a little safety switch. If it notices a short or an overdraw, it'll trip that. But yeah, I mean, generally speaking, I know that the American electrical system is not as safe as others. I get that entirely. I have learned a lot about the American electrical system. I follow the channel Electronic Connections, whatever. Very nerdy, very weird, Midwestern dude just going over shit. It's interesting. So there's certain things like, you know, we use 60 hertz power. You guys use that 50 hertz. Weird, you know. I don't know. I don't really have a horse in that fight. I just know that on certain electrical settings inside of certain pieces of equipment, I have to set it to 60 hertz instead of 50 hertz because, and also like that's, to me, that's kind of like the power version of NTSC and PAL when it comes to like broadcast shit, right? When you're having, you know, frame rates in an export, it could be PAL or it could be NTSC. That may have even been back only interlace analog shit. I don't know if that's still around for digital. Obviously, I don't see that on the exports of any digital files. So I guess maybe that's fading away to some degree. I don't know, with like global distribution and shit, if everyone just fiber optically sending their internet protocol shit instead of analog signal, it might just be a thing of the past. Huh. My time of looking into those specific topics is sort of like there's a gap in my knowledge when it comes to the internet side of things. Interesting. Uh, 6 p.m. after neighbors, our electricity grid was maxed out because of kettles. Huh. Same day on Xmas after the Queen's speech. That's funny. Also, very non-American to have electric kettles. A thing I learned through that same channel is that we Americans are dumb and just boil water on the stove. we don't use an electric kettle. Also because we don't make tea. So I guess the closest thing to the electric kettle we have is our insanely cheap pour over coffee makers that boil water, push it down into a big bucket of grounds. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we just don't boil water that much. There was a time where I was like really into like cup of noodles, and sure, we just don't feel like buying it. Even though we're the most consumerist motherfuckers, right? And we sell you every kitchen gadget under the sun. Nobody feels the need to have an electric kettle because, I don't know, we don't boil water that much. We just don't drink tea. We drink soda or coffee. It's just one of those things, man. Different culture. For whatever reason, you know, if there was more ads in the 50s about having an electric kettle to boil your water for your instant noodles or something, maybe we'd be, you know, lousy with electric kettles. It seems like a much more efficient system, because instead of having a whole oven stovetop heating up, having its inefficiencies just to boil a specific amount of water, whereas like the specific, I don't know, induction or whatever the hell that little thing in there that's designed to rapidly boil water in a very specific way, it's the way to do it, you know? It's the way to keep it as simple as possible. I mean, like, do you even have to clean out your kettles all that much? Like, it's because it's just water, right? You're just boiling water. It's like, it steams itself. You know what I mean? Like, shouldn't it just be like, you just open it up, fill up with water, close it, and then let it rip. You know what I mean? We microwave soup. So, like, if we get soup, it's going to be in a can. Either it's condensed and you have to add some water, or you, it comes pre-watered down or whatever, and you just slop the can into a bowl and you just microwave it. You get buildup. Okay, I guess with like hard water and different sediments that get left behind, you might have to. That almost seems like it'd be harder to clean out if there's like, you know, minerals deposits. If Tesla was more focused on self-making tea tech, what a world. Again, from my knowledge of those big batteries that we would sell, it would be like, look, you can run your refrigerator for 12 hours. You can run your, you know, little radio for, you know, 48 hours. You can run your hairdryer for 1 hour. And it's like, what? That small amount of time for something as simple as a hairdryer? But because the draw of those things is huge. So I imagine a tea kettle, like you were saying, that when everyone used a tea kettle at the same time, that's where there's a spike in the grid, boom, you know, brownouts or whatever it is, because there's just too much of a spike, because those things yank a shit ton of power to get that element to go, whatever it is, in that moment. Even though it's only for a short period of time, overall, it's still a lot of, like, if you break it down to a per hour, you know, kilowatt breakdown, it's like, oh shit, you don't get so like any battery thing would be like one charge, you know, runs that sucker. And you know what batteries love? High temperatures. They sure don't, you know, have a real nasty problem with super temperatures. They have line scale filters and stuff and like that. Okay, that makes sense. Would that be like a filter prior to the water pouring in? But that would be difficult to pull out, I think, from the water being poured in. Unless it's like, is it like a tablet or something you put in, or like people have dedicated filters for certain strains of tea? A whole new world. I mean, the South in America, sweet tea is our tea, and I don't even like that. There's some like specific types of like weird like diet Lipton, you know, green tea thing that I tried. Like, oh, this is nice. I don't mind this. You know, it has, there's some, you know, a little bit of lemon in it or something. That's not so bad, but I've just never been a tea dude. For better, I would say, at least when it comes to sweet tea, because that's like diabetes in a jar, right? The amount of sugar we put in our sweet tea is very sweet. In a tea shop, they'll have different containers of filtered water for different teas. I mean, it makes sense having the different jugs for the different like pre-mixed teas. Unless you mean like, this is our water that we use this water for this type of tea, and then move it aside. Now this water, haha, this water just looks like a jar of water. That water is used for a different tea, because that would make no sense to me, because I think that water's water, right? I don't get it. So like, oh, we use distilled water for this one, but we use purified for that, and we use spring water for this. Yeah. To me, you know, the American sweet tea is a very specific type of brown tea. And then there's like the weird, you know, green teas and stuff that I've tried that are more mild, but still very, not quite like a jasmine tea or something where it's super floral. But yeah, the floral ones are like really weird for me. They're not like, I don't drink flowers. Yeah. I you know, I'll drink a root beer. I mean, like, if you guys aren't from America, have you ever had root beer before? I mean, I imagine that export may not be as, because at one point root beer was a very American specific type of drink with a very unique flavor that some people who would visit it go, wow, this is really bizarre. But I imagine this probably been disseminated out just fine. Yeah, you love root beer? Yeah, I love root beer. The only negative thing I have with root beer is that it's not a caffeinated drink, generally speaking. Maybe the ones with sugar will be caffeinated, but like all the diet versions generally just aren't caffeinated. This is what, for whatever reason, it was never mixed in, and that's annoying because, you know, I'm not like a huge caffeine junkie, but I just, whatever amount of caffeine I get is just through the soda I drink. Yeah, it's just one of those, like, you know, we just went to the World Market and we got a bunch of random, you know, treats of all kinds of different stuff. And that's where we bought a jar of Vegemite and some other stuff before, you know, oh wow, aha, you've heard about this before. I heard, we saw a thing of mushy peas in the British section. There was also a jar of pickle. It wasn't pickles, it was just called pickle. And I looked at it and it's got like onions and a bunch of like carrots and a bunch of just things that are vinegared, but it was just a jar of like just pickle. Then there was like salad, not salad dressing, but it was like salad mayonnaise or salad something. Nobody liked it. Yeah, I mean, it's a very unique thing. It's a Balkan thing. You put veggies in jars. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you wanted to get a bunch of different vegetables and having it all pickled together, you have it with cheese, lettuce, and tomato. A plogmuns? I have no idea what that is. I'm trying to think of what the salad thing was called. Fuck. It was like a big jar of like white dressing for, I guess, a salad. It wasn't called salad water. It wasn't called salad milk. It was like salad something. Salad single word. Or single word salad or something. I forget. Oh, if you put it in vinegar, you can pickle it. Yeah, I mean, it was called pickle, whatever, yeah. And eat it in a sandwich with cheese. Sandwich pickle, huh? Well, they're cucumbers, right? Technically, they're a pickled cucumber, right? But we just call them pickles. Yeah. Salad cream. Yes, salad cream. That's what it was. Yeah. I was like, what is this? Like, is it just mayonnaise, but like for a salad? Like, because we have ranch, which is a very specific type of, I don't know, mixture of like herbs in a creamy base. Then there's buttermilk ranch, which is just a more creamier version of the same thing. But this one didn't look like it had any of those same like flakes of spice in it. It was just a big, very, very cream to white colored jar with like a squeeze top or something. And Kara's like, oh yeah, I've had that before. My wife. I think she said it was fine. You know. I've heard, yes. The mushy peas I thought was really funny to see as a jar. pickles is a blend of things. Relish is a pickle, but isn't relish? Oh shit, you're right. Relish is like, well, to me, relish is relish. If someone said like, look, your hot dog has pickle on it, and it's a bunch of relish, I go, no, that's relish. What the fuck? But if it's a chopped up pickle, I guess that would be, it would look like relish, but usually relish is like green. You know, it's like a cartoon green. Like it's one of those like intense, it's almost like a bunch of jelly. It's so green. Like it's, I'm generally not a fan of relish, but if there's on it, I'm not going to be like, I'll eat it. But it's not like a thing I ever think about getting. Like I don't have relish in my house because, whatever. But yeah, relish is pickled. And I know that, like, I think on a California hot dog, there's a literal spear of pickle, right? Or cucumber pickle, or pickled cucumber on that hot dog. I like pickles. I also like pickle juice. Just like the brine. I just sip that sucker. It's so good. It's just enjoyably salty, I guess. There's a limit to how much you can drink for sure. You'll probably get real upset stomach if you chug a jar of pickle juice. But I like, because there's like the different seasonings that go into the vinegar, the dill, and all that, depending upon what kind of pickle it is. The cure for hangover. Interesting. I think I've heard that before. All your pickle is a vinegar soaked item. Same as pickled onions. Yeah, I saw there was a thing of onion, like crispy onions in something. It was these little like white ball onions inside of some reddish tinted material. And it's like crunchy and, something was like what those little like onion balls were. Again, that was in the British section. Yeah, it's like pickle juice for a hangover. It's supposed to be because it's like electrolytes intense, so it's like very hydrating despite it being salty. And the headaches that you get from a hangover a lot of times is a very intense form of dehydration. And then also the vinegar might have some sort of like stomach calming qualities. Like there's a bunch of things all kind of in combination that can sort of be soothing to the side effects of what a hangover feels like. I've only had like an actual hangover like once or twice. I didn't really drink so much. I've only ever drank the pickle juice of pickled cucumbers and the American dill / I don't know what the other types of pickling we have, but the traditional American pickle jar, the Vlasic pickle with a little like stork with a blue, mailer person's hat on. Kosher dill pickles is kind of the way that I see it written out a lot. I'm not sure what the kosher element is, if it's kosher salt or if it's literally blessed by a rabbi. It's just one of those like it's just there and that's a part of our thing. A full English fry up? Is that like a, eggs and toast and beans and blood sausage and all that? Like the English breakfast, you mean? Or is that like a whole different thing? I've never really eggs, bacon, sausage, beans. Yeah, interesting. Oh, there was also a bunch of cans of beans, and I was like, oh, look, is that like the official British beans on toast beans? Like, I was like, isn't it just baked beans? Like, I don't know if there's like a beans the British way, like maybe it's like, oh, we only use lima beans, not, kidney beans or whatever. I'm not sure. Like the traditional American, like baked beans with barbecues or barbecue sauce or, barbecue baked beans or whatever, like that you might see in a lot of Southern dishes and stuff. It's a very specific tiny ass little bean. Just beans in it. I mean, yeah. I guess just like how we have pickles defined as pickles, even though it's just a process known as pickling of an individual vegetable, a lot of times our beans are, we just call them beans, and it's like, well, what kind of bean? The botanist is like, hold on, there's all kinds of legumes, right? Which ones are these? I don't even know, Baked beans? Yeah, I should like. What beans are in baked beans? Yeah, tablet typing is annoying. Baked beans. Well, that's the AI thing. What type of beans are in baked? Baked beans are traditionally made with navy beans, also called haricot beans. But other white beans like Great Northern beans and cannellini beans are also common. There you go. I guess. Sure. I'll take it. I don't know. I never heard of a navy bean or a cannellini beans. I've never heard of this shit before. That's the AI overview. But it, like, you know, it's used in the baked bean. Like that's beans to me. That's a bean. That's beans. Yeah. This is a much more barbecue-y bean, and this is just more of a traditional brown bean color. Yeah, Heinz beans. We definitely have Heinz beans. I type in baked beans. This is the most basic baked bean to me, in both like the texture, how cooked they look, the color of the sauce. And then there's more barbecue baked beans, which are more of a darker, I don't know, brown sugary hickory style bean, right? But traditional baked beans is that. Yeah, those are some classic baked beans, yeah. Pale beans. I make a lot of bean dishes using all kinds of bean. Well, there's also like the beans that have those little like white eyes in the middle of the little like, you know, the little bended section. I think those are... I don't think they're black-eyed peas, but yeah. There's a whole bunch, you know, lima beans and Hadusky. That does sound like a... I've never seen it written out, at least not in this font, but I feel like I've definitely heard that word before through something. Nouveau riche. I mean, depending upon where you're at in the South, barbecue is an element that's added to a lot of things. It's also another way for Americans to put sugar in shit, right? I'm not sure everyone's tasted barbecue to some degree. There's a certain, I don't know, smokiness, whatever, to like the flavor. I'm not an expert in like doing the food describing. I don't really know what umami is, because there's savory and then there's also umami, and that's different than salty. Is umami like I think it's supposed to be like a meaty aspect, right? A Worcestershire. Yeah, I always like saying Worcestershire. Is this one of those like I know I'm always saying it wrong in a different way? Yeah. Then I like to ham it up and be like, oh yes, this is the Worcestershire sauce. You know, just add a bunch of extras in the middle for no reason, just because it's difficult to pronounce. I don't mind Worcestershire, Worcestershire. Really? You don't go west? You don't go, I guess, W-O-R, not W-E-R. Okay. Yeah, Worcestershire. Sure. Yeah. Just the more confidence you say in it, the more you're gonna be able to convince. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Now, as long as I never have to say it again, I can, you know, we're perfect. We're all set. Yeah. It's a very unique flavor, whatever the combination of elements. But hey, you know what? People say that there's no flavor in British food, but that's a flavor. That's a very intense flavor. You got to be careful how much you put on that, how much you utilize that. But it's probably some crazy spice that was brought in on some ship back in the 1300s or something. I don't know. Yeah. It was probably taken from something at some point. I don't know. Yeah. Really? It's a fish-based sauce? Or you just mean in general, like anchovies is just one of those, another intense flavor? I've had anchovies a couple of times. Not my cup of tea. Mostly because I really don't like fish flavor. Like, the fish I like is like fried white fish with tartar sauce. That's awesome because it's very agnostic. You just get to enjoy the texture and the breadiness and the fry element, as well as whatever sauce you add with it. It's anchovies, vinegar, garlic mainly. Wow, interesting. Huh. I guess that's where the intensity comes from, but neat that... Another thing, HP. Maybe, let's see. Is that just A1? It looks like A1. It looks like just an A1 bottle with a different label on it. Versus A1. HP sauce, the thick, sweet, and tangy brown sauce featuring... Oh, this is AI shit. HP sauce. What is HP sauce? And is it the same as American steak sauce? Hewlett Packard. Yeah, so this is our A1 shit. This is what we have. And it's a very unique steak sauce that I guess would be similar to Worcestershire sauce. But like there's a certain element of flavor that's similar, but it has its own spin specifically. I don't know if horseradish is the right way to put it, but the British people have pantries full of condiments. From the nutty tasting malt vinegar. That was what I was going to talk about, is like I've seen like my brother, even when we go to a fish place, instead of using tartar sauce, he'll put the malt vinegar on the fish, you know, fillets. And I'm like, oh, that's different. Or even put it on the fries even sometimes, or I guess the chips. Which is like, oh, that's interesting. I never really would have thought to do that specifically. To the fierce Coleman's mustard and the wildly popular Worcestershire sauce. I think I fucked it up again. All of these, none of them quite reach the cult status as the HP. Oh, wow. As brown sauce. Fair enough. Okay. Grocer in 1880, whatever. Tomatoes, dates. Okay, molasses, soy. Okay, that to me, that is very different than A1, but maybe I don't understand how those flavors combine. Exotic. Oh, tamarind. Before blending all that together with other fruits. Ooh. Spices, malt vinegars. Okay, vinegar. Okay, the banquet sauce. Huh. The particular... Oh, wait. The particular catsup versus ketchup. Yeah. All I know is the Simpson bit where Mr. Burns is like, ketchup, 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 ketchup. And I'm like, I don't know what the fucking difference is between ketchup and ketchup. I don't know. I don't know. It would be better. I guess it would be good if I did know the difference, but to me, it's all the same shit. I like ketchup. I know there are some people I know who are vehement ketchup haters. That's not me. I'm cool with it. I'll enjoy it. I can eat a fry on its own, and I can eat it with ketchup. I love both. They're both great. They got their ups and downs, whatever. Story behind A1. What messed the difference? Yeah, so I don't know. A1 has a story. I don't really give a shit. 1820, sure. Seem like copycat recipes of each other. The only similarities they share, they're both tinted brown. A1's ingredients are... I guess A1's ingredients are tomato, vinegar, corn, syrup, salt, raisin paste. Okay, that's different than dates, but how different? Puree, orange puree, spices. Each sauce has one ingredient that sets it apart. A1 that would come from the raisin paste. HP with the sweeter differentiation that comes from addition of tamarind. Some have compared flavor of Worcestershire, which is versatile enough to be enjoyed in a wide range of dishes. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so it's just like a different version, but somewhat similar. So we have the American version, better for worse, but some amount of it. Although, I would definitely try it. And next time we go to the world market, I'll make sure to keep an eye out for some brown sauce or HP sauce, just because why not? Although we don't really eat a lot of like steak, so we might not have a good dish to go with it, unfortunately. Malt vinegar is awesome on chips. Okay, I mean, I should definitely give it a shot more than... I don't know if I've ever even actually tried it on chips before. I think I've always like, I'll just stick with the ketchup. But the ketchup has a lot of vinegar in it, right? So... I mean, that's everything in America has shady ingredients for sweetness. And also, this is I mean, like, if this is the brown color you get out of this, that might be more gravy-like, brown gravy-like, in the American sense, versus the very, like, if you ever seen A1 on steak, it's a very rich, dark color, and there's even like what a weird little bottle. It's a dark brown. It's not gravy like anyway. Okay, I guess I'll pull up a similar example. This would be a very watered down version. I don't know. I mean, this must be like some kind of like specific. I don't know. That doesn't look. Okay, I guess it looks less watered down than the fuller HD version of it, but that's just a weird... I would never see somebody just lay it as an underlay or whatever. Yeah. It's definitely not barbecue sauce, at least in America. There's a lot of... like back of the throat, not kick. It has a bit of that... even though it doesn't have it in it, but it has a bit of that like horseradish, like just like a certain like burn, and like intensity that comes from that. Like even you put like a tiniest bit in your mouth, you're gonna get the same amount of intensity as you get a whole mouthful of it. There's just a certain like, I mean, some people don't like it because it's just sort of like overpowering. Like if you put A1 on a steak, the chef would be offended. Trump famously loves A1 on his steaks, right? Because he's a cheap fucking, jackass, right? That's like, a low class element of who he is as a person. People see. So we'll see what HP looks like on steak, just to see a picture of it. Similar. Okay, that's more red than the gravy that I would consider, at least for like what? Oh my god. Get the tub. Yeah, that's a family that eats. Yeah. Why? What's this? I guess it's like what? I guess marinating in HP or something. I mean, that's interesting that I'm seeing a lot. Well, this one looks more like the A1 that I would think of as far as the color wise. What a weird looking bottle of A1. Wait, this is all A1. What the fuck? Huh. I'm not even like a steak guy, but it's just interesting to think about the whole different aspect. Okay, so this is an entire saucepan of it. If this is legit, that's darker than I was thinking it was being, although it's a little desaturated in the color. That feels a little... It's a little brown. I'm missing the redness from it. Yeah, and then just like some of the other pictures, like if this is like too runny or weird because it's like a food photo or something, then that may not be a good representation. I mean, like I said, we'll give it a try, even if we just taste it, just a la carte or whatever. Ew, that bacon looks so gross. That's just too fatty for me. To me, I don't mind like if there has to be a little bit of that like whitiness to the bacon, but I want as much of the crispy red, dark red sections of bacon. That's what they call brown sauce. Yeah, I mean, there you go. I imagine though, it would be it would be more viscous than a traditional. Well, I guess some gravies are kind of runny. I was just thinking about how some gravies are super thick, but I guess it depends. And also, like, I'm a bit of a low class individual. I have eaten the most gravy I've ever eaten is like out of a jar. I never like, my family didn't like make our own gravies. You know what I mean? Like, we just bought a jar of gravy and we would put it on our potatoes or whatever. Which I have learned is not the way you're supposed to do it. Not even like the way you're supposed to, but like the way you just normally do it. Do you mean the brown sauce or you mean like gravy or specifically? It slaps on bacon and egg roll. And also, to me, as an American, egg roll is like that like Asian egg roll. Like, these are the egg rolls that we think of. But is there like a breakfast burrito is sort of maybe what you might be referring to as a, like, I could see how someone would call this an egg roll because it's a rolled up sandwich that has breakfast food in it. No, bread roll, not egg roll. Oh, it slaps on bacon and bread roll. These are fine. I don't mind these. So usually a flour tortilla because Americans love flour tortillas. I don't like a corn tortilla. I think traditional Mexican is supposed to be a corn tortilla. Now we're getting into an entirely different food group with Mexican food, which is I've only really had like the Americanized Tex-Mex version of things. Just bacon and egg on bread. Like a little egg sandwich? Kind of? Is it like a biscuit? Well, to me, a biscuit would be like... To me, a breakfast sandwich is either like an English muffin we would refer to as something like one of these, or where's like a actual biscuit one? These are all muffins. What we would call a muffin. I know that there's a very different version. These are like burger buns, which is kind of weird to see. Where the hell's all the biscuits? Hold on. Yeah, so these are like biscuit sandwiches. So the biscuit's kind of cut in half, and then you put... Sometimes we put a lot of sausage in our... Like a sausage patty in ours, but also there's like, you know, egg, cheese, bacon, biscuit, right? Like, there's all different kinds of those. Yeah, these are good. Yeah, they're good. Yeah. Who doesn't like this stuff? Damn, breakfast sandwiches hit. They hit good. Hot dog style or burger style? Oh, interesting. The full-on bun. Yeah. Man, just thinking back on like the pickle thing, and then thinking about like what we call a roll or a sandwich and all that. There's like just so many words that like us calling a pickle, even though it's a pickled cucumber, but we just call it a pickle. Like, it's just, and then like what we call a roll, like a roll, if I just type in like bread roll, like that's going to be this, just a little ball of bread. That's a bread roll. But so many things are just counterintuitive in the way it works. It's just kind of funny, just thinking back on it. And that's language in total. I imagine every individual language and dialect has their own sort of silly mismatched words or whatever. The classic one I always like to think of is like, we drive on a parkway and we park in a driveway, right? It's stupid. It's silly. But it's just a funny, like, ironic twist of words. There's a bunch more. I don't have them all memorized, but yeah, because like what we call a cookie is different than, you know, a biscuit. I misspelled it, but yeah, like to us these are biscuits, but to other people these are biscuits. But like, no, we're like, no, that's a cookie. They go, isn't that a cracker? Like, no, no, no. A cracker would be more of a savory, non-sweet thing. You know, there's a whole breakdown of how it all uses the same few words, but it means so much. And, you know, it's just one of those, oh, how interesting to be humans. I don't know. So weird. Roll as in you roll it, simple. Yeah, but even the bread rolls that like is a sandwich, it's not really rolled, right? Like maybe a hot dog bun you could argue is kind of rollable, but like a traditional, like, you know, top bun, bottom bun, burger bun is like, that's not a roll. You don't, I guess you could turn it sideways like a coin and roll it, but then you can roll anything. But yeah, I mean, I like the other one where like people talk about how, like, you know, we have the season of autumn. What about you, American? Like, we have fall because leaf fall down. You know, like, it's like, it's like, we're so fucking stupid sometimes. Oh, you mean like you roll the dough and shit? Okay. Yeah. Sure. Maybe. I don't do a lot of baking, especially with like breads. So, man, I really have had a very specific experience in life, and I've not gone out of my way. Like, I've never baked a cake. You know, it's a thing that I've seen a bunch on TV and I have an understanding of it, but I've never like made bread from dough. You know, bread isn't rolled. Well, I thought maybe like when you pull off the pieces, you'd like roll it before you put it into the sheet or something. I don't know. Again, that's me being like, you're giving me mixed signals. You're like, you roll all of them to bake. Bread isn't rolled, and I'm like, I'm sorry. Okay. Unless you mean like bread as in like sandwich bread is different because that is a loaf, which is not a roll. You know what I mean? Like, it's all, yeah. But I do like that even with the colloquial differences, it's not too hard to break it down and to go, wait, hold on. Yeah, loaf isn't rolled. That makes sense. Yeah. It's, you know, even like the most backroad southern dude, I might have difficulty understanding what the fuck they're saying sometimes, but I could still, like, we could slow it down and make it happen. Whereas, like, other than like sign language or like pointing and going you know, like, you know, doing a bathroom dance or something, like, other than doing some of the most simple actions, it would be difficult in places like, I don't know, Spanish speaking or, you know, any Asian country. Like, I would be fucked. I wouldn't be able to get the message across. So being able to go to like some like crazy deep Scottish town, even though half our words in the jargon have no mismatch, like, we could eventually get to something that would make sense to pass along human communication. Maybe not. Maybe I am overestimating the ability to overlap, but technically a biscuit is the cutting shape being round, hence why you lot call scones a biscuit. Whoa, hold on. A biscuit is the cutting shape. Like a circle, you mean? Or like a little like cylinder. So why we, as a circle cutting method, call this a biscuit, and then you have cut these biscuits out, or even these circles out. So we, you know, if you call this a biscuit, we wouldn't, even though it's the same shape as the element. But this is biscuit shaped, but you might call it a scone. Well, we would call this a cookie. What do you mean? That's just a cookie. That's a sweet, crispy ass little cookie, you know? And these are square, crumbly little cookies. And this is like a chocolatey cookie, you know? That, you know, it doesn't matter that it has the holes and it's made out of a cracker. And no, that's a cookie. You know, it's sweet. There you go. Real simple. Are scones the ones that are like super sweet and they're meant to be dipped in like tea or coffee, right? Oh yeah, there was another thing. We ate tea cakes before we watched Andor, and that was like a little, I don't know, like not a wafer, but like a little tiny cookie that was circle, and it was like a gigantic dollop of this marshmallow on top, all coated in chocolate. That was a tea cake. It was good. It was cool. I liked it. I don't know if that's a British thing or not. I forget which section of the World Food Market we bought it from, but it was somewhere. But it was like very English sounding thing. It makes sense to me to think of culinary, origins coming from France, just because France has been, a culinary whatever. Very interesting that scones can be sweet or savory, because we have cookie or cracker. Cracker is the savory, cookie is the sweet. I can't imagine a way that doesn't work in the American lexicon. So like, a long crunchy bread thing, if it's like a bread stick, that would be almost like a giant pretzel stick, but without the pretzel like specific type of bacterial yeast or whatever it is to make it brown and its style. But if there's like a long bread thing, that would just be called bread. You have crackers, of course. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I definitely did not think you didn't have crackers, but that adds another layer of complexity that you also have crackers as well as savory scones. And because I think of scones as the sweet things that are made almost too sweet. Not that American palate, because I just eat that shit raw, dude. It's good. But it's meant to be dipped in a bitter thing to help balance both of their aspects together or whatever. So to think of a savory scone, and it's like, well, then what do you also dip that in your tea, but it's just savory, or do you use it in a different aspect? Because like to me, scone is almost entirely a dipped type of treat for the most part, at least the intention behind it. That's what makes it a scone. In my, but I guess you can also dip a cookie, like we have Oreos, obviously. So you're supposed to dip those in milk, which maybe that's what you're supposed to do with a savory scone. Yeah. Tea and scones is usually cream and jam, no dipping. Oh. Okay. So that might just be the American in me. Just, where'd I dip in sauce? I do love sauces. Maybe it's because we have poor quality food, so you just need a sauce to cover it up. Or the trash food that I eat is poor quality food that need to be covered up. Devonshire. Devon. Makes me think of like Creole stuff. Is this more of the biscuit pastry thing than the actual tea? Or is this usually paired together, maybe? A 300-year journey. It's a type of scone. Okay. Because the word scone ain't even in this. You know what I mean? That's crazy to me. But then scone is pictured right with it, so. Huh. To me, that looks like a savory biscuit with jam and... that's not butter, I guess, because that'd be a fuckload of butter. So it must be like a cream, like a whipped cream. On a savory biscuit, whipped cream, but with jam. Unless it's a sweet biscuit, but that would be... That doesn't look sweet. That makes sense, right? That looks like a very buttermilk biscuit, maybe, or just a biscuit, you know? Putting jam on a biscuit, fire. Awesome. Sick. I love it. But then whipped cream on top of that. Never thought to do that. But I'm sure it's good. I mean, these look amazing, you know, either way. I'm a sucker for breads, crackers, cookies. That's my arch nemesis. It will be my downfall. My death will be caused by, like, there's specific aisles in the grocery stores, even the World Market grocery store, that are just like dedicated to that whole section, and I could just live in that section. You know, if we were down the zombie apocalypse and we had to barricade ourselves in one aisle, I would do that. It wouldn't be good, but I'm already in a bad situation, whatever, you know what I mean? Okay. My wife really likes pumpkins. She's done a lot with buying very unique types of pumpkins, baking them, pureeing the meat, then using them to make her own pumpkin pies and pumpkin, you know, special kind of pumpkin cookies and all kinds of pumpkin. She's a big pumpkin spice enjoyer, which is also a whole nother layer of consumerism on top of the actual, like, enjoying of the squash and or, you know, pumpkin plant, is then also enjoying the, like, Oreo themed pumpkin spice flavor bullshit, which is this whole, like, it's not even the pumpkin, it's just the pumpkin spice, but she still likes that as well. Like, there's a whole, like, season of pumpkin spice that comes around, and then she's got to, like, get a little bit of everything that's seasonal with it as just a nice little pick-me-up for that time of year. I'm probably more of a humbug Grinch about it than I should be, and I should let her enjoy things, and I give her a hard time. But I'll still, like, you know, when I go to the Walgreens and pick up my meds, I'll go inside and go through the drive-thru and I'll buy whatever special Hershey's pumpkin spice thing or whatever it is she's looking for, just because it makes her happy, you know? I'm sure I have plenty of dumb things that make me happy. I just can't think of them right now because I don't think they're dumb, because they're important to me. I try to, like, one of those things that I do is, because my mom always, like, poo-pooed the idea of getting, like, a card that you would sign, because it's kind of a waste of money. And they're overly expensive for what they are, or buying flowers or whatever. She was, like, very, don't do that. You don't have to do that for me. And then I kind of, like, proposed the, like, look, you know, how would you feel about not feeding into the idea of Valentine's Day, or, you know, cards and flowers? And, like, my whole idea was about making every day enjoyable and important, and the unnecessary, you know, wastefulness of those other days, or the added, you know, weirdly specific importance on them to do some sort of gesture, is misplaced. But then if I don't follow that up with making the other days special and surprising and interesting, because even, like, with Christmas or Boxing Day, whatever, I am bad at getting gifts, because, like, if I see something I think my wife wants, I'll just be like, hey, do you want this? This is cool. Have you ever seen this before? Let's buy it. Let's have it today, to live with it, to have it now. Just because, like, why wait until X number of months away from now before you even get to enjoy it? Why not include you in the purchasing decision of it? Because you might not be alive tomorrow. Enjoy it today if you can. And also, I'm eager to see her happiness, to have it and to enjoy it. So, I mean, there's probably more to do with the memory of the season. There's probably an element of surprise and anticipation waiting for that day, and you're excited for what you may or may not get. Even though you might be humble, you're still super happy to get something awesome. And maybe I'm sort of, like, stealing that away by being, again, a Grinch or whatever about it. So Will I make a sizable change in my personality over this one thought? Probably not. But it's, you know, it's a step in the direction, maybe. Just try to continue making not only every day decent and fun, but then also still be able to make those other days special too. That sounds like the best of both worlds. Maybe I shouldn't fight against it so hard. Here I am, being a contrarian and a centrist against myself now. Oh God. I'm going to talk myself into a hole. Yeah, I guess, you know, it's like a shower thought, but it's just introspection and just you can be your own worst enemy in a good way while also doing it in a bad way a bunch. Yeah. Let's see. I definitely have still have a bunch of videos that I was like interested to watch. I guess today just started out with me just randomly talking about shit. Because I also love just literally doing the just chatting where like, why, if you don't need a video to then have a talking point or whatever to start a conversation, that's great. I mean, this is the most invigorating thing for me specifically, generally, is just talking. But I'll give my vocal cords a break. We can watch some stuff. I mean, I'll probably still be talking plenty, but here, let's start with something simple, something fun. Like that. Grab this. Don't forget my normal flow. Save that. Ta-da. All right, manually unpin. Get to pause my lo-fi Hollow Knight.
When it comes to the ways that a snake can move, it's the
Oh, silly beef. Okay. See, this is too loud.
When it comes to the ways that a snake can move, it's the strike that perhaps gets the most attention. And I get it. It's striking. Sorry.
Strike.
Whether it's on the hunt or in defense, it happens incredibly quickly. A snake has between 10 and 15,000 muscles, and it uses them to essentially hurl its head forward, sometimes reaching its target in less than 70 milliseconds.
You know what's crazy is that cats are faster. I've almost never seen a cat not beat a snake. Whether the cat just goes up and just jumps away from the attacks, or just pop, 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 and then the snake's like, fuck, okay, I give. Cats are crazy.
That's 1/3 of the time it takes to blink. For snakes, right? It's too early. And it's not just the venomous snakes like the vipers either. The humble rat snake has a defensive strike that's just as fast, with acceleration on that noggin that would make a human pass out. If you happen to be prey and you get caught in an ambush, the strike generally happens faster than your nervous system can react, which scientifically speaking means you're f***ed. However, there are some animals that do have the reflexes to match. The kangaroo rat, for example, is a legitimate badass. Rattlesnake strikes are just part of the commute. All they need's a split-second edge, and maybe to guess right like a goalie, because once a rattlesnake starts its strike, it's fully committed to that line. There's no changing direction midway, and you can see they miss quite often. Boom, right in the noggin. It's like an insult. But of all the ways that snakes move, this might be the easiest to understand. It's like punching someone with your face. What's more incredible is that they can move about without limbs, so efficiently that they can live and hunt up in trees, sprint across sand dunes, hunt for friggin' fish, and some of them even fly, sort of. The lizard-like ancestors of snakes benefited from getting longer for some reason.
That's a mole, or is that a root? That looks like an animal, but maybe that's just two legs tied together, or like in the same perspective. That's crazy.
One idea is that they started to hunt down holes, but whatever that reason was, they held on to their limbs for quite some time.
I would say enjoy, but it should just be whatever, right? It should just be a part of the process, I guess. It shouldn't have too much. And I guess sometimes antibiotics can be a little upsetting or a little unsettling, but usually it's pretty unnoticeable as long as it's not like you know what I mean, taking it orally, right? So it's a drip. So yeah, it should be all right. As long as you're as long as the germs in you aren't antibiotic resistant. That would be bad.
You know, this one took a long pause in that song, Head, Shoulders, Knees, and Toes. Now, eventually, those limbs disappeared altogether. But if there was some disadvantage to that, no one told the snakes, because they'd already figured out how to get around. So this right here might be the most straightforward way a snake can move. Kill me. Come on, it's very cute. It
I've never seen
looks
that
like
before.
it has arms, but they're inside of a sleeping bag. It's called rectilinear locomotion, and let me tell you, they put the nope. Now you might expect that all those ribs inside the snake move like a slinky, but in fact the ribs and vertebrae are sort of pulled along by muscles attached to the skin. Here you can see the skin closer to the belly sort of stretch out and reach forward. Then a section of the belly makes contact with the ground and tightens up a bit, and only after that are the ribs and vertebrae pulled forward. Here's a view from the bottom for all you pervs. It's sort of like if you were lying on your belly, and then you flexed your neck muscles in a way that brought your nipples closer to your chin, and then you used your pecs to kind of drag yourself forward by your nipples. Should put that in your textbooks. But the snake lacks firm, erect nipples to gain purchase on the surface. But these belly scales here, the long ones, have some tricks. First off, the way they overlap means that when they interact with the surface, they can have some teeth to them. And those scales might seem smooth, but if you look real close, they look like a cheese grater. The shape and direction of these ridges means moving forward is smooth going. But if you push back or off to the side, there's some friction. And this becomes very important in the most recognizable way that snakes move. Lateral undulation. And let me tell you, snakes put the rectal and lateral... Jerry, you can't reuse that joke with different words. Anyways, it's the one where they go curvy. Lateral undulation can almost look like magic. The snake's body moves continuously along a fixed path, almost like it's on one of those model train tracks you had as a kid, which your dad played with more than you did. To try and understand what's happening, let's take a closer look. Now, this is a snake in the wild that's quite malnourished, but its movements are exemplary. First, pay attention to how the front of a snake interacts with those pebbles it comes across. Essentially, what it's doing is setting anchor points, and these anchor points help define the shape of the curved path. The curves are formed by contracting muscles on one side of the snake and relaxing them on the other, then switching sides when the curve changes direction. You can see these waves pass backwards through the snake's body if you put it on a frictionless surface. As the snake pushes against things, it generates all sorts of forces. Some cancel each other out.
Take that, snake. Frictionless, smooth surface. Fuck you, snake.
Leaving the ones in the direction of the movement. The fact that those belly scales have less friction moving forward than when they press backwards is crucial here. If you put a snake in a onesie, adorable, it can still create friction with the surface, but now it's equal in all directions, and you can see it can't move forward. On a fabric surface, a snake can still use lateral undulation to move, but with nothing sticking up to push against, it has to rely on the friction from its belly, and you can see it slips around a bit. So what some snakes seem to do is lift up parts of their bodies, redistributing their weight so they can have more thrust at the points of contact. And this lifting idea is the basis for a way that snakes can move on sand. If you use straightforward lateral undulation like this one's doing, it's a pain in the ass. It's like climbing a sand dune. You go back half a step for every one you take. But if you just change it up a bit, I mean, look at this f***er go. Those S-shaped waves in sidewinding look very similar to what we've seen before, but how it creates movement is actually quite different. In lateral undulation, every part of the snake is in motion relative to the ground. So even the parts that are pushing against things are moving. It's sort of like ice skating. In sidewinding, the snake creates a wave of stationary contact points that it pushes off from, while lifting the rest of its body off the surface. So at any moment, there are usually 2 points on the snake that are motionless relative to the ground. And because of this, sidewinding often leaves very clear tread marks, where you can even see individual scales. This movement is quite versatile. You can reverse that wave and move the other way, or even go around in a circle, and you leave your footprints to boot. Now, because their movement isn't in the direction of that head-to-tail line of their bodies, their belly scales have quite different microstructures. Instead of those toothed ridges, they have a smooth, porous surface, which minimizes belly friction as they push off with the side of their bodies. So by this point, you probably have an appreciation for the incredible amount of control that snakes have over their muscles, but also the intimate relationship they have with how their bodies can create friction. And this means that snakes can change up their strategies depending on what they're up against. These corn snakes here are moving up a significant incline, but you'll notice how differently they move depending on how far apart the walls are in little hallways that they're moving through. In these top ones here, you can see a sort of stop-and-go technique, which is called concertina movement. And let me tell you, if you're a snake that likes to live in trees, it's good to have a whole bag of tricks up your sleeve. Singular. They only need one sleeve. And if they're wearing one, quite frankly, everything's up it. But before that, learning about snakes is one thing, but protecting them and their habitats is even better. Stick around to the end of this episode to see how you can make a real impact by joining Planet Wild. Now, if the tree they want to get up in has a fairly rough surface like this bark, a snake might find enough crags and crevices to slither right up it. And along the way, if you need a rest stop, those belly scales can grab onto an edge, maybe while you pee on someone. Those scales themselves seem to be under active control. If it starts to slide backwards, a corn snake will change its body posture and potentially flex individual scales to create a kind of emergency brake. It's like if you were sliding on your belly and could stop yourself with an erection that pointed down, whatever. Many tree snakes look a bit more flat-bottomed, and that's because they can bend their skin and these specialized scales so that they have an edge when they climb. Get it? An edge? I can't stop. You can't make me. A brown tree snake can use that edge to glide right over a pole studded with only 2mm nubbins, while the boa has to scooch. It's the technical term. Tickle, tickle. I like to think that they're going, stop. They can use that edge to climb on the underside of branches, or glide straight up, and those nubbins are only 1mm. But if you take all the nubbins away, well, a snake gotta do what a snake gotta do. You got the reticulated python in the middle doing the ringy-dingy, good solid grippage like a firm handshake. Amazon tree boa on the left does the loopy-loopy, leaves a nice space in case you want to avoid a branch or a spider. And then the brown tree snake on the right just showing off again. He's so good at climbing. Sorry, I know what you're thinking. What about a pole that has some girth to it? Come on, brown tree snake, how are you going to climb yourself a fat pole? Well, like this. Starts out simple enough. But look what it's doing around back. It uses its tail to create a sort of lasso, sometimes with a simple crossover and sometimes with a knot. Once that's done, it starts to shimmy. Now, it's not exactly the express train. The snake moves up just a tiny bit at a time.
That's
while
wild.
The rest of its bits hold on. I mean, it works. If you speed it up 5 times, you can see it's making progress. But you might be wondering, why go through all the trouble? Well, here's a wild snake climbing a stovepipe, which was intended to protect a starling nest. But brown tree snake don't care. And I don't know if you can see that little lizard there, but he's watching the whole thing. He's like, oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, hey, there's eggs in there. But not all your food's going to be in a little box on top of pole. Sometimes you got to reach for it. If this scrub python here wants to go straight up, it can bridge a distance that's over 70% of its snout to vent length. Vent in this case meaning butthole, which is pretty far back, as you can see. Guess who can do it even farther? Yeah, that's right, the brown tree snake. Brags about it. Can look at me, I'm a full body erection. All right, it's
Look
impressive.
at that guy.
It starts to get a bit more challenging as that gap becomes more horizontal. Because
That
the
makes
farther it goes out sideways, the more torque that body experiences. It looks like, and at some
That's like the world's hardest plank right there. Just
point, it's too much, and you just got to go for it. Boom, takes it right on the
wow.
chin. Now, snakes can
Dang.
go across completely horizontal gaps, but not nearly the same distance as the vertical ones. This is more like the Iron Cross in the rings competition.
Okay, I guess that's more of a plank technically, but still.
But like always, there's some snakes that take this to another level. The brown tree snake, just kidding. Snakes in the genus Chrysopelia. Wow, do that. And you know, once you figure out you can do something like this, you're going to have fun with it. These snakes are sometimes called flying snakes, because falling snakes doesn't sound as good. Actually,
Yeah.
gliding might be the best way to describe it. The initial jump gives them some horizontal speed. Now, as they fall, they actively flatten their bodies by spreading out their ribs. Now, the cross-section of their bodies starts to look a little like the cross-section of a wing. After a brief dive, their body takes on an S shape, and it starts to undulate. The movements help stabilize the snake in the air as it becomes a kind of floppy wing. Air passes over the body crossways, which is kept at an angle that generates lift and shallows out its angle of descent. Now, they haven't evolved landing gear yet, so the touchdown can be a bit abrupt. But they're a light snake, so they can take it. I know what you're going to say. You didn't cover how they move in water. Well, those badasses get their own episode. But listen, There's nothing I like more than showing you what a snake, or quite frankly any animal, is capable of. But I do need animals to exist in order to do that. That's why I joined Planet Wild and why I think you should join too. It's a community-financed rewilding organization. It does so by protecting biodiversity worldwide by funding frontline ecosystem restoration projects. Each month, Planet Wild picks a project to help fund that either protects endangered species, supports aquatic life, or helps rewild landscapes. And those funds come from the memberships of the Planet Wild community. And the best part? Planet Wild documents their missions with video reports, so you can immediately see the impact of your contribution and understand where your contribution is going. The most recent project is about a new way of reintroducing families of little owls, not just individuals, into areas where they're critically endangered. And that's the sort of project you'll be funding. Choose a membership tier that fits your budget. Every dollar counts in protecting nature. Even better, the first 150 people to sign up will get their first month free as a special welcome gift. And you'll see your impact at the latest 30 days later. If you don't feel like supporting Planet Wild anymore, you can cancel anytime.
This was a snake that was in our bathroom, but it's actually not a snake at all. It's a specific lizard. A glass lizard, as it's referred to. Yeah, I mean, water moccasins is one of the thing that we were always talking about, being taught to look at. But I just woke up one day and I was like, I need to take a piss, and I looked over and I'm like, snake. And I just texted Discorded Kara, my wife. I was just like, snake. And I just typed the word snake to her. She's like, snake? And then I just set a picture of a snake in our bathroom, and and then had the emoji snake afterward. And she's like, what? We're pretty sure that our cats brought it in, but the door to the backyard, the cat door, was closed off. So we're like, how the fuck did this... How long was this like chilling in our house, hiding or something? But yeah, it's actually a glass lizard, which is a legless lizard. I forget the difference of what makes them different than a normal snake. I guess because they have eyelids and some other thing.
You might think, oh wow, 2 snakes together? That's crazy. Wrong. This is even crazier than that. These are not snakes. These are basically legless lizards. These are glass lizards. And what's wild about glass lizards is that they basically look and move exactly like a snake. They have no legs. But there's 2 key ways you can tell that these are lizards and not snakes. First off, they have kind of a blockier, more sturdy pattern, and their scales are quite different, especially around their head, if you get a close enough look. But the other thing, they can blink their eyes, because unlike snakes, lizards have eyelids. What's really weird about this situation right now is that there's not 1, but there's 2. Why are they together? Well, this makes us think kind of like a scientist. Why would these 2 non-social creatures be together?
I think these are officially legless, but I think I do know of some weird looking things that do have these super tiny legs, but then having scales for legs, because even like the snakes from the other video were kind of like using the scales and shit in certain ways.
My theory is love is in the air. There's something else really cool about these glass lizards though. Check out the tail. See that little nub? Glass lizards have the ability to drop their tails when predators threaten them. What happens is a predator will try to bite, and this all basically looks like a tail, but they'll drop the end, and the end of the tail will wiggle around while the rest of the glass lizard runs free. It's a great form of defense. The road we're on kind of cuts right through prime habitat, and that brings up a conservation point. One of the leading threats to a lot of reptile populations are roads, because think about it. The sun is beating down on these roads.
It's like, bro, they're trying to fuck. Can you give them some space?
These are ectothermic or cold-blooded creatures that need heat to basically move and survive. They lay out on roads, they don't know it's a road. Car comes by, hits them. You see dead on road reptiles all the time. So it's something important to consider. Where we put our roads and how we design our roads really impacts reptile populations. But for now, let's not think about the problems. Let's just think about how cool these creatures are.
Kind of a weird, like, breathing thing, too. That looks different than a lizard to me, but I did not notice it when we had the one. We just have these little, like, tiny little nets. Some are on long poles, some are on little extendable long poles, and I was just like, okay. You know, just kind of like wedged it underneath it and then kind of just let it fall into the net. And then we just, okay. Walked out of the front door, put it in some bushes, and it just went away. It's like, goodbye. But the one we had in our house had that, it's kind of hard to see, but there's weird brownness to the tail where I guess at one point it dropped it if it was longer, and then it's slowly beginning to heal or build up a new tail again. So I was like, what is this? Like some kind of like, not yet formed rattle of like an adolescent rattlesnake or some shit. Like, what? It looks so weird and brown, and the texture was very different. It was just kind of an odd thing, but yeah. Either way, there's something large and alive in our house that we were not expecting, especially just in the bathroom. Like if that fucker came out behind the toilet when I was like taking a shit, I would have shit myself. Which I guess maybe it's a good strategy if you're having trouble. We have not had many large reptiles. Like we've had lots of those little Florida lizards. Let's see. So like, oh yeah, anoles. These are things we got a million of. This is a big one. They're not always throwing out their little, like, every photo is just them fucking peacocking. What the hell? Yeah, they're usually looking like one of these dogs. They're just a little guy. They're just a little guy. They're cute as hell though. We used to like grab them when we were kids, and you'd like put them near your earlobe, and they would eventually bite, and then you'd wear them, and they would just dangle. You'd have lizard earrings, and they would just be just little lizards that you'd catch by hand. I remember, I think I may have said this story before. I forget if you were here or not, but I was a kid. I would catch these things all the time because we had no internet back then. Yeah, I mean, well, there was that one prehistoric one that had those like two legs at the back in the other video, but yeah, crazy. Yeah, nature be wild. But I remember capturing one and thinking to myself, "Oh, poor guy. I'll let him go. I've been playing with him long enough or whatever. He's probably hungry. I'll let him eat some ants. I'll help him eat some ants." So I just take him and I just drop him on an anthill. And then immediately the ants swarm him and kill it. And I'm just like, huh. I thought you would have been like Godzilla and you would have been able to just destroy everything and be awesome. Huh. I guess I just killed this lizard without realizing it. And I felt really bad. But it was a learning experience. Don't underestimate ants. And lizards are not Godzillas. Oops. I didn't do it on purpose. Okay, I was trying to help. My bad. Oh, yeah, I had this one on I just saw this randomly and I was like, oh, this one looks fun. I love the old Onion videos.
Calling it the most effective means to reaching one's full earning potential. A new report issued by the Employee Benefit Research Institute this week found that violently slamming one's supervisor against a wall and shouting, "Cash, I need more cash," is still the leading tactic for securing a raise amongst American workers.
We found that employees have the most success negotiating their salaries when they stride confidently into their supervisor's office, manhandle them like a rag doll, and demand more goddamn money right fucking now.
Experts confirmed that the majority of employees who managed to increase their salaries maintained direct eye contact with their supervisors while reiterating that they were not fucking around, emphasizing their position with phrases such as, "Give me the money now," and "I said more cash, old man." The Onion sat down with local sales associate Kevin Simmons, who recently applied these methods in negotiating a competitive bump in his annual salary.
I want more money, and I need my boss to give it to me. So the other day I walked right into his office, grabbed his throat with my hand, and told him straight up, start paying me more fucking money today. And I grabbed $100 out of his wallet and told him that was a good start.
I'm happy to reward motivated, self-starting employees who really show they're dedicated to rising in this company. So if you have initiative and you communicate your goals in a straightforward way, I'm here to help you. Starting right now, really.
It's simple but good. I haven't watched some of the newer stuff.
What you're seeing now is disturbing new video released today of Chicago police officers appearing to handle a situation non-violently.
Hey there, how you doing?
Body cam footage obtained exclusively by ONN captured what began as a routine traffic stop before turning into something far more shocking.
You can put your hands down, sir. Real quick, can I get your license and your registration, my friend?
Officers can be seen approaching the vehicle before issuing the driver a warning for a broken taillight, letting him go without even so much as drawing their firearms.
So just do me a favor and get that fixed up as soon as possible, all right? Hey, you take care. Drive safe.
Cameron Howard, who was seen in the video not being brutalized, says he was stunned.
I just never imagined anyone would ever be treated that way by the police, especially not someone like me.
While these types of incidents make up less than half of 1% of police interactions, law enforcement officials are assuring the public they do not expect anything like this to ever happen again.
When you wear that badge, put on that uniform, there are certain standards and expectations that come with it. This is not who we are.
According to police, the officers in question have been suspended indefinitely and will now be required to attend extensive combat escalation training before they are put back on patrol. Coming up next, it's becoming an annual tradition for many. We'll have more on the record crowds pouring into Ohio's annual opioid festival. You're watching the Onion News Network, the only cable news network that watches back.
Oh, did I not click it in time? I guess I didn't. I wanted to do the Trump one because I'm a lib.
A developing situation in Washington where just moments ago the White House was evacuated. Sources confirming that President Trump, as well as many key members of his administration, were rushed out of the building after the White House's trans alarm went off. Footage here showing the moment that infrared estrogen sensors detected a large spike in gender fluidity within dangerous proximity to the West Wing.
Trans.
ONN's Jason Copeland joining us now from Washington with the latest. Jason, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Dwight, Secret Service has confirmed that this was in fact not a test, but rather the trans defense system being initiated by a trans person detected within the White House's cisgender-only radius. Now, per protocol, President Trump, as well as other members of his cabinet, have all been urgently outfitted with hormone-proof vests and ushered deep below ground into their traditional values bunker for their ultimate safety.
A frightening scene. We're hearing reports of White House staff barricading themselves in their offices, texting loved ones, just waiting for Secret Service to tell them their pronouns were safe. Jason, just how close did this nonconformist get to enter?
It's probably worth, okay. Sweet dreams, good night. Trans alarm just went off. Hiding under desks, can't call, have to stay quiet so it can't hear us. I love you. Oh my God, baby, I love you. This can't be real.
To tell them their pronouns were safe. Jason, just how close did this nonconformist get to entering the Oval Office?
Yeah, well, you know, I've spoken with some sources here that are still working to determine the severity of the threat. What we do know is that this trans alarm system is, of course, known to be hypersensitive. Vice President J.D. Vance has set it off on multiple occasions with his eyeliner, for instance. So false alarm still a possibility. But, you know, with the president's love of gender norms at stake, Secret Service isn't taking any chances here, Dwight.
Can never be too careful. Thank you, Jason. We'll have more from you later in the hour, but coming up next, living with climate change. Hear why some scientists believe the key to surviving rising temperatures could be shorter shorts. You've seen the news, now touch it with your fingers.
Oh yeah, I was at my friend's house when I was playing board games like a few weeks ago, whatever, and he had a paper copy of The Onion. I think it's like a once a month thing, but it's kind of cool to have like the full paper. It's a very like, you know, a good Christmas gift for a dad if your dad's not a dad like mine. You know, he's more of a Babylon Bee enjoyer. Okay, true comedy. All right. Yeah, it's upsettingly how close to reality that is. Look at that! Look at that weird dog. What a weird dog, but a good boy still. Oh yeah, there's some classic bangers from the original run they did, and there was a few years where like they either just didn't do it or whatever, but there's some really good old ones.
Jeg er faktisk travlt til dag. Jeg ved ikke, om du har tænkt over det. Det er du selvfølgelig også.
Ja.
Men det er sådan stik. Hvis den bliver ved at trykke ved det, så vil den jo få lov til at løbe rundt meget mere.
Ja. Det er fandme af vejen, når hun kommer.
Jamen, det er sjældent, de løber direkte ind i, altså det her kan jeg ikke huske, de gør, men når de kommer dem horn, så skal man altså fjerne sig, fordi det kan jo godt gøre ondt.
Måske bare, hvis de træder ind over tæerne.
Those big old feet.
Og der er vi jo sikkerhedssko på. Det er med det der, når hun
got big old feet.
Altså prøv ind på, hun mærker ikke en skid.
Nej.
He just got the zoomies. Ooh, he's coming. Impressive.
Du griner. Så er vi sender Tina ud på B2, og så ordner vi to bare det her sammen.
I gotta scroll back through all the old Onion ones. There's a certain era, at least that I remember. And it's possible that maybe like with rose-tinted glasses, it's different.
Hun snød mig jo i går.
Nå?
Da jeg havde lukket ind, så var hun nået gået ud igen.
Ja. Nå, hun kan lige klemme sig
I guess they've been doing it for a while.
Så da jeg så skulle stå og vente på de andre, så kunne jeg høre tumlet rundt.
I assume this is German. I don't know what they're saying.
Ja.
Yeah. It was definitely like one of the smaller angles of their business or whatever. I just gotta like get to the era that I recognize. Because there was like some like talk show ones themed, which is they feel extra good just because I've watched a lot of American talk shows for a few different reasons. So it really hits the nostalgia in a good way for multiple reasons. This was one that I saw pinned off as supposed to be a good one. So this is definitely from that same era, which I guess was 2012. Yeah, a while back.
A new report finds that over 60% of employers are now checking online amateur pornography of potential job candidates. Is it fair to base hiring decisions on an applicant's online porn?
Now, this is not fair at all. For instance, if there's a red tube video of my girlfriend slapping me and choking me and riding me, that shouldn't be an indication that I'm going to lack leadership in a work situation.
Yeah, but Duncan, it's going to be hard to convince an employer who's masturbating to that video otherwise.
Exactly. My potential employer might see all those videos of my husband tying me up and having his way with me. And then they're going to think that I'm not going to be assertive enough for the job.
I mean, these days, everyone has an Xtube account. It's your own fault if you lose out on a job because you've got tons of videos on the web where you're slowly inserting various household objects into your anus.
Yeah, but what if you're shoving those things in your anus on your own time?
But let's be smart about it. You know, if you know an employer might see this, post a video of yourself getting double teamed by two brawny Latinos to show your support of diversity in the workplace.
Oh, and multitasking.
And multitasking.
But I still want to have the right to badmouth my employer while shooting a POV hand job without fear of affecting my future prospects for work.
If you don't want to jeopardize the content of your porn, you can always shoot from the eyes down.
Oh, but that's not the same if you cover the eyes. That's where the innocence is.
Yeah, but guys, don't these amateur sites also have privacy settings that you can set so that future employers don't have access to these questionable videos?
Right.
Okay, but that doesn't protect you from appearing in other people's videos.
That's where the innocence is. That's.
Now, I found on YouPorn a video of me participating in some piss play at a party a few years ago.
Oh, I hate that.
Well, no, it was a really good time for everybody. But the thing is, we didn't know who uploaded it to the web. So am I supposed to leave an orgy just because someone shows up with a camera?
No one's saying you should leave an orgy.
Right. So
it's more complicated.
So now, if I go to a party, I wear something like this in case that situation comes up again.
I like that. I actually shoot my porn in sepia tone and make it look old-timey, so if people see it, they'll think it's my grandfather and not me.
Okay. Very interesting. All right. Thank you so much, first responders.
This is good advice. I think this might be. I might recognize this one. Let's see.
We've got an update to a truly inspirational story we first told you about earlier this week. I'm talking about Brian Pete, the fat boy from Richmond, Virginia, who successfully averted ridicule by swimming, get this, with his shirt on.
Amazing.
Now, for those of you who aren't familiar, Brian, who's been fat since birth, was tired of being made fun of at the community pool. So when it came time to hit the water, Brian devised a plan to keep his upper body covered. Now today, the Onion News Network has more on that fat little boy's big fat discovery.
A supersized welcome to you, my friend Brian. Thanks for being here.
You bet. So, Brian, for our viewers who may not be familiar with our story, tell us what happened.
Well, I kept my shirt on when I was swimming.
Yes, you did, but it was a lot more than that because that shirt shielded you from the ridicule of others. It made them completely unaware of your oversized stomach and a pair of floppy breasts. Isn't that right?
Yeah, no one laughed.
Wonderful.
So, Brian, at the pool without the shirt on, the children made fun of you?
Yes, I'd usually get made fun of because, well, before the shirt.
What kind of names were these kids calling you at the pool?
Meathead, Fatso, Lard Butt, Wally the Whale.
Porky, hog, fat ass, double wide, butterball, those sorts of things, right?
Yeah.
Brian, how did you come up with the idea?
Well, I went into the bathroom stall like I normally would, and I just decided when I was about to take off my shirt, I'm just going to keep it on.
Can you tell us a little bit about the shirt itself?
Well, it was one of my white T-shirts. I usually wear them as undershirts because I sweat through my button-downs.
Just a normal white T-shirt. Wow. But when it got wet, it was like a protective shield against the laughter of the other kids at the pool.
Yes.
You were able to disguise being a porker and avert that sort of treatment from your peers.
I'm just glad no one tripped me when I was at the pool, and no one tried to throw my towel into the water or anything like that.
It's truly an inspirational story, Brian. We're so glad to have you into our studios in person. And guess what? We're sending Brian down on the street with our weatherman, Steve Merck, who's got one of those big fire hoses. He's going to wet him down right there on the street in a white T-shirt, Brian. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Oh man, I'm trying to remember some of the other, either the little panel show ones. It's been forever since I've seen these. I feel like I recognize a certain amount of comedians from some of these things. I guess they've either gone on to do other stuff or whatever it is, which makes sense because some of the shit is funny. Just the title alone, I assume this one's gonna be decent.
I'm Juliana Buchanan, filling in for Clifford Baines, who told me to say hello to all of you. A recent poll finds that many Capitol Hill lobbyists are fed up with politicians accepting their money and then not coming through with promised legislation. Are politicians failing our lobbyists?
The voice of the corporate lobbyist has long been ignored by the politicians.
Nowadays, as soon as the politicians get in office, they forget whose money put them there.
That's right. These lobbyists are going out every single day.
This, I mean, this is like straight up This might as well. This would be the obviously the more honest version, but holy shit.
Making sure that their corporate sponsorship
Okay, but
is
I
getting
don't think
through.
that we can just blame the members of Congress. I mean, honestly, I think the lobbyists have to stand up for themselves.
Oh, great, Duncan.
No.
Now we're blaming the lobbyists.
Well, I'm just saying that they need to stand up and not let these politicians walk
You
all
know what?
over
I'm
them.
going to agree with Duncan, because if they don't like the legislation that a politician is passing, that they need to find a different politician who will do what they want and accept tens of millions of dollars to fall in line with the
But
lobbyists.
they're doing everything they're supposed to be
he's
doing.
saying-
They are paying millions, and they're not being
If
listened
you
to.
make a deal, you make a deal.
Since politicians are so unreliable, should lobbyists just cut out the middleman and start giving their money directly to voters?
Yes, pay the voters. Forget about the greedy politicians.
My rates,
right?
$50 on the local vote, $75 for a national vote.
Oh, that's nothing.
What, are you
Nothing.
serious?
$500 is my lowest. 500.
It depends on what state I'm living
What
in
is
at
yours?
the time.
An article in The Economist this week argues that nations also should cut out the middleman, and they should just put corporations in office.
That could improve our image abroad.
Yeah, I personally respond to logos, and I would love to have a president that is identified more by a logo, you know, some
Wouldn't
kind of
that
little
be sweet?
shape, you know,
Mm-hmm.
like some kind of amorphous blob.
Hold on. We might have. Hold on. The amorphous blob in office. Hold on. Maybe. I think I remember this one from years ago. They have all these different intro styles too.
In Washington today, the U.S. Supreme Court handed down a landmark decision. Despite the growing number of death row inmates who've been exonerated due to DNA evidence, the court reaffirmed the legality of the death penalty on the grounds that it is, quote, totally badass. For more on the case, we go live now to Onion News Network Washington correspondent Jane Carmichael. Hi, Jane.
Good to see you, Michael.
How did the Supreme Court come to their decision on this ruling?
Well, Michael, it began this morning when the lawyers for the petitioner presented to the court a videotaped lethal injection that showed an inmate writhing in pain before dying. As the tape played, Justice Kennedy said, quote, whoa. Justice Alito remarked, quote, holy shit. And Justice Ginsburg said, quote, that's wicked.
And what was the defense counsel's response to that?
Well, following the video, Chief Justice John Roberts said, while evidence presented to the court indicates a degree of fallibility in the procedural methods of capital punishment, it is the opinion of this court that the practice remains hella fucking balls to the wall awesome. At that point, the decision seemed fairly certain.
Was there any dissent to the opinion by the Chief Justice?
Actually, very little. Justice Clarence Thomas supported the argument immediately, citing the precedent set by the movie 300, in which the offending parties were, quote, kicked into a huge fucking pit. Justice Samuel Alito then stated, yeah, or like Judge Dredd. Justice Antonin Scalia then stated quite loudly, quote, I am the law.
That's the catchphrase from the film
Yes.
Judge Dredd?
Yes, it is. Then there followed approximately 1 minute of all of the justices individually claiming that they were the law.
Now, the justices, I'm told, came down with a decision fairly quickly. Is that correct?
They certainly did. The court also took the rather unusual step today of submitting not just a written decision, but also drawings by all of the justices illustrating, quote, more badass punishments.
The final ruling was 8-1 in favor of the respondent. Tell us about the lone dissenting vote then.
Sure. That one came from Justice Anthony Kennedy. He stated that the death penalty is, in fact, too lenient a punishment, and that sentencing inmates to life without parole seemed, quote, way more brutal because it's like they're on some sort of prison colony in the future where they just have to fight for the rest of their lives.
Some Supreme Court experts are saying that today's ruling is similar to the 2005 ruling in Torchinsky versus Peterson, that it is legal to carry a concealed weapon as long as the weapon is totally slick, like a huge-ass machine gun that you carry under a trench coat, like in The Matrix. Is that right?
Right, that's correct. Legal experts are already talking about how this clearly marks a trend towards the Roberts Court being less strictly constitutional and more strictly awesome.
Jane Carmichael reporting from the Supreme Court for us again. Thank you, Jane.
Thank you, Michael.
Roomba has introduced a fully sentient vacuuming cyborg.
A time when the Supreme Court was somehow less conservative and insane than our current one. Literally crazy to think of. Only a couple more. Oh, I have them here. That's right.
All right, well, while I'm getting this spray cheese up off the floor, Tracy's going to be talking to two special young men who are really making a difference in their community.
Thanks, Jim. I'm sitting here right now with two very special Boy Scouts, Zach Hannaford and Brian Seitz of Troop 128 in Whitehall, New York. They've decided to take on the challenge of promoting the early detection of breast cancer. Wow, guys. Thanks so much for joining us. Tell me everything about your project.
Well, in order to get our Eagle Scout badge, we needed to do a community service project, and we talked it over, and we thought that we'd do help women do their breast exams.
Wow. Now, you must have done a lot of research.
Definitely.
We looked all over the internet to find great websites.
I think we're seeing some of them now.
Oh, yeah, these ones
Terms of service.
Good.
Yeah, the information can be pretty confusing, though, so women should always ask us for help.
Definitely.
You've even put together your own website, is that right?
Yeah, my older brother Ted's our advisor, and he knows how to put together websites, so he helped us put our own.
It lists your phone number, so that's a good way for people to get in contact with you, right?
They can call us, and we'll go to their house anytime.
Well, so how's your program going to work? I mean, where do you plan to do these exams?
Well, I think we're probably going to do them in my basement.
Well, it's not, his basement's not really like a basement. It has a carpet, and it's
so
like
it's
a family
finished.
room.
Well, now
Yeah.
I've been told that the key to a good self-breast examination is making them a regular part of your normal routine, right? And that way you get to know your breasts and can recognize any changes. Now, I like to do mine when I'm in the shower.
Yeah, okay.
But I understand you can also lie on your bed?
Yeah, definitely,
I am kind of worried about my own technique, though. Can you show us how to do a good breast exam?
Well, you first, you kind of have to, like, look around and, like, feel for the lump.
This is obviously funnier way back in the day, I guess. Just think about the foot thing. I'm just like, I would probably be annoyed, but I guess I'm a human being who's now on the internet. So the chances of a person gooning to me is significantly increased, which is weird to think about specifically. And I guess it doesn't hurt me. Just thinking like, oh, she's probably not. But I was like, well, I guess even if she is, no, I mean, I guess like thinking about it deeper, there's some sort of odd lack of consent stuff there, especially because it's taken under the guise of being for healthcare purposes. I mean, I don't know that there's ever like an official hospital phone to take pictures with. So taking a picture, I mean, taking a picture of a foot could be useful to keep something or to get a better look at something real fast. I'm sure you could probably ask them to delete the photo and then they could show it to you. But maybe it auto backed up to the cloud and she's got it forever. I mean, I would also assume that like, cause like the even like this video's idea, right? Like, hey man, I'm gonna be a gynecologist. Whoa, bro, I get to see bushy all day, But they probably like, you know what? I don't care about seeing vaginas anymore. I've seen them too much. So like a podiatrist, a foot doctor is like, you know what? Foots don't do it for me. Even if they did before, I've seen feet too much. So I start off with the basis, I'm sure you're just being silly, whatever, but it's like, yeah, probably not. Yeah, probably not. All right, last one. This one's kind of losing its speed. Well, I thought you were, because like one of my favorite old-fashioned terms for a vagina, because you're like, oh, it's a box, it's a beaver. But like I used to like axe wound. So I was thinking like, I guess you could say a puncture between two toes might be a pussy cut. I guess that works, right? But if it's pussy, that's fucked. That's fucked. I'm sure there's something out there for everybody, and there might be somebody there's a person out there for everything. There could be a community that does that. But I really hope those people, because they're so on the outside of what we all consider air quote normal, that I hope they get some help. I don't know. I feel like that comes from a place that, you know, a brain under what I would consider typical neurochemistry perhaps would not go after, and I just making sure that this person is healthy and is going to live a happy life. And I worry that somebody who's interested in that specifically might have other issues.
As you know, there's a presidential election coming up just around the corner, in fact, which can be a very difficult day for the millions of us who just couldn't care less.
Well, joining us to help us make it through Election 2008 is Today Now political correspondent Dan Carlisle.
Dan, good to see you again,
See
buddy.
you
How
well.
you doing?
We're doing well, thank you.
You got to
good.
help us out here, my friend, because
liberal
all
era.
those informed people with their judgmental looks come Election Day, I mean, I just don't think I can spend another year dealing with that. Can you help?
True.
Absolutely. Luckily, it's actually pretty simple to pretend you care about the electoral process.
Really?
Try something like this. Invite some friends over for dinner, have the news on when they show up, then apologize as you turn off the TV and say, I promise I won't talk about politics tonight.
I like that. Very
All
direct
right.
yet very simple. But what if they ask you, you know, are you a
Democrat?
Democrat or the other one?
Right. Don't panic. Just use one of these political non-opinions I brought.
Oh, I see.
All right.
I like that.
Seems
At this point, there's barely a difference. Politics today has too many labels. Oh, I think I've heard that one before. We take voting for granted. A lot of the world doesn't even get to pick.
easy enough.
Yeah.
It's very
I'm an independent as the last one.
easy. Here's another simple thing to do. Talk about how sad it is that some people refuse to get involved in politics.
Right.
Blaming others for being uninformed is always a great way of seeming informed yourself.
Yeah, no, I like that. But what if they corner you on one of these like political issues, like, well, health care?
Oh, hold on, my phone's vibrating.
Oh, okay.
no.
Well,
I apologize.
We'll take.
Okay, and I've got you. See what happened there? That's a phone fake out.
Ah,
it wasn't
you were
really vibrating.
I see. You
Use
made
that to
that
get
up.
out of a political question that's just too difficult to answer.
Well, now that's great for these coming weeks, but Dan, what about Election Day?
First step, go to our website. All right, we have a great tool there which allows you to print out an I voted sticker. So during work, you go act like you voted, you come back, you wear the sticker.
Right, and questions don't need to be asked anymore because you're right up front with
It
it.
says it right there, it says I
Yeah.
voted. Be sure you come back, though, with the poll anecdote.
Yeah. What's the poll anecdote?
It's a story or observation that you come back after you're done fake voting. You wouldn't believe it, they had my last name misspelled at the polling station. Something like that. You
okay.
see how that was specific, but not so specific that someone could check it out?
Right,
Yeah.
right.
So I ended up in line right behind my old college roommate works. The roof caved in doesn't.
But what if, despite all that, they still just don't believe that you went to the polls that day?
You got to up the ante again, Jim.
Yeah.
Here, scroll a quick child's drawing on a piece of paper, something like this here. You can use marker, crayon, or craypa, nothing too sophisticated. Then, say to your voting friend, I pulled this off the wall at the elementary school. I couldn't resist, it was
get
just
it.
so cute.
Oh, that is, you did this yourself then?
Yes, I made this one.
Well, now, after all you've told us, there is no excuse to not vote.
Yes, absolutely. Every single person out there can take part in pretending to take part in the political process.
Dan, we
so
got to have you
relieved.
back in November because we will not know what to say about who won.
I'll be here.
I'm not going to say a word till I've talked to you.
That's smart.
All right, Dan, thanks a lot.
Thanks, Dan.
And when we come back, three-time Grammy Award winner Shanandrana.
I have the opposite problem of this last little like tip thing, because my parents were like fit and attractive to the point that I had friends go like, "Hey, what happened to you?" And I'm like, "Hey, shut up." All right, hey, okay. They didn't have video games, okay? All right, come on. I mean, they said it with, I wouldn't say hatred or whatever. They're, you know, typical friends will like riff the shit out of each other because nobody knows how to fuck with you more than your friends, for better or for worse. Let's see. Let's do another real video. All right, a real video. I saw a new B-sides video, so I immediately, boom, add it to my playlist. Let me grab the title here. I haven't updated this since the fucking, I mean, I guess we were just watching little Onion videos, whatever. Da-da-da. And then add this, my blank title thing.
Recent events have brought it to my attention that niggas don't know what capitalism is or how it works.
Now, I wouldn't classify myself, but I might have an issue with a proper definition. So, even though I guess specifically I wouldn't be under the black liberals category, it's just, you know, this should be reinforcing and good for a lot of reasons.
I also recently made a video talking about black conservatism, and I said this: black conservatives do not deserve to be put on the same playing field of even an Amanda Seals. They do not represent a viable political ideology worthy of...
louder now. He had his intro, was a little quiet. You didn't mix your audio.
Serious attention, and they never will. Both of these things are things I've talked about before in videos, namely the two black conservatism videos I made on my main channel, which is FD Signifier, for those who might be new here for this video for unknown reasons. But even though those are collectively around like 3 hours long, they still don't cover everything about capitalism or black conservatism. In reality, they're just arguing for rejection as what I see as black conservatism and capitalism, but they don't spend a lot of time explaining why those two ideologies persist among black people.
I have my headphones in. I'm going to go, what the fuck? You got the Walter Whitebeard comparison. I was going to go rinse out this thing and then maybe grab another thing real fast. But I'll be listening, obviously.
And why they must be contended with and ultimately rejected by black people in pursuit of liberation. Before we go any further, I want to point out that those are main channel videos, and this is the B-sides. And on the B-sides, this is a lot of hot takes. This is not a lot of research. I probably spent more time working on this than I would a typical B-sides video because I wanted to make sure certain things were clear. None of my videos are the end-all be-alls on any topic. This is mostly done through my own previous readings and education and research on this topic over the course of the last few years or maybe even decades. So I stand on my right to change my mind. I stand corrected when that's necessary. Feel free to let me know what I missed or what I got wrong in the comment section. Cool? Cool. Let's do the easy part first. It is an extremely low-level argument to say that capitalism equals having money or pursuing money. Capitalism is not financial currency. It's not the same thing. I am so disappointed in some of y'all. You are not a capitalist for having a job or even a well-paying job. You're not necessarily a capitalist for running a business or even being rich off your work and labor. Now, there are levels of wealth that are only possible with capitalism, and there are many ethical issues one might encounter when pursuing wealth or running a business. And there are so many complicated elements of egalitarianism and left-leaning ways that you might run a business and workers' cooperatives and all kinds of stuff that I'm not going to get into. Maybe I'll leave a video or two that gets into that stuff specifically, but it needs to be understood that the state of having a lot of currency that you were paid due to your job does not make you a capitalist. Pursuing that currency because we live in a society where it's required to have currency to pay for life does not make you a capitalist. It makes you a prisoner of the capitalist system, and you're just playing your role in it because you have to. Again, a lot of gobbledygook that I'm skipping, but I'm keeping things simple for a reason. I want to be clear that anyone that tries to defend capital,
I mean, socialist but has money? Okay, what? Okay, did you know Bernie Sanders has some money? Did you know, excuse me? Did you know that I saw somebody spending money? Okay. Sorry, did you have a job to afford, housing and food? What are you, some kind of social? No way you're a social. You're making money, excuse me?
Capitalism or critique socialism or communism or Marxism or any other leftist theory by pointing out that you need money and have a job is themselves repeating CIA talking points. So no, I'm not turning monetization off on this video or my channel. This is my job. I do not work for free. Join my Patreon. It does have a $10 level if you want to support. I want to start there because these are some of the arguments that I hear from my own people sometimes when I say I'm an anti-capitalist, and broadly, they work because this country has done an amazing job of distorting what capitalism is and what it means to be anti-capitalist. I don't even have to say that I'm a socialist or a communist or an anarchist or anything else. All I have to do is dare to criticize capitalism, and some niggas will start talking about capitalism the same way they talk about Derrick Rose before he hurt his knee. And the question I want to answer with this video is why? Why is being critical of black capitalism so radical, especially consider that pretty much every major black political figure that we like to hang up posters of and have celebrated as luminaries up until the 80s and 90s, hint, hint, this will come up later, was incessantly critical of capitalism and understood that it needed to be destroyed in order for black people to be free. I'm not saying they were all communists. I'm not saying they were all Marxist Leninists, though some of them were, but they were at least anti-capitalist, almost all of them. And we repeat their words, and they got movies made after them. We dress our kids up like them every February, but we don't engage with their actual philosophies. How did that happen? And here's where I circle back to the concept of black conservatives. And also I'm going to do some, again, grounded theory, meaning like this is me extrapolating stuff based on my own reading. This is not explicitly something I got from elsewhere. Let's make sure we first understand the historical difference between white and black conservatism, or maybe it's just best to say conservatism and black conservatism. And yes, that distinction is important. To put it simply, white conservatism, or conservatism in the West in its current reality and history, is based in capitalism, white supremacy, imperialism, among other things. White conservatism in America is literal in its name. It is seeking to conserve or go back to a way of life in which white people were not just clearly at the top of the social hierarchy, as they obviously still are today, but that same hierarchical structure was explicitly endorsed by law. Landmark legal cases and laws like the Civil Rights Movement, anti-lynching laws, Loving versus Virginia, Brown versus the Board of Education, and so many others eroded some of this state-endorsed white supremacy. And when you hear white conservatives over time and even today say stuff like activist judges, states' rights, liberalism and wokeism is going too far, etc., what they're really getting at is, how do we get back to that pure, uncut white supremacy we had up until the 1950s, where most systemic forms of racism were explicitly endorsed by law? Black Republicans and conservatives like Candace Owens, Jesse Lee Peterson, etc., mostly just act as useful idiots and puppets for this white supremacist political project, believing that they will somehow be exempt from the end results of what white conservatives are seeking. Or I really think like Candace and Jesse Lee in particular, and a couple of these other folks, kind of just want to see us die. They have like this weird apocalyptic thing I think they're doing. When these folks step out of line, they get put down. My favorite new example of this is what's happened to Glenn Loury in the last year or so. Glenn Loury is maybe the most decent, good example of this group, and he was fired from the Manhattan Institute, a conservative think tank, for daring to be critical of Israel as they perform a genocide in Gaza. Now, Glenn, I've heard, is at least heading back to a more traditional form of black conservatism these days after being shown the door, so good for him, I guess. But any black person to the right of Glenn Loury is not to be taken seriously. And as I stated before, these types of conservatives who are black are a statistically insignificant political population, but I went over that in the last video. Moving on. What I want to theorize for this video is that black political thought in America right now, especially in mainstream media, is dominated by black capitalist / conservative thought. And that looks really different from what I just finished mentioning, to the point where calling them conservatives is often met with confusion. And I get it, because the implication is that these folks are Uncle Toms like the Hodge twins or Officer Tatum or Candace Owens. But no, these folks are different, and I don't think they're Uncle Toms. Let me be clear here, because I've been around long enough to know that some of you watching will also be washing the dishes or doing something else and not fully paying attention. What I am theorizing is that we have two different groups: conservatives and real black conservatives who are coming from a tradition within black history and black political thought that, while I don't agree with and is fundamentally wrong and has been proven wrong through history, does at least need to be seriously engaged with. But because of the nature of that word conservative, they probably would reject being called that. And where I want to start with is that regardless of how these black conservatives that I'm speaking of here, the ones that are real and worthy of discussion, regardless of how I feel about the ideas, I believe that this other group of black conservatives is fundamentally pro-black and desire black liberation, even if it's a flawed and, let's be honest, ineffective and unreal version of it that will never happen through the means and strategies that they're presenting. But in fact, historically, this group has been willing to pursue black liberation through radical and aggressive means at times. One example of this that I gotta thank Lil Bill for by way of the book We Will Shoot Back is T.R.M. Howard. T.R.M. Howard was a pro-black, pro-capitalist figure that was also pro-blicky. And unlike most of his contemporaries, staunchly anti-left and anti-communist. He was great.
I think I do with the word that he's muting, but I'm not 100%. I'm pretty sure. But I'm like, whoa. Like even the Tom stuff is like, that's not for me to use, generally speaking, you know.
Greatly about black business and community organizing, and he was a mentor to the likes of Medgar Evers and Fannie Lou Hamer.
I live in the South. I definitely know what he's going for. I mean, my grandfather famously loved to use the alternative name for Brazil nuts. So like, yeah, I know.
And when Emmett Till,
a different word still there, but yes, yeah.
was murdered in Mississippi, he was in a position to do something about it, and he organized an independent investigation and armed his people to the teeth and led a caravan of gun-toting Negroes in trucks from Mississippi to Chicago to seek justice. So for him, being anti-left and being conservative didn't mean being anti-black. And I don't think he would have called himself a conservative by today's standards, nor would he have hung out with the modern brigade that we see in conservative media today. However, I can imagine him finding synergy with the likes of Roland Martin, Boyce Watkins, and other black leadership figures who focus on racial uplift, black entrepreneurship, and buying power as tools of liberation. In other words, he'd have probably been the modern black liberal, minus the whole armed and dangerous part. And this is because the idea that black people could achieve an entrepreneur and economy their way to freedom is not new. It's just newly prominent. And if you're one of my more moderate viewers, you're probably
I wonder if this aspect is failing to appreciate or failing to it's like undervaluing the damage of the other aspects of modern white supremacy built into our system, right? The impacts of the historical redlining, the generational gaps, and then the societal push where people are like, well, I don't want to hire too many. You know, they got like all the different layers. They have their like, I'm going to specifically work against the idea of DEI and or that's a bit of a newer term, but like the anti, what we used to call affirmative action before that got fucking outlawed or whatever. Like being that like, nah, we can just be equal partners in business and, you know, build it up, and then once we're rich they'll respect it. But it's like I feel like that aspect is just again undervaluing the severity and the impact or the damage that's deeper into the system. I mean, I guess like it is okay, it exists, but there is no way to beat that, so the best you can do is if you can't beat them, join them and be a fellow capitalist in this system, and then just make, you know, your own Wall Street safe spaces, whatever it is, so that way you can be respected. So they look over and they see like, oh look, there's like a siloed community, but again, I think I just from my own outside perspective, obviously, but and maybe the outside perspective is useful because I mean, the complaints and things I've seen said loudly and quietly and implied and implicit, all the different combinations come down to a lot of sentiments that are not even about the capitalism aspect. The Black Entrepreneurship Alliance, I could see lots of people who would see that and it would not change much about what they say. And I think that is minimizing that element of it. But again, do you think that you're going to be able to scold those same freaks into accepting you? Probably not. So I can understand where that framework comes from, because it's one of those like it's a simple capitulation to the idea that they're not going to change. We need to get our foot in society, right? So at least from that's how I'm reading it so far.
Be thinking to yourself, high black achievement and black excellence and black business doesn't sound so bad or outlandish. Why are you against it? I'm not. And most people are not. The problem is the role that is playing in the idea of what black politics and black leadership and black liberation looks like. There was a time when
Eric.
black leadership was far more critical of capitalism and far less invested in the myth of black excellence and black buying power. There was a time when everyone from the more moderate folks to the more real radicals were denouncing the idea that black people should be attempting to recreate the same structures white America kept us under. And you would think the black radical tradition would help balance that out over time, but this is why I'm always critical of folks like Umar Johnson, who turned that black radical imagery and ideology into a farce and ended up having the exact same political outlook as his multi-millionaire friends. And I want to engage that first from the legitimate tree that this comes from, not all the CIA nonsense that sometimes ends up being put back into the atmosphere when people
I just thinking of the Dr. Umar thing being conservative minded, because I mean he's in many ways not that different than Andrew Tate's layer of messaging, just wrapped up in a different package, and then has different severity levels for certain aspects of things. You know, he's not advocating to pimp people out, so not as far as I've seen, but still labeling it specifically as a conservative mindset, I guess because of the racial element, I never really thought about it in that binary term, in that political compass, if you will. And it's like, okay, hold on, no, that's really, because there's the social values element, and then he's talking about the financial success element as well, which is like, and that also applies into that same kind of model.
Get pressed about their beliefs, but the parts of it that at a time were inherently pro-black and valuable for black liberation. And to do that, we have to look at the core figure in modern black conservative history, Booker T. Washington. Booker T. Washington is the quintessential black conservative.
Remember he had, did he have a special DDT? Remember he had like dreadlocks. I think he had like a yellow and black boots and a belt, I think. I remember Booker T. That's the wrestler though I'm thinking of specifically from the Attitude Era wrestling that my friend really wanted us to get into, so we were into it with him.
And the best that term has to offer. He emphasized all those things I mentioned a second ago. He also emphasized not directly engaging with or agitating white supremacist structures in favor of building black institutions up separately. He was a big fan of black business, and he had a less radical, more gradual framework for liberation. He wanted to build up black people in a racial uplift ideology, and he thought that that would be the key to black people being treated more.
I mean, again, limited understanding of the deeper historical elements to myself, the exact timing of when this is and when it was, whatever. But it makes more sense to me applying this lens from an era closer to the Lincoln stuff, you know, prior to the Civil Rights Act being enforced. Or being, you know, pulled up and being required, because it assumes a level of good faith from the other side that hasn't been soured, perhaps. Think about the timing specifically.
Or equally in this country, because we would have enough economic power like other races in this country to not be messed with. Casting down your bucket among my people, helping and encouraging them as you are doing on these grounds, and to education of the head, hand, and heart, you will find that they will buy your surplus land, make blossom the waste places in your fields, and run your factories. While doing this, you can be sure in the future, as in the past, that you and your families will be surrounded by the most patient, faithful, law-abiding, and unresentful people the world has seen. Booker T. Washington is often presented as the counter to a young W.E.B. Du Bois, as they were two of the most prominent black leaders of the late 19th century. And it's usually presented as if Washington and Du Bois were diametrically opposed in terms of their ideology, and in many ways they were, but I'd argue that from a modern perspective, Washington and Du Bois have both been repurposed to undergird the same ideology of black capitalism and black conservatism. And this is where we get to the main thing I want to get at. What we have now, unlike even back then, is an imbalance on what black political thought is taken seriously and is seriously engaged in our media and our political imagination. We're often taught that Washington and Du Bois were on opposite sides of what black people were doing at the time. Most of you have heard about the Atlanta Compromise, where Booker T. Washington basically said, don't worry about ending segregation or fighting for equal rights under the law. Instead, focus on building internal institutions for power for black people. This was popular among a lot of black elites and, of course, white Southerners. Washington was definitely more accommodating to white supremacy, which is something that has tarnished his legacy. And he did work explicitly behind
there's a word equality on that political cartoon.
The scenes to quell and undermine black radical action that Du Bois was trying to undertake. And yes, on the flip side, Du Bois wanted to be more direct in resisting segregation through protests, and this made Du Bois a radical for the time. But in reality, Du Bois was still very much black excellence pill. By the way, because I know somebody's probably about to do it, it is Du Bois. And if I see one of y'all try to correct me in the comments, it's Du Bois. Moving on. Du Bois was an elitist himself and not completely committed to a more radical or leftist response to racial injustice at this time in his life.
Wait, Du Bois. I guess I'm pronouncing it not B-O-Y-S-S in my head. I'm pronouncing it with that weird UI thing, thinking it's some kind of like French-based word or something. But it's interesting that it comes out as Du Bois. Du Bois. Right? How else do you say it? Du Bois? I guess that's probably the real French way of saying it. And my dumb ass is like, yeah, Du Bois. Oh, no. Wait, I've always heard it as Du Bois, though. So that's why I guess I heard it when he said it. It made sense to me. Did people say W-E-D-B Du Bois? Is that what people say, maybe?
So the idea that they were complete opposites is really not accurate. They even wrote a book together in 1907. But Du Bois is the father of American sociology and the most important figure in American leftist thought, black or otherwise. But he didn't start out like this. He started out much more aligned with black elitism, black capitalism, etc., just with a more aggressive view than Washington. And this is in part because Du Bois was a born elite from the Northeast, and Washington was born a slave and knew the realities of white Southerner violence in a way that Du Bois didn't understand. So again, to be gracious to this different ideology, Washington, knowing what white Southerners were capable of, wanted a gradual change, partly because he didn't want people to be killed. But here's the thing. Booker T. Washington died in 1915, and a few years later, Du Bois witnessed the Bolshevik Revolution and began moving much further left and incorporating Marxist ideology into his own. Soon we get Du Bois involved in Pan-Africanism and so on, and it's Du Bois who lived.
Yeah, I mean, because like I don't have a good knowledge of a lot of American leftism, especially, but I definitely heard of Du Bois being. I was pretty sure that was supposed to be more socialist minded or whatever.
To be 95 years old, who becomes the most prominent thought leader in black political thought, being a key but often under-discussed influence on one Martin Luther King. It was because of Du Bois that King read Marx and studied socialism, and after seeing the limitations of even the Civil Rights Act in the 1960s, King returned to those ideologies and began moving further left in his final years. I'm repeating stuff I talked about in my first Black Conservatives video, but please understand that King was assassinated in 1968, 5 years after the I Have a Dream speech.
Yeah, because a thing that's been passed along was that even my dad talked about how, because my dad's sort of a weirdly economically a leftist in certain ways. He's very American with his opinions on all kinds of bullshit, but he hates the rich, and like he's like, they killed MLK because he talked about redistributing wealth or whatever, not because, you know, racism. But it's like that there's some racism in there too.
Because he was becoming more anti-capitalist, more anti-imperialist, and more radical after he made that speech. He was in fact assassinated on his way back to Washington for a second time to argue for reparations. And just a week before his assassination, he was getting into it with Andrew Young about direct resistance to the system and the need for being more anti-capitalist, as recounted in the book Profit of Discontent by Andrew Douglas and Jared Loggins. As Belafonte recalls of the conversation that evening, it was Andrew Young, the future U.S. congressman and ambassador to the United Nations, who unwittingly ratcheted up King's anger. "I don't know, Martin," Young said. "It's not the entire system, it's only part of it, and I think we can fix that." King was having none of it. "I don't need to hear from you, Andy," he clapped back. "You're a capitalist and I'm not. The trouble is that we live in a failed system. Capitalism does not permit an even flow of economic resources. Within this system, a small privileged few are rich beyond conscious, and almost all others are doomed to be poor at some level. That's the way the system works. And since we know that the system will not change the rules, we are going to have to change the system. And yeah, as you read there, that's Andrew Young, who went on to carry King's legacy in some ways, but in no way that represents this anti-capitalist message. And he's not alone in that distortion. The leftist ideology of King and everyone involved with that movement before and after him has been systematically erased from popular history. If you don't have a Black Studies master's degree or watch a bunch of videos that I watch, you probably haven't encountered a lot of this at all. Understand, the civil rights movement at its core was a leftist, anti-capitalist movement that was greatly focused on workers' rights. The first March on Washington started out as a labor and jobs march, and a lot of progress is made because of these actions. And when King and Malcolm were assassinated, the Black Power movement sprung up, and the Panthers sprung up, and they were even more.
I didn't realize that was a part of the timing in that way, and it makes fucking so much sense. The Boondocks, again, I'm woefully out of my league with a lot of this, but the Boondocks had that episode where they like kind of had like a what if, or like a version of the world where MLK was not ever assassinated and then kind of lived on, and then was sort of just like ignored in obscurity, like a lot of different Black individuals, like the Al Sharptons and whatever, and Jesse Jacksons. They have their element, they're talked to get sound bites on TV, but they don't have as a powerful and pivotal role in changing the full decorum of the nation. And because they're alive currently, they are constantly besmirched and discredited and hand waved away. It's only when they're martyred do they ever get this like fake, pandering, watering down that they end up doing with like rewriting history. And it's interesting to think about that angle, because it's sort of sad to think that if these people who were so powerful at the time in memory or in history were able to thrive and live on, they would be somehow less effective. Because of the resistance of the system at hand, or their ability to malign the individuals around to not believe in it or whatever. And then theoretically on top of that, even though the parallels are nowhere really around, but just the idea of a political message getting stronger in the eyes of liberal media, sometimes being whitewashed and stripped down, but like with Kirk, right? Like, is that martyrdom going to somehow push and convince individuals that would normally say, ew, he's gross, I don't like him? Because like theoretically, MLK was seen as a negative influence and a bad person according to the masses at the time. They saw him as a pest and annoying, and they did not like his ideas. And I mean, I would hope that people as a whole in America also saw Charlie as the same way. But is this supposed to be the similar model where now those ideas are going to be championed? I mean, I don't think there's any I had a dream speech that Charlie's ever made where you can have, 2 or 3 sentences starting together without it having some kind of vitriolic hate inside of it. Or obscene, misogyny or, religious fundamentalism just literally shoved down your throat. I don't think there's any kind of whitewashing available. So is it going to be, venerating specifically and becoming a whole new elements of our ongoing politics? Or is it going to be one of those, like, their importance wanes immediately as soon as they are gone and forgotten because the next news cycle immediately replaces it? And then it's one of those, it doesn't matter anymore. It's hard to say the call, like instead of being a Monday morning quarterback, we're being like a Thursday night before the big game kind of quarterback. And it's, I'm not smart enough, and I have not been doing this long enough to know for sure. I hope it is the latter, where because there's nothing neoliberalism can sort of pull out and sanitize to then make them into a statued individual. But then again, we have the fucking fascism that's going on, you know, like, so Jesus Christ, man, I can see it. The centrist in my brain can totally understand the two different ways. The social anxiety that I have with even basic conversations where I, like, if I go to talk to my boss and say, hey boss, I unplugged the cord, and then they're mad. Or I go, hey boss, I plugged in the cord, and then they're mad. I can imagine both things happening to me, and I'm like, I'm in the shower, and I'm like, I don't know what to do, you know. Just those thoughts that just linger, and it's the same thing, man. I don't know. But just, you know, talking about MLK, and then the final years and the way it went, and then the response action from the community and from the other side as well. It's just sort of like, oh wow, interesting seeing it. Does that mean that we're gonna have the, I don't know, anti-fascist, you know, party? Like if there's, you know, the Black Power, the Black Panthers, you know, came up, is there gonna be like the Antifa Panthers all of a sudden coming to power? Although I guess that would technically be the Nazis coming to power because they're the ones that are aligned. So I guess I somehow got that all twisted up.
More radical, even more dangerous, and even further left. And because of that, the government didn't even bother to engage with them the way they did with King and Malcolm and all the rest of them. They were just jailed, murdered, or exiled.
And that's like a part of, at least from my historical view, what was mostly hidden from me. Because like when I was taught about Black Power, they were taught to me as terrorists. They were taught to me as basically they have a cause in mind, but they don't do it the right way, and they're violent and they're illegal, and they got what they deserved. Or it was like, I don't even think that they said that they killed them. They were just bad people that did bad things. We're happy that they're not around anymore is kind of the discussion. And maybe it was my ignorance as a child, but I never quite put two and two together with what that meant. Or they're considered a fringe group that doesn't matter and you shouldn't take them seriously. And it doesn't talk about the crimes, and then also where, why, and when they formed, and all these other elements of things. They're just said, oh, they're terrorists, they're bad, they are racists, they hate white people, bad. You know, it's like, oh man.
But in the aftermath, the American apparatus recognized that they needed to change up their strategy, that fighting a radicalized Black population was going to be a constantly losing battle. And what they needed to do was buy a lot of us out. And a lot of folks didn't sell out per se, they just bought in. Richard Nixon, good old tricky dick, one of the most evil men to ever be president, which is saying a lot. He explicitly saw value in—
and even he had shame and stepped down, right? What does that mean, man? What does that mean by today's standards?
And letting Black people in on the action, getting us away from radical action and moving us toward Black capitalism. A quote from a Time magazine article in 1969 says the following: as Nixon put it, the government should act decisively to help Negroes gain their fair piece of the action. The rather general idea that Negroes should lift themselves up through business ownership, as many other ethnic groups had done in the US, inspired hope and some votes among people of all races.
And there's an element of that about, that's such a funny way to think about things. It's like, oh yeah, we were all racist and annoying to the Irish, but then they made pizza companies and then we accept them into whiteness. And it's like, bro, we know you, I mean, I guess it depends upon, again, the timing of different historical events and things, but it's like, there's a layer that, you know, just like how whiteness is a construct, but one of the things that is ultimately so antithesis of the one thing that they can't allow is blackness. Like, that's just the thing, man. So like this premise is a insidious lie because it's leaving out their own inability to actually follow through on their end of the deal. And also, why is it that they need to get some form of, you know, small businesses running in order to then have like the dignity of rights. Like even that alone is it's insane, proposition. But even then, even with that, they still say actually no.
To the extent that programs of black capitalism are successful, said Nixon, the ghettos will gradually disappear. This sounds familiar.
You saw a lot about it here and there. Lots of propaganda from the U.S., but truth was told by local media. Being born 70 and you were born in 73? Wow, I didn't realize you were so much older. That would be like a lot older. You saw at a lot or to a lot? You saw a lot about it. Which it are we talking about specifically? I don't remember. A lot, yeah. Just about black capitalism specifically, or the black power. Got you. Huh.
Familiar, doesn't it? It sounds a little bit like Booker T. Washington, and it sounds a lot like popular black leaders of.
I mean, it's crazy that like your local media was telling more and fighting against the propaganda of my country than I had
today. Now, Booker T. Washington, he came first. He was in the 19th century, and for the time, he might have been on to something. Understand, capitalism wasn't the monster it is today at that time. It had not grown to be the engine of inequality that we understand it to be in the 21st century. But by the time we get to Nixon, niggas knew the deal. Hence the resistance to Nixon. And if we knew the deal in 1969 with Nixon, and we had a whole example of the opposite of anti-capitalist strategy being more effective, how the hell is this black capitalism thing being something that's promoted so ardently by so many folks in 2025? Well, if you're wondering, this is where the most evil president of all time, Satan's favorite himself, Ronald Reagan, this is where he comes in. See, even under Nixon, the whole black capitalism thing wasn't working. Black folks overall still knew the deal, and not a lot had changed to even make the whole concept viable. But this was also at the tail end of all the efforts and work that the civil rights movement and the Black Power era accomplished. None of those things had fully come into effect yet under Nixon. Affirmative action, set-aside programs, voting rights, anti-discrimination laws, etc. These things didn't hit immediately, but when they did, when they started having true cultural impact, we see an explosion of black everything from the 70s going into the 80s. Things are looking up, and black people aren't selling out, they're buying in. They're keeping their black sensibilities, they're keeping their pro-blackness, and they're getting ahead with it, some of them. There were still tons of racism, tons of barriers, microaggressions. Please never forget that even the black president in 2008 was subjected to chicken and watermelon and monkey jokes. But to at least this cadre of black folks that had made it to a certain point, they felt like they had done something, and the next generation of kids.
Did a number of times people were like, what? You guys did the monkey jokes with Bush? Because he's got big ears. It's just a big ears joke. And it's like, bro, if dad, if you can't see the difference in what you're doing, you're blind. If you don't have a historical understanding of the difference, you're being disingenuous. And it's upsetting. The fist statue. Oh, yeah. That's right, yeah, because the Aussie, yeah. I remember that he was Australian. Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, imagine a lot of Western style countries, whatever, just all have their different, struggles with things, but I don't know the black population in Africa. I know that Aborigines have a dark complexion, but then they also have like blonde hair or whatever. So they have like a whole different thing. But maybe it's just based off of that. But then again, I assume just like a lot of Western places that the Aborigines were sort of like colonized against and sort of like pushed to the side for the expansion or whatever and the ownership. But I don't know the full history of all that. So or you guys just had your own civil rights stuff and you figured things out just faster. That's common where, we're like one of the last nations to give gay rights. And even then now we fucking, it's on the block to be removed. So
namely Gen Xers and old millennials like myself, we had to stop playing the victim and take things to the next level. And a lot of us did. And suddenly we had a new class of black elites doing what black elites always have done. Understand that black excellence, black elitism at its core has always been purposefully exclusionary to other black people. It's why the boule exists. It's why Jack and Jill's exists. It's why the brown paper bag test existed. Again, looking at you, Steph Curry, and your whole...
I had... that all of that is like kind of news to me. The brown paper bag test to see how white you are, like
entire extended family of light-skinned people. That is not an accident. That is a choice. But what really brings us to where we are right now?
Wait, what? Extended family white? I mean, might be out of my league on some of these elements.
Is again Ronald Reagan. Reagan recognized the need to erase the history of what had gotten black people to these advances in the first place, to take things even further in terms of counterintelligence than Nixon did. And what he did was really slick and effective. First, people don't know that the only reason why we have Martin Luther King's birthday as a federal holiday is because of Ronald Reagan, much to the chagrin of his white peers at the time who didn't see the long game. They didn't see the vision, but boy, Reagan.
Oh, yeah. Because I was thinking, like, is Trump going to give us Charlie Kirk Day where we get his birthday off? And Americans need more holidays. They need more labor holidays. And if anything, I think it would be kind of funny to constantly bring him back up and then shit on him over and over and over again. And bring up his words, because his words are the easiest way to shit on him because of his insane views on literally almost everything. Just one of those weird shower thoughts in the situation, especially as more and more people begin to bring up the parallels or the possible parallels, or the inaccuracies of the parallels.
Was cooking when he did this shit. And then to double down, a year later, he became the first president to officially recognize Black History Month. And there's an explosion of recognition for it nationwide and a lot of influence on what becomes the official Black History Month curriculum. So instead of being a complete telling of Black history in all its forms in America, we see a renewed focus on figures like Booker T. Washington and Madam C.J. Walker, George Washington Carver, important legendary Black first figures who also just happen to easily undergird the narrative of Black liberation through capitalism.
Top end. Huh. Interesting. I didn't realize it was so geographical. That's kind of worrying that it's so specifically segregated. Because like there's at least definitely in the South, there's a smattering of all the different sort of blends or whatever of skin tones. There's not like lighter browns in these states versus those states. Even, I mean, I guess if I had to make a guess without the actual like evidence or whatever, I would just, because of the Black population is more or less more densely packed into the South. Wonder how that happened. That would be where, the darker complexions are specifically in America just because of the population density. But like if you see a Black person in New York, there's, I guess, based off of just the normal bell curve of the different tones that are common, you're going to have the standard bell curve either way, whether it's in California or New York or Florida or, even in, Nebraska, where it's just rare to find, a person of color or whatever. You're still going to get like what you're going to get. There's a whatever percent chance, because a certain percent have, maintained a certain amount of, dark complexion. It's just one of those things. I guess the idea that they don't move, they're not integrated. They don't want to go to the other coast. They don't. Is that mean the Aborigine population, like where they like still have their original lands or something? Or you mean like just black people in your country? Because I would like, there's plenty of people who like, decide to move to California and they just go. There's no like staying. I guess there is still a lot of staying because of the South, and that's why the population is so dense. And then also, resistance to moving and making it harder to move overall, and during a certain number of eras, even to this day, in certain ways, in some ways less overt than it was before. But yeah, just haven't really considered that element of it, just because I'm used to things, again, blending, moving. It's like a water droplet with oil in it where it just slowly, pushes out. I'm just talking about just, citizens of a country moving within their country, right? Or miscegenating within their country. That, like, regardless, like, Seminole, people of the Seminole tribe could be in Texas, right? Because they just wanted to move. Now if they're specifically trying to like live within the reservation of a land that they're, given within a certain area, and that would be another reason to make them stay versus going or something, that's different. But like people of color don't have specific weird, reservation styles of living. It's just you're living in a country. You know what I mean? Like it's like I'm born in Florida, but I can go wherever I want, You're thinking modern. I'm talking about modern, right? I'm talking about today, I guess. I'm assuming today it's just like America where it's blended and it's whatever. I was saying, are you talking about Aboriginal or are you talking about black people, right? Because I'm talking about black people. Then I was like, wait, are you talking about Aborigines specifically or are you talking about black people? Because I'm talking about modern day Australia with its black population, right? So like the way that America's natives is all the butchering and the shittiness that we've done with the treaties and going back on them and all those different things. But there's reasons that people have their land specifically. So that could be very similar if there's Aborigine populations that want to maintain their land areas or whatever, and that keeps them within a certain culture or in a certain zone, where then stuff like the skin tones stay more consistent or whatever. That makes more sense than a modern society with people of color completely being free to roam amongst the population and go anywhere they want. I just don't know how it works, but I guess there's not a lot of outside people of color coming to Australia. So I guess the people of color that you have are generally folk, born from the Aborigine population, one way or the other. Whereas a lot of Europe has people brought over and then other migrations and things happened. But yeah, I don't know. So maybe we're both talking about the same thing, but I have a misunderstanding of how that works. Because I would have thought there would be a similar number of, not a similar number specifically, but just like there would still be black people that make it to Australia that are not Aborigine. They're just people that are black, right? I mean, I imagine because America was one of the last, I'm sure if there was a term of slavery in Australia, it could be a free state after a point, and then people from America maybe even fled to Australia, right? Or other nations, or decided to have, you know, economic opportunities in a new land and move there for other reasons. Like, I imagine there would be, because I know, like in Japan, they like very against foreigners, and then black people were very foreign, and they were very Japan, especially for a long time, was very fucked up. So they, you know, have done things to keep themselves separate. I didn't think Australia was the same way.
Meanwhile, someone like Nat Turner, Fred Hampton, they didn't make it to my middle school curriculum much, if at all. Ask any Gen Xer.
Oh yeah, I was saying that like none of these people, other than Peanut Butter Guy, that's who made it in my books. This barely Booker T was made it in. Booker T was more of a wrestler name than anything else for us. I didn't even know who the lady's name was.
In all its forms in America, we see a renewed focus on figures like Booker T. Washington and Madam C.J. Walker, George Washington.
Madam C.J. Walker. Yeah, I don't think I've heard that. Yeah.
And Carver, important legendary black first figures who also just happen to easily undergird the narrative.
And sorry, yeah, you're in the hospital and shit. So like, I don't mean to like, you know, miscommunication. How could that possibly happen? No, that's fine. Yeah.
Narrative of black liberation through capitalism. Meanwhile, someone like Nat Turner.
You need to look at heritage. The closer to the equator, the darker people are. It's natural. But are they taught? Do they have like a reason to keep themselves in their one specific area? I understand how melanin and human skin tones work, but modernly, people move, right? So I'm just like, I forget even where the question came up specifically. Oh yeah, because it was about the Aussie dude being like chill with the Americans. I'm like, man, America fucks with you guys. Here, take this glove for your power fist thing that you're doing. And I was like, oh, cool. I guess you guys are like chill with black people. You don't lose your color from moving. Yes, but when you move, oh, interesting. That's interesting. So I guess that's where the miscommunication may have come from. Because I guess I was asking if, like, generally speaking, like in Sydney, there's just a mix of color because people have all the different flavors, right? All the different timelines, and then, you know, crossbreeding or whatever, right? You know, genetically inheriting different elements of it, miscegenation, you know, different groups make, you know, instead of being like, no, because Sydney is in the colder southern climate, that means they are more chocolate skinned. And then the ones who are on the north, all of those are, and I'm like, they're still that segregated where like those people don't live, like the people that are from the equator area don't ever move to the south and live there. Like I thought that you were just saying like, nah, they keep to where they belong or whatever. I was just like, huh? Yeah. I thought you guys were chill, you know? So like, yeah, sure, their heritage if they're from that area, but then also like, again, over time things blend and shift as well. But yeah, I understand that like they're not like, you know, a pair of like, you know, those reading glasses that like shift as the sun hits them. They're not like coloring only because they're in the air with UV currently, you know. But those people that have a certain color should be totally chill to just move to another area. Again, maybe if there's a very specific type of land agreement with the government to keep them in their certain land area because that helps them have their sovereignty or something, then obviously that's like a border of their own country, sort of in its own way. So that's what keep, you know, those border lines do stop people from moving, whatever it is. We still have to pursue a nation as a part of us. So is that what you're talking about? Like with like to us, it's the reservations, which has its own tonality to it. But to nation is nation what you say as far as like the indigenous sort of like lands or whatever? I don't know. Gumbe something nation. So you live on a nation. You live on nation land, which I guess is like our similar reservations, or indigenous lands. So that's where you live or are. I don't know if that means that you are from the Gumbaynggirr. I was just worried that there were some typos in there and it's something different. I was like, benefit of the doubt, obviously, for a lot of it, but I was just like, "Ooh, boy, that looks rough." I was just like, okay, sure, I mean, there's the country of Niger, right? Like, so like it's not totally unreasonable to have certain names that are a combination of letters that are very similar, whatever it is. But I was just like, just double check, yeah. And especially with my history, with my ability to pronounce, yeah. Oh, not specifically your heritage, whatever it is, but just the country you were raised. Huh. So I guess it's not. I mean, I don't know if plantations are like, you can't come here, white boy. You can't live here. Probably. And also, it just seems really fucked up for me to go try to live there specifically, right? Like, but then like the idea that you could live on their land or whatever, or in their nation, is interesting, just because of the way that we've done our system, which is not a great system. And we also, it's weird because the way that they are considered separate keeps them away from a lot of federal funds and things, and it kind of like literally makes them like a landlocked sort of like nations. There's hundreds of nations. Oh, very interesting. Okay. I guess I can definitely see how that could be a healthy way to do it, where you could have like the normal Western style. These are all the different districts and whatever, and cities and things, but then also lay over a different, map thing that's then also shows where each lands are, and like a district of a voting block or whatever could be one sort of like circle shape, but then a nation might have like a more of a figure 8 shape that bisects it in different ways, because that's more of the natural history of that, which, because you can be in, I don't know, Queensland, but then also be a part of a different nation land, because it's, they share the same, latitude and longitude in certain areas. There's just the sort of the Western, designation addresses style, but then also a nod and representation and understanding of, because it's like, I technically would be living on Seminole land while also being in the Tampa Bay area, right? Like that could be two different ways, like a land acknowledgement sort of, right? But maybe there's more heft to it, actual municipalities or governing bodies and stuff. Most books reference about 250 odd countries. Oh, like in the area. Interesting. And are people of those nations in their 250 odd countries just stay in their specific countries? They don't move about? Is there some sort of like incentive to try to keep them within their area, to discourage moving out? Because that's kind of what the American systems have an impact of doing, because it's racist, in many ways. Yeah, I guess I'm learning from trying to learn from FD Signifier, and I'm also learning a little bit on the other side.
Fred Hampton, they didn't make it to my middle school curriculum much.
Yeah, neither one of these made it in my book, my school.
If at all. Ask any Gen Xer or millennial what they taught you during Black History Month. It's the same handful of people that fit a specific narrative. It's always about Black Americans who contributed to and found ways to flourish in the American dream, not the Black Americans who resisted and fought against American racism as an inner colony. And this is no more apparent than how the legacy of King is bastardized today. Martin Luther King during his time was one of the most hated men in America. But now he's Black Santa Claus to an entire generation of kids because they get to see him do the I Have a Dream speech while they're controlling Spider-Man and playing Fortnite. Yes, that's a real thing. And it's this generation of Black Gen Xers, me and my older brothers and sisters, that had this type of teaching that now are the most influential figures in our media today, telling you that Black capitalism is going to save us and that anyone that questions it is a fool or is repeating something that white liberals made up. It's really bad. But it wouldn't bother me so much if that weren't a complete monopoly of thought. If the resources and attention that these specific figures had was not so completely focused on their specific narrative and all the dissenting opinions were excluded. Again, being gracious. I believe
their family had to marry out. Huh. That adds a whole new layer of questions that may not be best done through Twitch comments, but it's like, huh? So like, it's like old-fashioned kingdoms where they like make alliances with families through specific, marriages. I guess it's less of like an individual one household, but more or less combinations of like all households are kind of handled as many elements like that and have to be married out. That's odd. I guess I think of it in the modern American version, and I think of it in the Palestine version, where it's like, I want the humans to have full legal freedom in all areas and not to have I guess if there's like a cultural thing where they still, there's layers of like, my parents, my mom's side is very German, and the grandmothers were at the wedding of my mom and dad, and they're like, hey, is he German? Is he German enough to marry? And they were like, yes, don't worry. Because they wanted to keep it, whatever, German, which is fucking crazy on its own, especially back then. What the fuck? But sometimes that's what a culture wants. And then also it falls apart usually, especially as you get a couple generations in. So just thinking that it's still so rigid is unusual to me. And with the ways that I've, tried to understand other, groups, and when it's subjugated upon others, I see it as much worse. When it's done internally, I worry that there's just like a conservative mindset that keeps it in such a cycle. But there's probably lots, like you said, 60,000 years of history. But it's like, as long as there's not like strict, fundamentals and rules that discourage and inhibit, that's where I would think that it has a bit more of a fucked up angle. You know what I mean? Multiple mobs? Maybe mobs is a different Australian term, because mobs is a very negative connotation in America specifically. No inbreeding. That just seems unhuman and unnatural, right? Like, I worry that it's just either a very fundamentalist form of culture that is oppressive, but again, I guess, like, as long as it seems like I don't feel like anywhere else in the planet have humans across all the different cultures that have ever done has not done natural humans slowly breeding, crossbreeding, mixing, and disseminating, right? What? Miscegenation. Oh, okay. You say no inbreeding. Okay, sorry. I guess I misunderstood entirely. But like, I thought you were saying there's no crossbreeding, which is different than in, right? It's literally the opposite. But yeah. So then having those multiple mobs, sure, yeah. Multiple groups of individuals in different parts of the same country, related in different ways. But they're related in different ways, not like a straight bloodline thing or something, so that way. But like, I don't want only inbreeding in the sense of like their own nation. You know what I mean? Like if they can only breed within their, like, you're German, you can only date Germans and only marry Germans, right? Like that kind of inbreeding. Not like your mother or your sister inbreeding, but like only within our group of people are you breeding. Because in every other form of human existence, people would not just breed within their group. They would slowly meander, mix, continue along, doing all those different things, right? I guess that's where I was thinking of the in group as in like just the entire, not the individual family, but the entire, like, it's lore controlled. I understand you don't want to have, siblings and cousins fucking. I get that. But I'm telling you is these different pods, these different families, these different nations, usually in every other form of society I've ever seen, are able and over time naturally just become mixed and miscegenated on their own. It's happened all over Asia, all over Eurasia, all over Africa, all over South America. The groups, blend and move and shift and collect in different ways, but it never stays specifically individually nationified, especially not for 60,000 years straight. But that's why I'm saying it seems what? Huh? That's the opposite of inbreeding. If you're from the Gumbanger sorta nation, the best way to not inbreed is to go to a different nation, right? That's your best chance to not fuck a cousin, is to go to the other group. I don't understand. I'm really having trouble understanding. Just rereading messages, make sure I'm not like doing a word misplace or something. Because to me, it sounds like this is a way to get inbreeding. Like this specifically, the idea of only living within your nation's areas. Yes, but you didn't say that. I'm not sure. Unfortunately, that's the difficulty of a streamer versus a chatter, is like, I'm sure you're talking about something that makes sense, but to me it doesn't make sense, and that's annoying for both. You said this was backwards. I never said specifically it was backwards, but I understand how you can get that impression. I was saying that specifically locking populations of individuals to a part of land, and then they never seem to leave that land and there's nothing keeping them there, but there's some reason they're kept there, right? And they say this is great against inbreeding, but like you're keeping a group of people specifically in one spot of land. I don't see. And then they only do arranged marriages with other groups, so they go around, and that's the only way that's the only way they ever fuck. I mean, come on, what? I mean, I don't know, like, and it just seems so artificial compared to the rest of humanity from all the different ancient and modern times. Yes, you say that they specifically will, designate to marry out into certain ways, but marrying is not the only way people fuck. Also, why are they so specifically segregated out into very specific groups and areas that their skin color never shifts and their populations don't? You said that they travel across the country to do their ceremonies, but they still live in their specific areas. You had a system like that locked down in the Balkans some 50 to 100 years ago. Do you mean like the inbreeding system locked down as in you got rid of it? Or you mean locked down as in like people stayed within certain zones only? I guess I'm not sure exactly which part of it you're picking up on and then making that statement. Probably a long time. Whatever. But you say that the people in the north have dark skin, and that's just how it is. And there's not a mix of people in the north. It's just people with dark skin there. And I'm like, well, that's unusual because usually people mix and cross-pollinate and move about, right? So I don't. You keep mentioning that, like, oh, they marry out and stuff, but they never change in these geographical regions. Like the population is staying there specifically, which is like, huh? That's doesn't seem like it seems like it's artificially put that way. You know what I mean? Like, because we're not. I mean, like, are these considered specifically tribal structures where the people still live the way that it was done 60,000 years ago? Or are they modern where they have fucking cars and jobs and houses? Like, you forgot, rude. You don't know what I've forgotten, right? But I understand. I don't want to. I have a problem with getting heated, especially with miscommunications. It's difficult for me to parse. So I'm talking myself down to make sure that that I'm not over emphasizing words to myself. What I said about country being a part of the people. So you're saying the culture is important. People used to live in small villages far apart. What they used to do is young men would travel to another village and try to get a bride and bring the bride to their village. Yeah. I mean, that's very feudal in my limited understanding. It's not like Americans and patriotism. Now I'm very curious. I don't have rose-tinted glasses towards American patriotism specifically. But you'd be surprised. You're saying it's cultural, the same way that my German ancestors of my mother's side were concerned that the person that she was marrying was not of a similar of the specific lineage that they cared about, right? They care about being German. They have their German traditions and roots and whatever it is, even though these Germans are in America hanging out because those people move as, part of the natural thing that I talk about. They care about, that is not the same. Country being a part of the people. So you're saying the land is a part of the people. So they walk a long time. It takes them years to walk. I'm not sure why that matters, but they still care about their land. So they go back to the land specifically. All this time walking sure does take a long time, wowee, but they then go back to the land. Do the Aboriginal people in Australia live like regular Australians? Do they have the rights and freedoms as regular Australians? Do they drive cars, wear clothes, have jobs, act as otherwise regular individuals in the society? Or do they still walk across the country on foot? Depends where they are. Sure. Okay. Yeah. The same way that the hillbillies of Appalachia in America don't really go to an office job or whatever it is, but like the people of whatever nation, the people of the nation in Sydney are all very city dwelling individuals going about their business. Or is it, it still kind of depends. They're kind of like, well, they're sort of, they keep to themselves and we don't really talk to them and they don't really talk to us. And they kind of just exist in their own little mini dimension. You know, they're not really allowed to marry white people or whatever. Like, because like humans fall in love with other humans, you know what I mean? Like it's one of those, like, it feels unusual because every other form of humanity has, even the most, like, you know, even the fucking, you know, what is it? The American would be the Amish. The Amish have their very specific area where they are from. And they have very specific religious ways. And they even have their one, you know, Mungspringer or what the fuck it is, where they get to go out into the regular world where there's like electronics and things. But some of them don't come back. And that Amish blood is then, you know, shared out. You know what I mean? It makes it sound like there are no people of color in Australia other than these Aborigine nations that are incredibly segregated. According to some, it's because it was. That sounds like a form of apartheid, if that makes sense. How long ago was it changed? I guess I could just look it up instead of like forcing it. I mean, I could just be looking up all of this instead of asking. I misspelled stuff. Oh, it's the same thing. Wow, even women have to fight the right Mary. It's crazy. In Queensland, the purpose was to prevent miscegenation by preventing black/white marriages. In Western Australia, it was to absorb blacks into the white population by preventing black unions. Wow, that's crazy to have 2 different versions of the same thing. That's insane. The adverse effects on indigenous people was always the same, and as with conflicts, some Aboriginal resisted control. Women deliberately fell pregnant to their forbidden fiancés. Couples escaped to states without marriage controls. Half Castle of Women Broome petition declaring, sometimes we have a chance to marry a man of our own choice. Therefore, we ask for our freedom so that when the chance comes along, we can rule our lives and make ourselves true and good citizens. See, that's what I mean by it just... They naturally, humans break out of their own cultural chains and move amongst each other and blend, because I'm a humanist, and it just seems weirdly unnatural to have these completely pocketed non-blending groups of humans. In Sydney, we're slower to pick up on the issue, but when they did, as a way to prick the consciousness of an Australian increasingly concerned about Hitlerism, the right to marry the partner of one's choice shot to the top of Aboriginal Australia's list of demands, above land rights and equal pay, the second only to the right to vote. This sounds less like keeping it within the family or whatever, but I mean, I am reading just one article, and you're a person who's lived and done a bunch of research on things, so I'll I'm not trying to think I know more all of a sudden. When the case of Gladdy and Mick hit headlines across the world, thanks to the UN Secretary General, entire rotten system of Aboriginal protection laws and propelled nation towards overwhelming endorsement of citizenship in 1967. So they have citizenship. While many white Australians have forgotten how important freedom is to marry, but not so Indigenous people like lawyer Tammy Williams. When the issue of same-sex marriage came up, yeah, I guess this might be the end of where they talk about biblical values. Oh, God. Today's freedom to marry movement, like I said before, reaffirmation of equality, impartiality, humanity. Sometimes, yes. Absolutely. Because that's what humans do. Literally right here. They even say it's kind of rare, but they want to have the freedom to do so. Sometimes we have a chance to marry a man of our own choice. So therefore, we ask for our freedom so that when the chance comes along, not like a thing that's super common, but you know what? When it comes up, we want to be able to rule our lives and make ourselves true and good. We want the ability to make the decision, right? That'd be like saying people in America don't ever have black and white families and shit because white people had enslaved them before. But we do. I cannot. Are you saying they wanted the ability to marry, but actually wouldn't do it? But they just want the ability to do it? A person advocating and fighting for the political right to marry, but then goes, actually, I won't. But thanks you for giving me the right. That's crazy. People fight for the right to get it because they want it, these individuals. You think no one's going to marry like that? I mean, that's... That implies that it never comes up and they never actually want to do it, but they just want the right just for fun. That's kind of to me, that's what? Why would that ever be a point? Fighting for rights as a human being is a very difficult thing. You know what I mean? Like, they're literally having to fight for labor rights and housing rights and land rights, and it was the second most important right of all the ones they were fighting for. Yes, there was that point where they weren't allowed to marry black to black, right? That was that one. I forget if it was Queensland or Western Australia, but there was points where that was a part of the oppression that was put upon them. But especially in modern times, you know, that was generations ago at this point, right? When the laws were done to make it free. So this is where you start to notice the mixing of humans, especially as the laws make it. You would see it regardless of the laws, but you'll see it now more as the laws are freed. You remove those artificial barriers that keep people tied into a spot. Now, I understand. Interrace, I understand. Yeah. Like, when I see a population that's been stuck in one area to the point that none of the skin tones have been able to, you know, sort of blend and have a mixture or whatever it is, it's because there's an artificial barrier. In some cases, it's the law, right? In some cases, it's walls. In some cases, it's guns, right? But that's where, as those barriers lift, that's where you see the typical human timeline begin to move. Populations have moved literally across history forever, but then all of a sudden it's stuck there for, you know, all of a sudden it's stuck there, and it's like, huh? How come all of a sudden it's now stuck there? Like, something's stuck it in place. Just kind of how I was approaching the learning of it. And a combination of trying to make sure I have an understanding from my improved perspective on things, but also not being impossible to understand newer, even more nuanced layers of perspective. The forced miscegenation was an interesting one that I had never seen before. By preventing black and black unions, it's so weird that, I mean, I'm not sure how far apart Queensland and Western Australia, right? I don't know the geography of my own country that well, honestly. It's so weird for them to keep, you know, black and white separate, but then over here they were like, nah, we're gonna get rid of blacks by just straight up making them like an iced coffee. We're gonna latte this sucker and just force. It's such a weird thing. I don't get what was done to Aboriginal people. Well, I know what chattel slavery was in America, and I've been told that was one of the worst forms of slavery to exist. I guess Oppression Olympics is not always the most worthwhile endeavor, because it's a way of minimizing someone else because someone else may have had it worse by some degree. But I think humans are humans, right? Culture is culture. You know, I get that. I'm not mad when a black person marries a black person. I'm like, damn it, they should have miscegenated. I'm not like freaking out about it. You know what I mean? It's fine. It's sure. Describes Aboriginal people in the first use. Yeah, but, you know, whatever. We know that the UN has its own blind spots and all kinds of things. I totally have a complete understanding that there is a genocide against people. Yes, yeah. I have no doubt that when Westerners showed up, they were like, ah, good. People of color, time to be evil again, right? Yes, absolutely. It's never been considered a genocide what America did to the Native Americans in my country, right? The UN should also describe that. I don't know, maybe they have since, but they should. Would you marry someone who did that? Eventually, people do. Yes. Me specifically? No. I mean, it's like, I am not I'm literally currently married to somebody, so I'm not going to divorce my wife for somebody who then also ran people off of a cliff. You know what I mean? Like, people do, right? People live. The more you keep them segregated specifically because of a weird white savior purity thing, that's just a different form of segregation, whatever, you know what I mean? If they want to stay within that's fine, but as long as it's allowed, you know what I mean? Equal rights to all citizens within. Sure, I understand that, but also it's a weird hypothetical because I'm not a person who's had to live through that specific thing. But straight up right here, that people were saying that they wanted to be able to marry outside. That's just what they wanted. They specifically, remember, I forget what the quote was in this thing, but they were like, they wanted to. So the answer right here is yes. These people back in 1960 were fighting for this thing. It's human. It's human to want to love somebody, especially as you've moved beyond that and you're no longer doing the genocide. To say that black people in America should never be allowed to marry a white person because white people did a bad thing a long time ago is just stripping rights away from black people. You know what I mean? Not segregation. Segregation does imply a governmental restriction, right? And then you're saying that now that they have the right, they still don't do it. Or at least they don't do it on a large scale to make a noticeable impact on the community. Yeah. Because segregation is definitely a strict structure of laws and things set up. I guess you could argue there could be a form of segregation through pressures of societies, right? So like there's, I don't know, like for example, in America, men very commonly retain their last name in marriages because of the patriarchy, right? There's not a law saying that women can't keep their own last name, or even a man can take a woman's name, right? It's just a very common practice that is just sort of like created this societal or cultural wall around that specific sort of like practice. But that's not necessarily a hard loss. Maybe that wouldn't count as the same thing. And that could be where some of my miscommunication, either what I was not properly sharing, or also, because I think, because thinking back on what you were saying there, you were saying not segregation, and I think I was like thinking that you were still voting for it, or not voting, but vying for it, I guess is the right word. Like saying like it's good and it should stay that way, and based on the idea that that's what they want, which is good. It's because like you want their consent to be respected, and their consent in this case is to continue what they've got. But it almost seems like it's good that they don't want to because I don't want them to, or something, right? Or like I want them to never change their minds on this, is the way, maybe the smoke that I was putting on it, or what the negative connotation that I was feeling for some reason or another, maybe because of, you know, the American system or all these other different things. And it seemed like you were like, this is how it is, and it's good that it is this way, right? It was just kind of like, and that could be wrong on me for having read that in the words where they weren't there, or adding something extra to it. No, yeah, totally. That makes a lot of sense about where the mixing would happen. And like, there's been, at least in different communities that I'm aware of, when people were mixed skin, then they were seen to look down on because of the way that they were formed, and or the way that, you know, generally that mixing of the bloodlines happened. And it wasn't through traditional happy loving family, but through, you know, abuse. And then those people were seen as like physical human forms of the evidence of abuse. And then that was seen negatively in the communities, and that had a lot of its own stigma and all these different layers that have, you know, since been eroded away as we, you know, evolve as a society. And I see that evolving as a good thing. And I see the stigma as a bad thing, right? Even though the causes of those, you know, those people in those eras was definitely a bad thing. I don't want to diminish that part of it. When last names had an actual meaning, like if your last name was Smith, your family did smithing. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, what did my family do? Our name is Sniffin. Wait, what did we do? Wait, what could we do if we were? Who needs a professional sniffer on cue? You know, quick, you get the Sniffin family. We have a job for them. Yes. I even told Kara, like, hey, Kara, you don't have to take my name. It's a weird last name. You're totally fine to keep your current last name. Yeah, they want rights to be like everyone else, whether they choose or not. Yeah. I mean, because I had that statement made no sense to me. Like, no, they just want the right. They don't actually want to do it. Because I agree, they want the rights like everybody else. But you I guess with this verbiage, it sounded much better because they want the right to choose yes or no. Not they want the right, but they don't want to. Because it seemed very definitive that you know what they want or don't want. And like, you don't, you know what I mean? They're them. And like, maybe they really want to, but the law makes it tough. So then they say, you know, we want the law. Not that we're going to do it. We just want the law. Okay, now that we have the law, thank God we can finally do it. You know, who knows, right? I mean, just freedom for humans in all lands is my general basis. The simple Palestine of like, you can call Israel Israel, you can call it Israel Palestine, you can call it Netanyahu Funland if you want to, as long as everybody has equal and free rights in the lands. They are all citizens, they vote, you can have your own, you know, traditional birthright and or specific citizenship that's, you know, similar to, you know, the nations that we consider to be, you know, non-cruel or whatever. I'm not sure. I'm only used to birthright citizenship, but I guess it's somewhat odd when it comes to the way that nations work. But as long as they have their citizenship and their rights, like, it's fine. I don't know if it's like based off of family heritage in some places or other. Like, I don't really know. I think like people in Canada, like if your parents are Canadian and you're born overseas, you're just still a Canadian regardless, right? Yeah. You give yourself a middle name. Yeah, you never had a middle name, yeah. Your maiden name, your middle name is what you mean, but yeah. No, I mean, it's cool. I mean, I don't have it in either way. It's so weird to you. The only way Aboriginal people could marry a white person was if they were mixed blood. You mean like in the past? The only way Aboriginal people could marry a white person? Because now, at least according to my understanding, is they can marry whoever they want. Aboriginal, black, white, whatever, right? Until the change. Yeah. Once the change happens, humans are free, you know? And if they want to keep it in the family or whatever, and not like the literal family, but like keep it within the nation, you know? There's some people, you know, like one of my good friends, Cole, who used to stream on here, and she probably will at some point again, but the dates, 60s? What do you mean? Did I miss some parts of this? Because beginning in the 1860s and culminating in the 1930s, assumed even more control over who they could marry. They prevented miscegenation, and nowadays they actually specifically stopped black-on-black unions. The adverse effect on the people was always the same, and as with convicts, some Aborigines resisted control, as you know, humans do. Women deliberately fell pregnant to their forbidden fiancés in either case, Queensland or Western Australia. Couples escapes to states with different, so I guess outside of I don't know, Melbourne, whatever. Is that considered a region, or is that just a city? Identify half-caste women of Broome petitioned WA for the declared. Oh wait, do you mean is half-caste like specifically people? Huh? The vax was evil. How do you get out of this fiat system, though? Are you like the most mobile of chatters ever? And I'm like, when that one guy came in talking about crypto, and then you just randomly in the middle of this conversation brought up crypto again, I gotta scroll up. Huh? Yeah. Oh, more Australian people. Unless unrelated. Yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we had all different types of words. So these women were the ones asking for the rights. I mean, like, depending upon how you view the rights currently before this, right? A woman of half caste might literally be allowed to marry nobody. Like, sorry, you're still kind of white, so you can't marry a black person. And actually, as a black person, you can't marry that. Like, no matter whoever your partner might be, they go, well, you have this color in you, therefore you can't. You know what I mean? So they'd be like limited to never marry anybody, depending on how they decided it. How do you get out of this fiat system, though? It just seems like an ongoing question from like a statement that's like, sure, I understand what you're saying about this, but then how do you do this though? Like, it seemed like it was like maybe like, oh, is this a wrong chat message? Like, are you in a different chat? Like, we were not talking about currencies at all or money at all. You know what I mean? This is, this is a very long conversation about like my struggling with language of exactly what Yogi was talking about with the condensed skin tones in Australia, and I thought that was unusual, right? What do cars have to do with this? I was just thinking about people even have the right to drive or whatever, right? Like if they were like keeping the Aboriginal population within like the keeping them out of regular society, so they wouldn't have the rights to buy the traditional homes or to have a job, or to, they had to file taxes in a different way or whatever it is, right? I have no idea what was being proposed. You're talking about how long it takes to walk across Australia. I'm like, don't they have cars? What do you mean? Like, you can't get on a plane? You know what I mean? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was watching the. I got you. No, that makes sense, right? That makes sense. Oh shoot, this is a whole different thing. It was a FD signifier video. That's a whole different thing. We can watch it. It's just fun. It's just different. Maybe well, it was this video. Maybe we already finished it and closed it out when I got distracted with the other stuff. It was just like, oh, we haven't finished it. Oh, I got you.
White liberals made up. It's really bad. But
also, the beginning of this video was that it's not about like the idea of money and capitalism and socialism and money. Not like it's not the simple idea that like, oh, socialist means no money and capitalist means they're the only ones that get money. Like, that's not what he was trying to say by that title of his video. Why black liberals refuse to abandon capitalism. The black liberals that do abandon capitalism and look for more of a liberation form of economy, including socialism and other things, would still use money. You know what I mean? That's not a mutually exclusive element. Literally, China, one of the biggest socialist countries out there, a lot of money. They literally have, I think, more billionaires than America does now, technically. Even though they have way less control over what happens, thankfully, at least for them. At least for now. I don't know if it might change eventually if they add more dangism or whatever. I'm very limited on my knowledge of the very specific different styles of the different regimes of China or leaderships of China. Let's see. Did we finish this
But
one?
it wouldn't bother
Maybe you just rewind it a little bit.
me so much if that weren't a complete monopoly of thought. If the resources and attention that these specific figures had was not so completely focused on their specific narrative and all the dissenting opinions were excluded. Again, being gracious. I believe most of these black folks think they're doing right by black people. But how would they know if they never actually engage with any of the thinkers to the left of them? You go back to the 60s and 70s and you see constant engagement with the black left, the Black Panthers, the Black Power movement, even Malcolm X was doing TV interviews. And yes, there were still black moderates and people talking that black capitalism shit then, but there was a balance of thought in our media, even if I didn't agree with it. But now the balance is having Amanda Seales argue with 20. And shout out to Amanda Seales, because whatever criticisms you have of Amanda, she is, in my opinion, an anti-capitalist and a leftist, and her politics are good. Check mark for Amanda Seales.
I didn't know enough of the creators in this Jubilee segment or whatever. So when I saw the image before of the crazy suit versus other people, I was like, is this black capitalist versus black leftists or whatever? Or is she the one capitalist? Everyone else is a leftist. I couldn't tell.
But if you wanted this to be an actual valuable engagement with black political thought, we leave the out of the equation. It would be Amanda Seales versus 20 black liberals. Jubilee. I will go to that one. Jubilee.
Oh, that's crazy.
Hop back in my DMs. Because once we do that, we're actually engaging in centering black political thought, not black political spectacle and counterinsurgency. And look, y'all. These days, you haven't noticed, I'm not trying to start no internet fights with no one. I'm not trying to air nobody out. This wasn't even the plan. I was supposed to be talking about Bill Belichick and his fetish for white wide receivers right now in time for football season. And I have been going out of my way recently, to my detriment, in fact, to be amenable and palatable to black liberals and moderates, because I realize that while I may have a big YouTube platform, I'm still a very small drop in the bucket. And the black left and the black radicalism is pretty much the same. There's not enough flow of our ideas into the cultural zeitgeist of black people. And I think that can only be done by having cordial conversations and fair criticism rather than hit pieces. Although I may have one last one I'm working on for later this year. And all of this.
A lot of people have spoke for Tyler Perry. Probably, deserved, right? I've just never really. It felt a lot of Tyler Perry stuff as an outsider. There was an uncomfortableness to it that seemed like, am I the one that, am I weird for feeling that? Like, there's a certain bizarre minstrelness to it. It's just kind of like, I don't know. It just always just seemed wrong. I don't know. There was something odd about it. I guess it's kind of British with the constant use of cross-dressing because that's the funny element of what's happening or whatever. I mean, there's lots of different, behaviors and things. And also I think outside of the film industry and shit. I mean, don't rub it in, man. Okay. Not even that. I mean, that's interesting that they just oh, you want a patch real fast? Not even a Zyn or whatever or a gum. It's like a patch. I mean, I guess a patch. Interesting. Because a patch would just miss out on a lot of the other aspects of the mouth feel and the other, stimming physical elements of smoking. But I guess it would just give you the drug that you need in your body or whatever. Interesting. Either a taste bud is falling off my tongue or a random piece of plastic is in my mouth. I think it's the latter. Odd. Very odd. Or that it was a weird seed from the pizza or something. Yeah, patch is definitely for the drug specifically. And with no other option, Better than nothing, I guess. Let's finish.
Is why I think we should regard black cap.
Yeah. That makes sense why if you're quitting. You never watch any of the Medea movies? Yeah, I mean, it was definitely I would see it come across, because like I never would like go to the theaters. I barely went to the theaters at all in the first place, but that was never like a thing I was gonna go buy a movie ticket for, just because it wasn't my speed. But like they would be on like TBS and shit, and then you'd see it on the TV, and you're just like, huh, you know, like that's, huh, you know. And they keep making these things, you know. It's, I get also back when I used to have television, you would see ads, you know, for the new ones and whatever a lot, and they'd also be repeated a lot, which could maybe add into the level of cringe or annoyance I would have with them, is because ads are annoying. When you play the same things over and over, you get really annoyed with it. So that could be another layer of it. And maybe, I mean, I was also bad at media literacy even back then and stuff. It seems like to me Tyler Perry fell off because also I was disconnected. I mean, he had TV shows, right? Wasn't he working on, maybe not Blackish, but I thought there was a show with Ice-T. Wasn't that written by Tyler Perry? I forget, honestly. And also network television, LOL, you know, whatever. I haven't watched any of that shit in forever. Speaking of not watching that shit, oh yeah, let's make sure we finish this.
Capitalists and black liberals, no matter how pro-black they are, as conservative, if those are the ideologies that they are holding on to. We should stop acting like the Candace Owenses of the world exist. Stop allowing them to be controlled opposition and present themselves as ideologies worthy of our engagement.
I mean, no more than ever is it relevant to talk about Candace Owens dealing with the groypers.
Because they're not. Instead, we need discourse and debate with actual black conservatives so that they can illustrate how this whole black capitalism thing is actually going to work this time around. And once we get past that fallacy, maybe then we can have a real renaissance of black political movement in this country, as we are well past due for it. I'm just a nigga that watches too many cartoons and looks like he works at GameStop. What do I know?
That's fucked up.
And this has been light work.
That's crazy. All right. I think I've been waiting. I've been actually excited to get back to, which is Stavi Gets Ripped, season 3. Let's go. Let's go. My big Greek king, my fellow fat man. He started doing, you know, diet and exercise. One of his friends is a bit of a nutritionist, kind of like doing some pro bono stuff for him. And he's taking an Ozempic-like drug this time. That might have a huge change. Last time he got on a scale, it said that he was even fatter than when he first started, and he's like, I gotta get rid of this cheap ass scale. So I think that's gonna be an element of this episode. Also, there's an anime intro. Oh boy. In the past, so comedian Stavros Halkias, Greek man, he's done these like Stavi Gets Ripped shows, and usually by the end of the thing, it seems like he just gets fatter. It seems like it's the only workout show where the guy gets fatter. Although I think in season 2 he did lose a certain number of pounds, but then he kind of, you know, put it back on, just like we all do. You know, we as a fat community, I say.
Well, I have strep throat. So I'm a fucking idiot. I slept for 4 hours the first 2 nights of the tour, and then I said, let's have a day full of activity, and I feel like dog shit. So we're gonna go to urgent care. My fucking lymph nodes are swollen. I'm very
Wait, is that where your lymph nodes are?
But the good news is if that's what it is, I get some antibiotics. I'm fat. I'm better very fast. I flew out our boy Robert so we could get swole together, and we just ended up hanging out, getting high, and eating snacks. But I still made sure to use my time with Robert wisely and ask him incredibly important fitness questions. Were there some sultan, like, did you have to fight his strongest,
So his strongest
guy?
party.
He had a fucking mongoloid that you had to wrestle?
Stand to the wall. Baby Ruth?
Simpler times yesterday.
Today, I have to meal prep for the week and do my best to recover because we have a photo shoot scheduled for 6 a.m. in the Oregon mountains and then shows in a different city every night for 5 days straight.
There's actually a lot of shit that needs to be done. Jesus. I'm gonna go get an IV to get rehydrated and get the placebo effect of thinking the medicine is helping me. Why did I do this? Why didn't I just take a few days off? But yeah, I have strep throat 3 days.
That seems very Hollywood to go and just get an IV to get rehydrated. It's like, bro, just drink a bottle of water. I don't understand. I guess it gets it in you a little faster or whatever. But I'm like, huh? Doesn't that? That's crazy.
Into the tour. Sucks dick.
What's up? How you doing?
I feel pretty bad, but I took an antibiotic. By this time tomorrow, I'll be sucking pussy and f***ing ass.
When it was all said and done, I got like 3 hours in bed, and normally I'd be pissed, but we're about to do something that, even in my weakened state, I am absolutely pumped for.
Look what we got here.
That's kind of crazy that, like, oh yeah, the med students, they all have to do this, right? It's like, yeah, they're all so disheveled and strung out and, working insane hours that they need to just get hyper hydrated as fast as possible to get back to crunching. It's like, whoa, well, maybe we should rethink the structure of these things. But I guess being an actual doctor, it's not any fucking, especially like when I think about my sister-in-law working at the hospital, like, yo, it's what the fuck? The fact that I could also have a job and be allowed to live in the same society does not seem fair, because that seems like a whole fucking life ruining amount of everything.
Picking up the tour bus. The tour bus is not simply a means toward transportation. It is my key to getting rid.
Oh, okay. That's probably a wise way to take care of that problem with the time management that they have. Okay. Well then, all right. The fact that they're getting hammered and hungover, I guess they do have some time to themselves, and I guess it maybe would be better for them not to get omega drunk and to feel healthier for their stuff. But hey, I can't judge. So
my secret weapon. On other tours, the never-ending planes, cars, and hotels made settling into a routine impossible and succumbing to temptation inevitable.
Oh, Chili's to go.
But now, I'll simply fall asleep on the bus and wake up in the next city, giving me way more time to focus on my health. The bus era has begun.
What the fuck? What do you want to be? Bus boys.
The bus and 1 day of antibiotics have me feeling so refreshed that I was frolicking nude in the snow first thing in the morning. But not everybody had such a restful night.
I thought the bus were gonna be like a little bigger, a little wider, more of a goon sanctuary. What are you talking?
Fuck Eldest. The bus is incredible. Now it's time to explore beautiful Eugene, Oregon.
Yeah, I was thinking that as long as you are one of those easy sleepers, the bus probably is the way to go, just so that way you can travel and sleep at the same time instead of having to constantly sleep and then travel, and then you're just kind of like, you're not 2 for 1-ing, right?
Back, baby. We're home.
I guess it also requires that you are always 8-ish hours away from any other location you need to be at.
Let's get all the non-refrigerated shit first.
Ooh, wait a minute. 23 for... Hell yeah, that's the tech. I used to do that same exact thing when I would go to... I didn't go to Sam's. I was going to... Or Kirkland, I guess, is Sam's? Yeah. When I would go to Walmart, I would always hit the cold section last. That way, when you get to the fucking register, and then your hot ass car in Florida, like I am, that your chicken breast is not literally like, getting salmonella by the second or whatever. I guess technically everybody has it in it, but you know what I mean? Like, it's not just immediately your milk or your cream is not curdling in the car, just by being in your cart for an hour as you shop, and then a long line, and then traffic going home, and then it's been sitting above the danger zone for like 2.5 hours, and you go, oh fuck. Yeah, trains for that reason are sick. I only was on a train, I think, once in my entire life, and that was on Kara and I's honeymoon when we were going from New Jersey to New York. And it was like, oh, wow, you just walk on. You have all your bag space, and you just kind of chill, and you can get up with your legs, and it's so much better than a plane. Although because we landed in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, I forget. I think maybe we landed in Pennsylvania, and then her family picked us up and drove us to New Jersey, where they actually live, because I guess Pennsylvania and New Jersey are kind of close. And we got to hang out with them for a day before we then took the train from that nearby area to New York to do our honeymoon or whatever.
4-pack.
I'm gonna go with 2 of these.
Okay, Diet Shasta grapefruit. Okay.
These are good. The Yucateros.
Damn, those are looking mighty fine, mighty fine. These are good.
Oh shit, they have DVDs here too?
This is awesome.
Fuller Palace.
Poltergeist. Rain Donovan season 3.
Todos quieren a Rain. Ocean's 13.
Darkest Hour.
3 Chuck Norris films. Final Destination.
Family Guy, the freaking sweet collection. Oh yeah, we're just we're on tour and we're just going through and yeah. We're not casing the joint, we promise. It's not the camera, it's how autistic we're being about this. Dude, I'm so pumped. We got a great haul.
What did they think they're gonna steal?
Yeah, I shoot 15,000 of these a day.
He yourself off on my hand.
Well, no, you're me off. No, you are.
You yourself off on my hand.
One day is enough time.
They're such like they're kind of permanently they're a part of them are permanently stuck in that like high schooler mentality.
To fully recover from strep throat, right?
I'm horny.
Let's get our mother freaking pump on.
Speaking of, where's that fucking piece of shit, George? Just running errands for me?
In the meantime, I'll make a protein-packed breakfast.
I'm making a peanut butter and jelly yogurt with PB Fit and some oikos.
I think mixing peanut butter with yogurt is a bad idea.
Afraid of innovation. Oh my God, O'Brien, you're a fucking idiot. The peanut butter and jelly yogurt. Patent pending, Stavros Halkias.
There was one tip I had from my nutritionist that I actually been forgetting to add to my diet. Was there's a certain type of I'm trying to remember the name of it. It's like a flaky yeast. I forget the name of it. It's like maybe it's shakeable yeast or something. Kara, if you're in the chat, what was that yeast thing called? But it's basically just, what's it called, Kira? Oh, she's gonna get it. Basically, it's just yeast flakes that are very mildly or almost non-flavored. Nutritional yeast. Yeah, it's like a shaker bottle thing. And it has some calories, but mostly it's a little bit of fiber and 5 grams of protein if you put a full 2 tablespoons, which is kind of a lot. But it's a way of just adding extra protein to things that are generally savory. I think it has a little bit of a savory salt. So like in this example with the yogurt, probably not the best to add to it, but anything that's generally a savory dish, like I should be like, oh, my pizza, I'll just sprinkle a little of this on there to make sure there's extra protein involved and it's not just carbohydrates and fats, right? Just to kind of add that little bit of extra, value to it. I might ask Kara if she doesn't mind to maybe leave it out on the counter or something, just so it's easier for me to see, so that way I add it. Yeah.
I combined 2 other.
Because I am a bit of a moron. Monkey see, monkey do. Monkey don't see, monkey don't do. You know what I mean? So like, I kind of forgot it existed until I saw him add that brown powder to his stuff, and I was like, wait, he's protein packing his thing. Don't I do? Wait a minute.
And I'm calling a patent on it.
Okay, so we're here at the Downtown Athletic Club in Eugene. It actually fucking rocks. What I have to do today is I have to get back with the pump. This workout looks a little tough. Let's fucking get to it. I am in such bad shape.
This is good inspiration for me to get back on my workout regime. I think I have like some old notes saved with like the exact breakdown of it. Where did I put? Where are they? Didn't I put it in here? Let's see. Yeah, there it is. Just in case, this is probably the easiest way to do this. Sorry, hold on. Stand by. If it's something like this. Oh, it's basically, yeah, I guess, yeah, you're right, because, what is it? Vegemite is just like a yeast paste, right? We have Vegemite that we meant to do a taste test, but we never actually did it. It might be expired. It's like years old now, just sitting in the in the pantry. Kara's like, it's fine. Yeah, it's easy, says the person not eating it. Let's see. So bent single arm row. Those are for the lumbars, I'm pretty sure. 12 time a 15-pound dumbbell. It's harder than it seems. 15 pounds doesn't seem like a lot, but I'm a weakling. I am a shapeless man, not out of shape, just never been in shape. Barbell press. This was 25 plus 15 per side. Oh my, yes. That's a whopping, what the fuck, 40 pounds per side. And the bar is not quite a 45-pound bar. It's not an Olympic bar. It's a standard bar, I think is the name of it. I see. You know, it's Best Buy. Not that it's expired, but it's Best Buy. You know, sealed for freshness. You know, in order for the proper taste that we recommend is Best Buy. Yeah. So what? 40 and 40 is 80. So that was close to about 90 or 100 pounds. Depending on how much the bar officially is weighed. Barbell deadlift. Yeah. Wait. Oh, deadlift. Yeah. Same thing. A little bit. Yeah. And then squats, 25s per hand. But I was running out of, like, this was too easy for me because leg muscles are bigger and I'm a big fat guy. So picking up a big fat body is pretty easy. So then I was having to learn how to do the barbell in my squats. And then day 2, lunges, reverse lunges are tough. And my balance is probably all fucked again because I haven't done this stuff in like over a year now. Overhead presses and small squat. That I'm interested in doing because I got a lot of back problems and shit. Just like weird little like twinges and like little tweaks and twists that like then randomly will peak up. It never, you know, I would have them very rarely. They would happen for a couple of days and they go away. Now it seems to be this lingering problem. And like one of the best ways to avoid certain muscle pains is musculoskeletal exercises where you just make sure your routine is keeping your muscles stretched, exercised, well fed, and used. So that way you're not likely to accidentally tweak a muscle that is underused and overstretching it. And, you know, it's just mobility is one of the best things that you can do for those things. And generally, when you go to a physical therapist and or a chiropractor, all they're doing is giving you a form of physical therapy / exercise into those muscles and things. And then it seems like, wow, all better. But it's just, if you just need to add this into your daily thing. I can swim. Yeah, I mean, I grew up in Florida, so like, yeah, 100%. Like, yeah, no issues there. I just don't have a pool. I have a neighbor's pool, but again, we're in Florida, and she does not have a cage, like a screen cage. And there's all these like beetles and shit in it all the time. And I'm a weird dude, and I don't like bugs. And maybe that's not weird, but it's like I'm a pussy, right? I don't like wasps and spiders and beetles all up in the pool. So, and also, I'm a bit of a anxious fool, so I don't really talk to my neighbors, right? I'm a shut-in. I am, you know, one, you know, bad bullying session away from, you know, I mean, I shouldn't say I'm going to be a school shooter or something. That's really fucked up. Don't worry, I'm American. I can say it. Don't worry. It's okay. It's my culture. Okay, it's fine. I'm allowed to use that word. Okay. But I don't like feeling like I'm bothering her. I would be annoyed, like, oh, that fucking fat idiot next door is over there using the pool again, you know? She's like, use the pool whenever you want. Don't knock and ask permission. Just get in there and use it. And I go, sure. And then we've done it once, you know, and I'm like, oh. Ooh, use a teaspoon like stock in beef-flavored dishes. Okay. I mean, when I make my beef-flavored, you know, ramen, I can just throw it in there, right? Add a little extra protein to my ramen. Interesting idea to not waste the Vegemite itself as a, yeah, because it's just like a more pasty, liquidy version of, I guess, the flakes. But yeah, Kara's into it. Kara loves adding odd, well, what I see as odd, because to me, ramen is the 28-cent bag of noodles that you get, and you just have a bowl with noodles and broth, and that's all there is to it. And now there is this like world where there's eggs and pieces of ham and like all these different shit in a bowl of ramen. I'm like, this is supposed to be cheap food. Why is it like gourmet with like a, you know, oh look, a quail egg and like, you know, I don't know, a fucking salmon fart or something. Yeah. You know, it's like, what the fuck? This is supposed to, why is there sushi in here? What the fuck? You know, it's all kinds of bougie now. Yeah. Yeah. And then let's see here. The overhead press for the back. Yeah. Bicep curl simple. Tricep kickbacks. That was for the tricep muscles. Because I only have a barbell and some dumbbells, which are like little handheld ones. So there's limited number of weights. I mean, it'd be kind of cool to be able to use a machine to do like lumbar exercises, because I have like, again, a dumb brain, so it's hard for me to even activate these muscles sometimes. I got better at it once I learned, you know, with a trainer, but still.
I need to do a warm-up before I do the warm-up that the app suggests. This will loosen up all of my injuries. I have shoulder problems, I have back problems, I have forearm problems. This is how bad a shape I am. This is what it takes me to lift, but I can't get injured. I keep getting injured, so this is precautionary stuff. Starting with opening up the shoulder so I can do overhead lifts, that kind of thing.
I mean, like, stretching is always like the most important thing, and also easiest for me to go, fuck this. I don't got time. Make the stretching quick, right? But it's like, just do the stretches the way you're supposed to. Like how the stretches can almost be a workout in a sense, because the warm-up can be, you know, moving and get you sweating and shit and your heart rate. And like, there's a whole layer of how yoga is a form of exercise that can improve your muscles and shit. Because a lot of it is kind of like mini planking or mini isometrically holding things or whatever. But it's a way of keeping yourself as safe as possible. But again, I say it and I'm going to half-ass the stretching element of things like a moron. Because like the previous episode, he was like, yeah, I just did like one round of each. They're supposed to do like 3. Fuck that. I'm on to it. And now he's like, I get injured all the time. And it's like, well, you know, probably. You did as a soup camping. Okay. Interesting.
My back is really messed up, so before I body weight squat to warm up my legs, I do assisted body weight squats where I bounce on it like it's a little thang-a-lang. Here we have a little forearm exercise. Sometimes when I do certain curls, I have hurt my forearm, so that little exercise helps a lot.
I wonder if this is similar to the injury that, well, I guess mine was more in the elbow than the forearm, but sometimes it would kind of shoot through the forearm a little bit, but yeah.
This is just to get the hammies going.
That's because of my
bodyweight good mornings, they're called. Loosens up the whole leg, the whole back of the chain. This is more forearm stuff here. These balls.
You know, just seeing my king out there, the most Greek-looking human being I think imaginable. Like if you somehow, like down to the gold chain and the style of lenses, you know what I mean? And the male pattern baldness specifically. Someone said before, it looks like Carl from Aqua Teen, just needs more like arm hair, right? You're set.
Just kind of open up your forearms. I would really mess up my elbows, my forearms, all this kind of stuff, and this just helps. This is for my lower back. I don't even know what the fuck this is, to be honest. My brother told me to squeeze a ball and shift around. This is general stuff. We're opening up your chest, your shoulders.
I'm laughing like I'm an expert, but I'm like, that's kind of funny. Yeah, that's where having the trainer with you is really helpful, because I was, what do you know? I was very communicative when it came to what I'm doing. And I'd be like, okay, I'm feeling this in this muscle or in this part of my leg. That's where I learned that I was really bad at doing lumbar exercises, because I would do these things. And, you know, and she's like, is that okay? I'm like, yeah, it's fine. I'm just feeling it in my bicep or my tricep or this other area. She's like, you don't feel it here. And I'm like, no. And then it's like, okay, let's try to, you know, find where those muscles are and really try to activate it and all these different elements.
Back a little bit. Any kind of light band will do. Again, I'm just getting mobility going here before I even lift weights. And we got our old friend, the glute bridge. Activates the ass cheeks. You know I'm staying active. Gets the lower back going as well. And then, you know, show the agility. Look at the spin, dude. George is cheating. So now what Arnold's got me doing is a full slate. We start with the wall sits here.
It's so funny to do the Arnold Schwarzenegger workout also specifically because it's like that's just old, right? That's just an old workout. You probably shouldn't do that workout. He did horse steroids and had to get his heart replaced because he did, you know, like, and also you're not pumping like he's doing. It just seems like one of those like, what the fuck, you know?
3 of these, not so bad. I mean, look, I'm in pain. It is tough, but you know, the quads are looking nice. Then I hit that right back with the squat. 15, 3 times.
He's like me, man. He's got that real good foot stance where they just stand. I don't know. Is that not pigeon toed, but like duck footed or whatever, where it's like pronated out and like that just fucks up your knees because then your knees are like halfway rotated as you're putting pressure in a forward way. You know, but like it gives you a better form of balance because you're so big gutted. You know, it's like, yeah, man, he's just like me for real. You know, but it gets me thinking like, yeah, I should get up and do some exercising. Yeah.
Times 15 of these. That's gonna F your A. Then he's got me with the lunges. There's 4 fucking sets of these. Now,
yeah, it's 4 is a bitch, but I was doing reverse lunges where you do the same thing, but you would step back instead, and I would be like losing my balance all the time. But I got better at it, which meant those little tiny muscles that do the stabilizing. You know, it's a lot of body weight and some small free weight stuff. Nothing too crazy. I mean, the machines and shit are very helpful for all kinds of different exercises and getting certain muscle groups working. But there is definitely something sort of practical about free weights, practical about body weight, because you use your body, you move your body. When I want to be able to look for the cat under the sofa and I don't want it to be painful to get down and back up off the floor, these lunges and things is me moving my body in a certain way. When I want to be able to tie my shoes, when I want to be able to reach up and grab something or hold something heavy, and you know, that even though the specific machine can do a great job of isolating that muscle and giving it specific work, there's also value in just giving yourself the full body functional fitness.
I'm not gonna lie to you guys. That's ludicrous. It kills me by the end. And then right after that, we gotta do the plank 4 times. And you know, I wanna get the core going.
It's interesting. I used to do the plank as an in-betweener. So like I would do a plank like at the start and then in between the 2 different sets and then once to end. So I would the plank would like sit around or like be a different element. And different, like it would sort of end cap or whatever, different segments of the workout.
Engage that shit, but I'm getting my ass. That's tough to engage when you got this kind of meat hanging off your shit. And that leads into incline push-ups, which I like. I like squeezing the titties up. 4 sets of that, 16 lat pull downs to go.
But just looking at this, I can just feel my lats going like, oh, that would be perfect. You get the exact right angle. And then you get that pull, and you could just you can even see he's active. You know, he's just whatever scared, but it's like, yeah, it just looks like, oh, finally that would find those muscles so much better than me like leaning on a bench and then just kind of pulling an arm up. Like, I feel like I'm using my tricep more than a random back muscle, but okay, you know, like this seems like this is the perfect way. This one exercise, I'm like, damn, I wish I had this machine for that. Yeah.
With that, I like lat pull down, like feeling strong, feeling like my back's getting big. Calf raises, if you got pussy based.
Dumbass video editor, they accidentally put an extra box with no text in it. What an idiot.
It's getting big. Calf raises, if you got pussy based off your calves, bro, forget about it. I would be the fucking Don Dada of this whole shit.
I guess that's also perhaps being a chubby lad is I have weirdly cut shins. Maybe not weirdly, because like a person who actually works out probably has a better looking calf or whatever. But that's like the one muscle I could flex, and they're like, "Ooh, strong," you know. It's it's also like I guess where like other than like some cankle weight or whatever, it's where there's a very easily obtained cut because you use your legs a lot to carry your entire body weight, and it doesn't grow as much fat in that one region specifically. So it's like, yes, look at this.
You put this little ball in there to kind of maintain your form. Hip abductions, hip adductors. That wasn't in the workout, but it helps your back. Even though this was the hardest workout Arnold had me do, I'm still finishing off pretty strong.
I'm jealous. This is 41 second. Oh, he's only doing 45-second planes, but he's got a bigger weight thing. I was going up to like a minute, if not maybe a little bit more. I forget. There's a section, yeah. But yeah, I would be like just drenched after doing this shit. Yeah, he did 4 lats too, and the push-ups. Crazy.
We got swole. Day 1 of the Pacific Northwest run. We want to track things over this next 5 days because it's our first really crazy stretch. Last time, disappointing weigh-in. What? How the fuck did that happen? So, here we go, folks. Let's see what we're at.
You didn't buy a new scale.
306. Not bad. I feel like we normalized because I was coming off food poisoning. I feel like this is the weight I actually am. This is for the Pacific Northwest run for posterity. We started 306. Let's see what 5 days of an insane run like that does to us.
I'm pretty sure there's another episode in here. Or maybe it's just, I can just like go here. Yeah. Oh, maybe not. I thought there was 2 lined up. I guess not. Oh, well. Oh, well. I guess we'll just have one more coming up. When it happens. Oh. Ugh. Excuse me. Ugh. Let's see. I'm sure we can get another video in here. I think this is an older video, but randomly interested in watching it. A Big Joel video. I love me some Big Joel. He's got such a quirky little way of doing things and saying things. Here. Click.
In 1992, Gary Chapman, the Christian minister, life coach, and radio personality, released the book, The 5 Love Languages. The basic claim made by the book is that there are
I'll use the restroom. I can still hear my headphones up.
5 primary love languages: acts of service, quality time, physical touch, words of affirmation, and gift giving. The vast majority of us have one dominant love language, one way that we feel and communicate love, and a good way to make our marriages happier is to learn and practice the love language of our partner. Since its release, the claims made by this book have taken on a life of their own. There are TikToks about the love languages, YouTube videos, online quizzes, card games you can play. It is a cultural phenomenon. And if I wanted to, I could come up with a few problems with this book and with the arguments it describes. For one thing, Chapman presents these languages as 5 separate ways that people can love. They're independent from one another. You being receptive to any one language doesn't make you receptive to any other. My love language is acts of service, but not gift giving. My love language is physical touch, but not words of affirmation. But this model seems to ignore that for the vast majority of people, these love languages build on each other. For example, the amount of physical touch you get from your partner is going to be highly correlated with the amount of quality time you spend with them. The same is true of words of affirmation, right? Sure, there are ways to get that without quality time, but it doesn't hurt your chances. If a couple has an intimate date night twice a week, they are a lot more likely to say nice stuff to each other. In fact, for most people, I'd say that quality time is not just one expression of love, it is its essential foundation. Wanting to spend time with your spouse enables the relationship to exist and have meaning. These aren't just unrelated variables, different languages. They fundamentally connect. Another gripe I have is that it's unclear why these in particular are supposed to be the 5 elemental love languages. You know, when I think about what makes me feel loved, a huge aspect of that is joking, laughing, and making someone else laugh. Booby.
I did not realize this was a book. I definitely remember this mini era where love languages were a big deal. But didn't know it was all because of a book. All right. Also, it seems like ZZ is looking to play. Maybe she just wants catnip. We'll see. But I need to pull up the camera controller, and I have it selected. Pew. Pew. Oop, that's wrong button. This one. There you are, little girl.
Booby, booby, booby. If I was writing a list of my love languages, that would certainly be on it. And of course, you could think that of lots of things. Maybe your love language has to do with getting along with your friends. Maybe your love language is trust and freedom, a partner who is fine with you having your own life, doing what you want to do. And what makes any of these less legitimate a love language than giving gifts is? I mean, I give and receive presents maybe twice a year, and that seems true for most people I know. My point here is simply that love takes a lot of forms, and Chapman seems to just choose some love-associated words and call it a day. It doesn't really seem like the 5 categories of love to me. It isn't just Chapman's use of the love languages that I find worthy of interrogation, though. It's also the concept itself, the idea of a love language. Obviously, Chapman does not literally believe that quality time is a language. You know, it's a metaphor, but metaphor shapes feelings, shapes the way we interpret stories and events. And in the case of this book, I'm not sure its central metaphor does its subject justice. Very often in this book, Chapman will take the concept of love as language very seriously, say that learning to listen may be as difficult as learning another language, or that the emotional love language you and your partner speak may be as different as English and Chinese, and it's just super weird to read. I understand this might be true of some people. There are individuals who very well might absolutely not understand their partner's desires, but is this really the case for a sizable number of couples? English and Chinese are mutually incomprehensible, and to make the claim that your love language, your desire to spend quality time with your partner, or to have them say nice stuff to you, might plausibly be completely incoherent to the person you love, both seems unrealistic and frankly depressing. To me, this feels like Chapman overstating his own case, making the love languages out to be this impossibly huge concept so that people will take his work to be more insightful and important. And really, that's a problem with the book as a whole, a problem with...
I think that fucking nails it right there. Because he needed it to be, they needed to be exclusive, right? They needed to be incoherent to each other. Because otherwise, it's just kind of like you're just redefining some nice things that people like.
Most self-help books, if I'm being honest. These kinds of books often trade in the idea of the big secret. Chapman is bringing us this new, formerly unknown information about love and marriage, and as he says, the reader acquiring this information will save their marriage. But, you know, it can't do that. It could never do that. Let me tell you about one passage of this book. Chapman is talking to a guy about his unhappy marriage, and he suggests that his wife's love language is quality time and that she isn't getting enough of it. The guy responds, "Dr. Chapman, that is what she's always complained about. I didn't do things with her. I didn't spend any time with her. That's her love language, all right, no question about it. But Dr. Chapman, what am I gonna do? My job is so demanding." And Chapman basically just responds, do it. Spend time with her. Quote, "Where will you find the time? You will make it. You're a wise man." You can see the issue here, right? Chapman has added nothing to this man's life. It's true that communicating with your partner about their desires is good, and saying that can be helpful, but it's just not some kind of relationship panacea. This guy knows what his wife wants. The problem in this relationship, the one that is orders of magnitude more difficult to solve, is actually giving it to her when he's sleepy. And that's the problem that Chapman just dismisses out of hand. Finally, I just want to say that I don't like the vibes of this book. I don't trust Michael Chapman. I think he's a weirdo. I can't convey this. I can't find you a quote and convey to you why I don't like the vibe.
It's vibes, man. Yeah, that's it. Sometimes Filco will bite. Let's see. Will he do it? Was he be a little biter right now? He's an orange boy. That's his love language. Is biting. Also, it's Kara's love. I'm just kidding. Also, you notice all the brown paper back there? Filco just loves brown paper. He just loves it. He'll lay in it. He'll like burrow in it. Kara has one strip of brown paper in her office where she does her work from home. And he will just lay on that specifically. It's such a fun little thing that he does. He's a cutie.
Of the book, but they are all off. They are all off. Every page I found myself just feeling weird about the vibes of the book. Maybe I'll talk some other time about these vibes, but for now I'll just say it. I'll just say that I don't like them. Anyway, I imagine I'm getting some comments right now explaining how and why I'm wrong about love languages. And while I'm sure I won't agree with those comments, let me just say this. If you like the love languages, I don't think you should care all that much about the problems I just raised. I think tarot is cool, pulling cards from a deck and learning what they say about your life. And I don't like it because I think the cards hold psychic power or because it's helpful in a clinical setting. I like it.
It's so weird. So Kara just walked in and would let me know that, because she's on a little bit of delay like everybody. But as soon as I was saying that Filco loves paper, he walked into Kara's office and immediately laid down on the paper right after I was saying it, which is like, that's him.
Because it's fun, because it's an excuse to connect with your friends and loved ones, because no matter what card you get, there will always be some way to connect it to yourself. And love languages are, in my opinion, a bit like that.
I wonder if he's going to get more smoke for his tarot card, take than any of this love language stuff. Like, you got to be careful, man. Those people love their hobbies, and then they include the tarot and astronomy, and I always worry that when these hobbies somehow try to blend with the real world. I mean, I guess that's sort of what these self-help shit and like people who love working out, but then that working out changes their idea about how human beings actually deserve to exist in the real world or whatever. They apply those elements in just toxic, negative ways. You really got to keep those things separate. And the bummer is my newest interest and hobby is politics, which is literally only connected to reality. It's like my core tenet of keep your hobby separate from your understanding of reality falls apart on that part,
Enable some people to communicate their desires and feelings, and that is ultimately fine. No, my real problem with love languages doesn't concern any particular methodological problem the model has. Rather, my question for this book is much more broad and much more simple. Why does it exist? One of William Shakespeare's most famous and beloved sonnets is Sonnet 116, and let me read it to you now. Let me not to the marriage of true minds admit impediments. Love is not love, which alters when it alteration finds, or bends with the remover to remove. Oh no, it is an ever-fixed mark that looks on tempests and is never shaken. It is the star to every wandering bark, whose worth's unknown, although his height be taken. Love's not time's fool, though rosy lips and cheeks within his bending sickle's compass come. Love alters not with his brief hours and weeks, but bears it out even to the edge of doom. If this be error and upon me proved, I never writ, no man ever loved. So this poem is about Shakespeare establishing the permanence of love. Love doesn't change or go away, it is an ever-fixed mark. Very simple. I think what's so appealing about this poem, though, is the really odd way that Shakespeare approaches that thesis, the way he argues his point. Look at lines 2 through 4. Love is not love, which alters when it alteration finds or bends with the remover to remove. These are my favorite in the whole poem because they give the impression that Shakespeare is fundamentally uninterested in fucking around, that he's playing here a very important and precise kind of game. What is it that might alter love, that might remove it? Well, Shakespeare could have given examples here. Death or cheating or simmering resentment. He could have written a lot of things. He was a smart guy. But to do that would be to allow into the sonnet ambiguity, double meanings, slippage, difficult interpretations. These are the things we associate so strongly with poetry, with Shakespeare, and yet he gives them no voice. What tries to alter things? Well, here's definitely a correct answer to that question. Alteration does. What tries to remove stuff? I don't know. How about a remover? There is a powerful sense that in this poem, all Shakespeare wants is precision, to be understood, that his logic must be as rigid and unchanging as the love that he describes. You can get this sense, too, from the abstraction of this poem. You know, sonnets are most often associated with love poems. Shakespeare isn't breaking the mold there, but normally, a love sonnet is about your feelings for someone. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? My mistress's eyes are nothing like the sun, etc. But this poem is addressed to nobody. It is not about any particular true minds or the marriage that they share. No, it is only about the concept of love at its broadest level.
It's so interesting to add, because I think I've noticed a bit of a trend with video essays or this type of review or whatever, or at least his writing style, where he has that whole beginning setup and then he hits it with, no, the question I'm asking is, why is it even written, right? And then immediately he just starts reading this Shakespeare. It's not even like okay, now let me compare it to something like Shakespeare and see the difference. Things are left unsaid. The transition is quick, and it's things like that that I really want to be able to understand the use and the power and the intrigue that it builds if I ever actually am able to write shit for myself.
There is nothing romantic or flowery about what Shakespeare's doing here. It is a work of philosophy, an essay. Finally, we have the last lines, the icing on the cake of this odd sonnet. If this be error and upon me proved, I never writ, nor no man ever loved. We might expect the end of a poem to give us something, well, poetic, but instead, Shakespeare uses this time simply to reaffirm his own correctness, and do so with a dry if-then statement. If I'm wrong, then nobody's loved. Shakespeare is making an argument, presenting you with a case, and he needs you to understand in the most direct way possible that this argument has concrete stakes.
Yeah, it sounds like it's almost a theory, right? It's a theorem where this love exists as this long, even through alterations and removals, and if this is deemed to be unequal, then that means there has never been love, right? It's like a proof. It's a mathematical equation.
That it means something that he's right. But here's the problem. None of this logic actually holds up. In fact, the poem is tearing apart at its seams. Let me tell you about two passages in this love language book. The first is in the Giving Gifts chapter, where Chapman shares an anecdote about one of his clients. This guy, we'll call him Turnip, lost his mother, and his wife's frankly evil boss told her that while she could take off a few hours for the funeral, she needed to be back at work for the afternoon shift. But his wife said, no, even if you do fire me, my husband needs me today. And this is how Chapman describes it. That wife had spoken the love language of her husband, and he never forgot it. The idea being that she gave him the gift of her presence, which is, I guess, his love language. Isn't that just like super weird? Like, no, this woman did not speak her husband's love language. That's such a needless way to describe it. This funeral was presumably one of the most important and saddest days in Turnip's life, and by turning down her boss, his wife showed him how much she cared about him, how much she was there for him. We all already know that that is a loving thing to do, and so Chapman's line about how actually Turnip's love language is gift-giving only serves to confuse the point. Most of us want our partners with us on days of mourning. That's kind of all there is to say. The second passage I want to read is way more strange, though. In the Discovering Your Primary Love Language chapter, Chapman talks about a guy, Bob, who doesn't know what his love language is, words of affirmation or physical touch. And I'll just read from the book. I said, let me ask you this. If Carol were meeting your sexual needs, that is, if you were having quality sexual intercourse as often as you desired, but she was giving you negative words, making critical remarks, sometimes putting you down in front of others, do you think you would feel loved by her? I don't think so, he replied. I think I would feel betrayed and deeply hurt. I think I would be depressed. Bob, I said, I think we have just discovered that your primary love language is words of affirmation. What on earth are you talking about? You have not established Bob's love language.
Okay, Bob. If she says, Bob, you are so nice. Bob, you are a good Bob. Right? Wow. Words. Smile. Right? But then her physical touch repelled you. She was literally slapping you all the time. Could you love her then if she's beating you? I don't think I could, Bob. I think we found your love language. Right? You can literally apply that knowledge in this exact opposite scenario.
All you've made clear is that while Bob cares about sex, he wouldn't be happy with a partner who demeaned, insulted, and ridiculed him regularly. Based on this conversation, the only thing we know about Bob is that he is a normal person who doesn't like it when people are mean to him. So, looking at just these two examples, and to be clear, I could give more, you can start to see my major issue with this book. That more often than not, the love languages don't serve to clarify and explain human emotion. Rather, they just add more words. You were not happy because your partner came through on your mother's funeral. You were happy because your love language is gift-giving and she gave you the gift of her presence. You wouldn't be sad because your hypothetical partner insulted you a lot. You'd be sad because your love language is words of affirmation and she wouldn't be giving you any. It is a language that works to mystify love, to make it seem foreign and inhuman. And I guess I have to ask, why? What is the difference between saying you're mad at your partner for not giving you a birthday gift and saying you're mad at them because your love language is gift-giving and they didn't give you a birthday gift? What is Michael Chapman talking about when he talks?
Also, gift-giving is such a weird, specific love language to think of as one of your core tenets out of all of the different languages. Like, material possession gain is such an odd way to, like, center human connection. Like, that's a sugar daddy. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? That's a sugar mama. What the fuck? Oh, I love the way she gives me gifts. It's like, bro, your mom gives you gifts. You think about, marrying your mom? Like, what the fuck? It's just, it's just such an odd and like materialistic and it's just such a non-love element. You know what I mean? It just seems so counterintuitive, even evolutionary biology, right?
About love languages. I want you to imagine that you're getting married. The priest recites the oaths, does whatever priests do, and then says his famous line, "If anyone objects to this marriage, speak now or forever hold your peace." The room is silent for a second, but then Shakespeare, you invited Shakespeare to your wedding, stands up and says, Let me not to the marriage of true minds admit impediments. We are already off to a super weird start here, right? For one, who asked? Like, if William doesn't have anything to say about your marriage, then why did he stand up? The lack of impediments is usually not a reason to say something. What's more, that word there, admit, is extremely suspect. What do you mean, William? Do you have something on your mind that you're not telling us about? Are there impediments that you could admit? But okay, Shakespeare says he's not going to say anything. He's emphatically not objecting to your marriage, so let's get on with it. But then he just kind of keeps going. Just to be clear, William says, bad things can happen. For example, there's alterations that could alter you, there are removers that could remove, but love, he says, doesn't work that way. Okay, now you're getting worried. Shakespeare is correct, after all, about alterations and removers, and it's not entirely clear to you why he thinks they couldn't affect your love. And you begin to wonder if you can even trust this guy. I mean, he told you that he wasn't going to admit impediments, but it looks like he's doing just that. It's really odd, but okay. He says your love will last, so great. Mazel tov. But he keeps going. Here's the thing, he says. You're both gonna die. Like, don't get me wrong, you will bend with time's bending sickle. You will be removed, but thankfully, love will not. Now you're starting to wonder, what is this man even talking about? You're getting married right now. This is your love he's supposed to be talking about, but suddenly you feel so distant from what he's saying. You won't last, but your love will? Doesn't seem like that great of a deal. Just one more thing, he says. Shakespeare is very much like Columbo. If I'm proven wrong about any of this, nobody's ever loved anybody. That is my parting thought as William Shakespeare. Okay, you think. Now this guy is just starting to speak gibberish. Like, he says, if I'm proven wrong, but what does that mean? How could you possibly prove him wrong about this? To be clear, he's provided zero evidence for any of his beliefs. He seems to just take it as given that love does not admit impediments, but now he's like, if you can show me with rigorous logic that the thing I just made up is wrong, well, that would be pretty interesting. And even if you could magically generate this proof for Shakespeare, it wouldn't change his beliefs at all. He says, if I'm wrong, no man's ever loved, but see, that's not how being proven wrong works. His entire point was that love doesn't alter where alteration finds. And if that's not true, it would mean that lots of people have loved, and loved with alterations. This is just Shakespeare saying, if I'm wrong, I'm right, using fancy language to make his argument look invincible. This poem does not resolve in some beautiful, meaningful message. It does not affirm anything. No, it is in crisis. Shakespeare wants to produce this argument, this unimpeachable logic, but he can't. Of course he can't. In the introduction of his 5 Love Languages book, Chapman tries to make an argument establishing when love is not love. It's
definitely interesting. I did not expect this back and forth element to this parallel or perhaps comparison or tangential disconnect. I'm not sure if the third and final act with the Shakespeare element is going to reveal a form of connection or disconnection from this main thesis, but I was expecting more of a one and done aspect and element to the story. So again, another interesting element to script writing, at least in, ways and elements. And even if I don't end up using this method, it still, showed me some cool parts or just things to add to my little Swiss Army knife that I've never actually pulled out of my pocket because I live in suburbia and I have no reason to ever use it. Yeah.
Claims, with the help of some psychologists, the beginning of your relationship, when you are entirely enamored with your partner, what he calls the in-love experience, is not the real thing, and that's for 3 reasons. Unlike true love, the in-love experience is not a choice we make, an act of our will. Rather, it just happens. We can't control it. Second, the in-love experience is effortless. It's easy, pure instinct. It doesn't demand anything from us. Third, the in-love experience isn't always good for us and doesn't revolve around improving ourselves or our newfound partners. So, how do we feel about the case Chapman's making? Well, I for one think it's very silly. For one, I don't think he or the psychologists he cites have some kind of particular license for policing words we all happily use every day. The very idea that some researcher or minister can define people out of love is the height of arrogance, and I don't trust anyone who thinks they can make such a claim. What's more, I just don't agree with Chapman here. Why would I accept that love had to be some conscious, effortful act? When did I choose to love my mother, my friends, my dog? Are these all illegitimate, or is there some special carve-out he's making for romantic relationships for no apparent reason? No, I don't think I have some ultimate control over the people I love, and that does include romantic love. What I find special about this argument, though, isn't so much that I disagree with it, but that it leads us into a kind of existential abyss. Like, if this so-called falling in love experience isn't that deep or valuable, if it should not even be termed love, then what makes his version of love so special? Why is this intentional, work-intensive relationship that Chapman likes important? He goes on in this section to write the following. Does that mean that having been tricked into marriage by the illusion of being in love, we are now faced with 2 options? 1, we are destined to a life of misery with our spouse, or 2, we must jump ship and try again? And it's like, at this point, who honestly cares what happens with the marriage? If we are all just duped into our relationships by arbitrary forces that mean nothing about us or the people we are with, then it's hard to see why preserving those fraudulent relationships matters. In other words, if the feelings we have for each other, the intensity of our connections, and the joy and intimacy they bring us are not enough to be called beautiful, enough to be called love, then why call anything love? What difference does any of this make? Through his strange logic, Chapman has dug himself into a void of meaninglessness. And here we can come back to the love languages, because we can almost read them as a desperate bid to claw that meaning back. What if love was more than love? What if there were official ways it was spoken and almost all of us liked one way the most? What if doing a nice thing for your partner wasn't just nice, but an essential piece of some grand design, an eternal code that we can access? I asked before, what is the difference between saying you're sad your partner didn't get you a gift and saying your love language is gift giving so you're sad they didn't get you a gift? And the answer, I think, is that everyone likes presents. Everyone feels loved when they get one. People during the in-love illusion celebrate birthdays and buy each other nice stuff. So there must be more to it. Something that tells us we matter, that tells us our relationship is meaningful, that this isn't all just empty. So why not produce some psychological sounding jargon? Why not invent a language? A few months ago, Nerdwriter, a video essayist who kind of pioneered the genre, made a video about Sonnet 116. The video is, in general, really quite good. He makes a lot of insightful points about the poem and comes to roughly the same conclusion that I did here.
We're hearing a speaker in a void, trying to convince himself that love is somehow different than every other thing in the ephemeral universe, and not succeeding.
What interests me about the video, though, is the final 30 seconds. After he finishes his interpretation of Shakespeare, Nerdwriter says this.
This doesn't mean that true love, the marriage of true minds, is any less real or any less beautiful. It's the opposite, in fact, something Shakespeare knew very well. Beauty belongs to what's impermanent, and we cherish the most the things we can lose.
There's a lot to unpack here in these concluding thoughts, but to start, I think I should say that I disagree with Nerdwriter here. Like, I disagree with him about love. I don't think our relationships are any more beautiful because they end. Sure, he's correct that beauty belongs to the impermanent and that we cherish most the things we can lose, but that's pretty vacuous, isn't it? We also hate the things most that we can lose. We're apathetic most about the things we can lose. 'Cause, you know, we're gonna lose everything. We're all gonna fucking die. Here's the thing. I can't speak to the perspective of an immortal. I can't say what it would be like if we had forever to love and be loved, but neither can Nerdwriter.
Oh, yeah, dude, that's a really interesting element. Just because it's like, people have said, like, oh, you see, life has meaning because you die. And it's like, I feel like I would still enjoy life and it would have meaning to me if I could live forever. I want to live forever. I don't think that because I'm going to die is what makes the days beautiful. I feel like the experiences that I have in the days was what make it beautiful. The fact that I end up being dead as fuck at the end of it doesn't really make the day that I'm feeling today any better or worse. But I think it kind of sucks and it makes you feel pointless. You know what I mean? It's one of those like, sure, I get what you're saying, but also, come on. What do you mean? Like, come on. I would still really, I would really enjoy watching that movie if I could continue to live forever. I think that'd be pretty cool. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck?
And in the meantime, when I think about the people I love, it is not the ending that makes me happy, that gives me value. No, I think the love itself is enough, that it is meaningful in and of itself. And that it is true that everything good must end is a sad thing to me, a tragedy. That might sound cynical, like I'm being a downer, but I disagree. To believe truly that life is beautiful and worthwhile is to accept that it will be sad when the jig is up. It's not perfect, but that's the deal we get. But Nerdwriter isn't just saying something I disagree with, he is putting it in the mouth of Shakespeare, and to be honest, I just don't buy it. Shakespeare understood very well that love is more beautiful because we lose it. Okay, maybe you're right from some general perspective, but looking at this poem, it doesn't seem like that's the case at all. Because everything we, myself and Nerdwriter, have said thus far really makes it look like Shakespeare is freaking out. That he wants to make this argument, construct this proof for the permanence of love, but just can't quite do it. It is a deeply unsettling poem, and it's hard to imagine not seeing it that way. In the final lines of Shakespeare's sonnet, he writes that if he's wrong, he's never written a word. And through these lines, we come to understand something. There is a monster behind this poem, and if it can remove the most special thing that has ever happened, if it can remove love, then why can't it remove everything else, the people we know, the ground on which we walk? To admit this monster into the work is so unthinkable, so cosmically horrifying, that his presence cannot be named. If we were to name it, Shakespeare couldn't write a word, and the poem would cease to exist. If we were to name it, the world itself would be as good as over.
Hello. I don't want to say speak of the devil, but I was just talking about, like, hey, Cole, yo. A person that I knew and we, friends, and you're a streamer, and I got the old subscription printer up and running. We're at the end of the day here, so sorry for being a little greasy. Happy 20 months. Lurking bathtub. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. I'm a big Joel enjoyer. He's a little goofy dude who, maybe goofy's a little, he's very sedimentary. He usually sits in an odd position somewhere and just speaks into his microphone that he holds. But he's a bit of one of those, guys that talks. But I just really enjoy his shit. Oh, hell yeah.
Because it would have no meaning. And in his own way, Nerdwriter plays along. There's nothing scary here, he says. There is no ghost haunting this poem. The sonnet is kind of like a joke. It's mocking anyone who would care about something as trivial as the permanence of love and the death of everything. Shakespeare knows that all love will end, and he's...
I was thinking, just as a second, because I was like, oh, I didn't notice which random, alert thing that you got. And I was like, I probably should have, like, a jingle to alert my attention to a sub, and then because sometimes my alerts are very fast, they could be even as much as like 1 second or less. So it's like should probably configure that because it always just like zizzing past my mind. So I want to make sure that it's a bit more of a noticeable experience. That shouldn't be too hard to add. Or I can just, because like it's like a Alex Jones joke video about like, Warhammer 40K stuff. So it's like also hyper specific. And maybe not everybody even understands what the hell is going on. But it was just something I decided to just whip up. Kara is actually working on a new emote that'll be useful for, forget where I put maybe I think maybe the emotes are just for donations or whatever. But yeah. I try to also have like little emotes pop up instead sometimes of little videos just because it's fun.
Fine with that. To say anything else would be to imply that Shakespeare might have something he was worried about, that maybe we too have something to be worried about.
I hope shit's going all cool up there in Pennsylvania. A few different people, I forgot to put the captions on. I'm a fool. People have been talking about a bit more about HSN a little bit here and there. I'm not sure if you remember DeWitt, the guy that wore all the crazy suits and shit. He showed up at the DSA yesterday. I'm just there in the general body meeting, and he just walks in, and I'm like, "Hey, I know that guy," and he's like, "Huh?" And I made sure to introduce myself just in case. Like, I work with this guy over here at HSN, and he's like, oh, okay, cool. He's like, I knew I recognized you, but I don't remember exactly, obviously it's fine. I only work with him a very little bit, but everyone else knows him because of the outfits he would wear. So it's like, oh, cool. He's becoming a socialist. Hell yeah. Awesome. Also, he kind of takes some of the pressure off of me because there's a whole social media team. And so a lot of people are interested in certain types of like, social posting. And I'm like, I love video. I love streaming. I've already helped them do some other videos in a bunch of other ways, but it's like, damn, I'm a bit of a dumbass when it comes to certain, social stuff. And he was the producer for a lot of the social media things. So it's like, you know what? Maybe it'd be nice because he might want to, stretch his legs again and get back involved in things. And he might want to do some of that stuff. So that'll take some pressure off of me. So I'm like, hey, welcome in. Here's a bunch of shit. Tell you this instead.
About it would name the monster, and we can't have that. Shakespeare takes us to the edge of doom and stares into it for a moment, and then he needs to look back. And I think it's beautiful, somehow, that so many years...
Wait, where's my alerts? Huh? Oh shit, they were, wait, the overlay defaults were hidden. Did I accidentally hide them? Oh, what the fuck? Well, hey, thank you for the follow. You missed the guy saying thank you. Hold on. I know how to fix this. Wait, I don't know how to fix this. I do know how to fix this.
Thank you. 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 Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It's so stupid. Okay, perfect. Where were we?
Later, watching some video on YouTube or reading some book about love, that we need to look back to. So alright, that's the end of the video. I hope you enjoyed it. This stories at the end of the World Series it's weird, man. I want to make I'm craving
He's got so many
making normal
patrons.
videos again. I hope you two want to watch some normal videos, because that's
an
what
awful
I'm
lot
in
of
the business of
patrons.
making. Hope
I think I saw someone's name was Fart there for a second, which is pretty impressive. I don't know if this is a good joke or not. I saw this thumbnail and I was like, oh, I'm very interested. Let's see what this is. Clown detective, Gonzo is gone. What in the hell could this mean? And you know what? It's a 5-6 minute video. I'll give it its react source. Why not? It's only fair.
Oh, wow. Jeez. This never gets easy.
Whoa.
I'm at the scene of the crime, boss. Time to get to work detecting.
You's gotta figure this out. This kind of thing happening right under our red, honking noses. Makes me sick.
Is this going to be the entire thing? Is this style?
I also swallowed a whole bunch of silly string today by accident. That's also making me sick. You're the best guy we got, Clown Detective.
He's... Gonzo, he's... gone. Sideshow Roadfish. Local psychic. Judging by the looks of it, this was another mime crime, yes? I arrived after it all went down, but they got him. With an invisible rope. I've seen it before. A true master of the silly string arts, taken from this clown world. Just like that. A spectral image of what just may be the perpetrator appeared on my seeing ball. Maybe this would help you? Oh, that's great, actually. Can we use that in court? We can just wrap the whole thing up right now. No, the court case of Salzaram v. Johnson ruled that out years ago. Looks like I've got a meeting with this mime. Down at the Mime Time Club. Jean-Louis, I presume? I've got a few questions for you. Sir would like to keep his voice unheard. I will interpret for you. Okay. Jean, where exactly were you at 2 a.m.? Sir was taking care of some business at the club. I'd like to see the security footage of that. Please. Well, I guess you knocking that guy off gives you an alibi. But we're on to you, mime. Would you like the butler's opinion, sir? Sure, go for it. What do you got? A trail of silly string is an easy to miss thing. You were too busy looking up at the clown. You might have forgotten to look down at the ground. Oh my god, of course. Gonzo was known for his innovative use of silly string. He could have tagged his killer and left a trail. Wait, how did you know? He's gone. Roadfish, you're still here? I would have guessed you'd have left by now. Gonzo, he was my friend. I've known him my whole life. I even tried my first mind reading on him. It didn't work, but I tried. Well, you want to help catch the killer? Follow me. That silly string trail is getting more and more serious string. It leads here. Are you ready for this? Is that water gun going to be enough? This baby isn't packing water. You know I'm not fully in the family yet, right? Just because the boss adopted me doesn't mean I have to do everything their way. A jester's behind all this? Why? Why'd you do it? You have no idea what it's like for someone to make a fool of you. To laugh at you. Sadly, I don't. I'm not very good at clowning right now. But I'm training. Wait, Jester, is being a fool not your entire thing? That's kind of what you do. No, Gonzo went too far. He said my jingly hat bells were small. So I stole an invisible rope from Jean. Made it look like just another mime crime. You catch all that, Roadfish? Yup. Caught it all on my crystal ball. And yes, this is court admissible because it is recorded footage and not a magic premonition. I'm starting to think I might be a little psychic too because I'm getting a premonition myself. I foresee a jester going to jail. Go ahead. I'll make the court laugh so hard they'll release me. And when I'm out, I'm coming for you, clown detective and sideshow roadfish. Wait, is he actually going to be able to do that? Well, yeah, he is a court jester, so that's kind of his domain.
That's stupid.
I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Good job, clown detective. Knew you could figure it out. You couldn't quite hack it in clown college, but solving some of our greasy problems, you're a real stand-up guy. A jester, huh? Didn't see that coming. Looks like you're gonna have some more work headed your way. It's gonna be like Christmas with all the bells jingling. From all the jesters getting pushed out of windows.
Good one. Good one, boss.
And dying.
I gotta go now. Bye.
It's okay. It's not my favorite. I guess I thought it would be sillier. Ooh, a new ice cream sandwich. Here we go. Ooh. Uh-oh. Is this an advertisement? Hold on. Wait a second. They got me with that one. That Cloud Detective thing wasn't that great. I apologize for some mid content. I apologize. It's not my style, I guess. I mean, like, I kind of really enjoyed that weird little pixelated animated look, but it just, I don't know. It didn't specifically, like, a couple of like tiny little puns, and it's like that was 6 minutes for a couple of puns. Like, all right, come on.
I sure do love flying around the cosmos with you, sister. It's so fun. We're not doing anything to bother anybody, and we're... Oh, what's that? What's this dork up to? Hey, why don't you pick on someone your own size? Get cubed, idiot. What's that supposed to mean? Then I woke up here on Teyvat, fished you out of the water one day, don't have my powers anymore, have no idea where my sister is, and then I've been stuck here ever since. Any questions? Yes, Paimon? I can help you find your sister. Oh? Yeah, there's a town over there. It's called Mondstadt. It's probably somebody that knows something over there. Let's go. Okay. This is how I begin my adventure in the wonderful grand game of Genshin Impact. Sponsored. Any questions?
I knew
Yes,
it.
you there. Why? How do they sponsor you? Great question. It kind of went down like this. We request a trade. You be funny and play video game. We give you cartoon sack of money. Does this suffice? I don't wanna. 2 cartoon sacks. All right, now we're talking. And now we're here. None of that sounded real. So anyway, back to the story. Paimon and I make our way to Mondstadt. Hopefully somebody there can help us find my sister. Paimon points out some kind of magical...
All I know about Genshin Impact is that it's a bunch of anime girls and it's gambling.
statue that gives me magical powers, and it tells me that wasn't normal. The gods must like me because I'm so awesome and cool. Let's just keep going to Mondstadt. Oh, okay. On our way, we come across a giant dragon and some boy talking to it.
Nice, Ron.
I sneezed. Oh, I'm not allowed to sneeze.
After accidentally scaring off the dragon and the boy, with the magic powers that were forced upon me, by the way, not my fault, we found a red-looking tear. This looks pretty dangerous. Probably shouldn't touch it. Spit that out. Why would that be your first instinct? It looks strawberry flavored! I just said it was dangerous. I don't know, I'm new here! A little further ahead, just as we're about to get to Mondstadt, we run into Amber. Parkour! I scratch her back by helping her fight some monsters. She scratches my back by bringing me into town and giving me a glider. Things are going pretty good. We're making a lot of progress. But moments later, the city's attacked by the dragon we pissed off from earlier. Do you think this is my fault? From the thing that happened earlier? Shut up! Paimon, help me! Suddenly I'm whisked away by a tornado that the dragon summoned, flinging me high into the sky. Foolishly though, the dragon has no idea that I recently was granted magic powers that I'm kind of allergic to. Witness me. After my heroic deeds that saved everybody in town, everybody now thinks I'm awesome and cool. Later, when we're in town, we see that green guy again. We meet up with him and learn that his name is Venti. And we got a lot of questions for him. Turns out, that dragon's name is Dvalin, and he used to not be a violent dragon, but only became one from corruption by an Abyss Mage, who's part of the Abyss Order, who's a group of non-humans who hate humans. So now Dvalin is tortured by this magic poison blood, and I've been trying to get him back to sanity, but I just can't seem to reach him. Poison blood like this poison blood? Wait, it's a different color. Seems like maybe you magically purified it by magic accident. Blueberry. Can you guys purify this one? We can do it! Can you help me save Dvalin? We can do it! Let's commit a robbery! What? We can do it! There's a lyre of old in this town. Dvalin is very familiar with its music. If we get our hands on it, then maybe we can calm him down and bring him back to sanity. That's a good idea. Let's do it! Hey! Don't steal the thing that we wanted to steal! Hey! Intruders! We're busted! Run! The jerks who stole our lyre before us was largely a non-issue, because we were able to find their hideout and beat them up and get it back. No problem. Witness me. So, with the lyre back, we could possibly cure Dvalin. Time has faded the magic in the legendary lyre, but all we had to do was restore it with the tears that I could purify. Easy! Hand me that tear that you purified earlier. Thank you. Now, with nothing in our way, we lured out Dvalin, only to find an Abyss Mage whispering evil lies to him, enraging him, and then him leaving again. Let the record show I did not sneeze this time, and none of this was my fault. Okay, new plan. We forcefully purified Dvalin of gross magic by beating him to a pulp. Yeah, I can do that. Hey, Dvalin, how you doing? How'd you guys get here so fast? Oh wow, I feel a lot better. Sorry about earlier. Don't worry about it. We saved the dragon, we saved the town, and after all this, I feel very accomplished. The only bummer about all of this is that when I went to Venti and asked him about my sister, he said he didn't know. Oh. The next stop in your journey should be Liyue. The Geo Archon Rex Lapis comes once per year to make divine predictions, which guide the city on how to run Liyue for the coming year. Perfect. A chance to ask a powerful deity where my sister is. Let's get moving. Liyue is the largest trading port in all the 7 nations. Merchants gather from all over Teyvat, making it a port city with booming business. This is also where the world currency Mora is minted. I wonder if Adi would want to do another robbery with me. Once we arrive at the ceremony, we see Miss Ningguang of the Liyue Qisheng, a powerful financial leadership group that takes part in running a lot of the city. Looks like Miss Ningguang is in charge of leading the ceremony this year. Oh look, that guy's making a wish. I wish to get some leads from the Geo Archon about my missing sister, and for my sister to be found soon. And $1 billion. Ooh, here he comes, here he comes. Oh my god! Paimon, we are way too close to the scene of the crime. And we're outsiders, we're gonna be considered suspects. Don't panic. What we need to do is sneakily escape from the scene of the crime without being caught so we don't look suspicious. Hey, over there! I'm not guilty, I can prove it! And just when I thought that I was about to go to jail, this guy named Child, yeah, that's his real name, comes to our rescue and gets us away from the scene of the crime. But when we talk to him, we find that he's part of the Fatui. Hey, you're part of the group that stole the lyre from earlier! I know my reputation, but I'm not a bad guy. Okay, maybe I am a bad guy, but you can trust me. Okay. Here, take this sigil. The Adepti, the magical creatures who have also taken part in running the city, have the authority of clearing your name of any wrongdoing, and this sigil will give you permission to talk to them. Well, I don't see any other way out of this, so let's go. After we filled in all the Adepti that God died, we are now off the hook from being criminals. But now there's this looming power vacuum in Liyue that leaves the city unstable. We talked to Child again, who's like, hey, isn't it weird that the Liyue Qisheng hid the body of Rex Lapis after his death? Hey, that is weird. And they were the ones to do the ceremony, which means they were closest to the scene of the crime. And if you're close to the crime, you can do the crime. I would know. I stole a lyre once. Conveniently, we later get an invitation to meet Ningguang at the J Chamber, a grand floating house where she lives and does a lot of her work. Floating house, schmloating house. I'm not jealous. Floating stuff is stupid anyway. What did you Anyway, this is a perfect opportunity to use my masterful detective skills to figure out where the body is hidden. Miss Ningguang, tell me where the body of Rex Lapis is hidden. It is in the Golden House. Tell me or... Oh. Wow, I'm an amazing detective. We learned by talking to Miss Ning Guang that the hiding of Rex Lapis's body was to stabilize the situation. Also, the Fatui are not to be trusted. Ever since Rex Lapis died, they've only wanted to gain power and sink their fingers further into leeway. Oh. So Child was really just using me to get more information on where Rex Lapis's body was for evil Fatui reasons. I guess that the guy who said, maybe I am a bad guy, really was a bad guy. Not even the world's greatest detective could have seen that coming. So to confront Child, we go to the Golden House, where we find him being evil, and so we fight him. You can never dream of defeating me. Oh. Well, I guess I have to pull out the big guns. Fine, we go to plan C. What have you done? I could be a detective about it, but I'm wondering. I've summoned Osile, the overlord of the Vortex. Let's see you handle this. We bravely scurry back to Miss Ning Guang to figure out what to do. She decides to use her floating house to defeat Osile. An entire... Wow, really? Okay. And the entire Jade House drops on top of Osile. The day is saved and everything is fine. Mostly. Sorry that Child got away. Also sorry your house blew up. Also sorry your god is dead. You know what my sister is? No. Dang it! Before I say my final thoughts, thank you Genshin Impact for sponsoring this video. It's been a while since I've been able to play a game that isn't laced with guilt, since this was technically work. And genuinely, look at me, genuinely, the game is good. It's got good animation, it's got good story, it's got good game design. There is a reason it's such a huge game. I actually enjoyed myself. If you're interested in playing the open world action RPG Genshin Impact, then you'll be happy to learn the game is free. There's over 100 characters that you can play with, each of which wield and fight with unique elemental powers. By the way, this entire video, 100% spoiler free. There's tons more story and lore, and what you just watched was only a taste of Genshin. Blueberry. Plus, there is a new update coming out on September 10th featuring the new region Not Cry. There's gonna be more characters such as Lauma from the Frost Moon Scions, Flins from the Light Keepers, and Aino from the Clink Clank Krumkaki Craft Shop. Try saying that 5 times fast. This update also greatly expands on the game's main story and lore, where you'll find several factions gathering at Not Cry for some unknown
Factions?
reason. Even the Fatui. And if I find Child there, I'm gonna beat his ass! There's also gonna be new events along with special rewards for the 5th year anniversary. Download Genshin with the link in the description and use the redemption code for 60 bonus Primo Gems. Thanks again for watching, and if you don't mind, it's time for me to jump back into the game. See ya, gamer.
Interesting. I have very little interest in Genshin Impact, but thank you for the story. I appreciate it. Is there anything else we want to do before the end of the night? I've got 5 viewers. That's like my all-time high, other than a random raid. You know what? Why not? Random video from my feed. Mostly random in the sense that I just scrolled until something seems deranged. One last ride. No idea if this video is going to be good. In classic me style, where I pick something and hope it doesn't suck. Thumbnail. Video. Sobe, the rise and fall and lies of the drink of the 2000s. The pink Sobe was what I thought was, I think, the most delicious looking drink. I remember never buying it because I don't buy gas station drinks. Oh, there's like all the different sub variants. And then look, there's like the weird other one. What the hell? What? Oh, maybe those are like moments in the video. I was like, huh?
If you grew up in the early 2000s era, as I did, I'm sure you've walked through the aisles of a supermarket or gas station with a parent, friends, or guardian and ran into this peculiar looking drink branded with the mark of 2 lizards.
Yeah, look at those pink ones, dude. It's so opaque and so tasty looking, bro. Lizard lava. I think I might have actually bought it once. I guess I must have been mid because I don't remember it.
A yin yang style pose. That drink was Sobe.
It's very, very grabbable. It's not going to slip out. A little longer so that I can get my whole hand around it. It trickles over your tongue and you're like, oh.
Drinking Sobe.
The lizard bottles, the weird flavors, the feeling that you were drinking something way cooler than just soda. But here's the thing. Sobe wasn't just a drink. It was actually a lie. Yeah, that sounds cryptic now, but we'll get to that. As a kid, even before I ever tried it, for some reason this little beverage would always catch my eye. And going off of the rest of the world's reaction to it, I know I'm not alone in this. What did it taste like? Was I even allowed to taste it at my young age?
Tastes great. Feels even better.
Now before we get to all that, let's go back in time and talk about the story of how Sobe came to be.
To do a commercial that's going to appear on national television for a brand that 5 years ago didn't exist. It just was created by us.
I know that if those three are drinking Sobe, I should be drinking Sobe.
This
kid
drink
looks
of
so
the 2K
familiar.
began in 1946 with the birth of John Joseph Bello. Bello's younger years placed him in the roles of a college football player, playing in a rock band, and joining the Navy. However, after this era in his life, he returned to dry land and entered the Atmos Tuck School at Dartmouth College. Upon graduating, he joined General Foods as a member of brand management, where he worked with the coffee names Maxwell House and Sanka. Afterwards, he would move on to direct Keds Footwear and land with PepsiCo as a strategic planning and marketing manager of the Pepsi-Cola division. In 1979, Bello would move on from the soda business to return to the game of American football as an eventual president of NFL Properties, where he took football apparel from a small niche market.
Okay, like this dude is like some caked up freak, literally a marketing director of Pepsi, and now like, you know, merch line owner of fucking NFL. Sorry, I saw the headline.
Market to the level that we see it as today. He also birthed the relations between the brand and names like Apple, Coca-Cola, American Airlines, Gatorade, and a whole slew of other companies. Soon, Bello would lead the evolution of sports marketing and apparel into the business it is today, becoming recognized as one of the most powerful men in sports in 1992. Now, despite the reputation he'd amassed, Bello would leave the NFL Properties brand due to a reported power struggle between he and the NFL commissioner, Paul Tagliabue. This would bring Bello to Arizona, not the dry state, but the one with the 99-cent cans we're all familiar with, Arizona tea.
$1.49? But the price on the can, though. The price is on the can, though.
Bello would make the move to Brooklyn, New York, and become vice president of Farolito, the creators of Arizona iced tea. However, after only 4 months, Bello would once again pack his bags and change teams, or in this case, begin to create his own team, drafting Tom Swam as his right-hand man in his own drink company named South Beach Beverage Company, after the South Beach area of Miami. The goal of the company was to create the de facto new age drink of the era, a drink that would trump those similar to it, like Snapple in Arizona. To do so, Bello decided to give his upcoming drink a unique kick by adding ingredients like, bear with me when I try to read some of these, ginkgo biloba, taurine, praline, ginseng, carnitine, and other ingredients you've probably
recognize those.
Never heard of and can't pronounce. These additives not only sounded fancy to the
those are in like every energy drink ever. What do you mean?
naked ear, but allowed Bello to advertise that these drinks were more beneficial to the thirst market other than just quenching the need for a cold beverage. This was the era of the drink manufacturers moving towards sugar alternatives due to the rise in wider health consciousness from the masses.
We're drinking Coke, buddy.
But it says Coke Zero on the bottle.
Well, they must have messed up then and put Coke in the wrong bottle.
Every company had a drink that tasted just as sugary as the rest out there, but they'd swear up and down that they were the second coming of Diet Dr. Kelp. And the number of these in the field was only growing by the quarter, with drinks like Sobe joining the fray. The South Beach Beverage Company, now shortened to Sobe, hit with new 3C drinks that hosted a variety of exotic flavors like Energy Power, Eros, Zen Blend, and Wisdom. Are we talking drinks or the Triforce here? However, Sobe didn't hit the ground running despite Bello's expertise. In an interview from Taste Radio with Bello, Bello revealed that the brand struggled in the early days due to investor reluctance and production issues. This was due to consumers not originally resonating with the big herbal health focus of Sobe. So Bello quickly sought to rebrand Sobe, expanding it with more flavors, sporting even more outrageous names, and soon after the iconic lizard logo was born as part of the new marketing tactic that Bello landed on for the brand. Sobe became the cool drink with attitude, with Bello calling himself the Lizard King during radio ads for the beverage.
Before I end, remember, there are many Sobe drinks. Please, choose one that fits you. Sobe Power, so be yourself.
and handpicking athletes like golfer John Daly and skier Bo Miller as spokespersons.
Oh my God, they had golfer John Dalia and skier.
Independent
who the fuck?
drink
Who?
distributors by pushing high margins and equity in the company, gaining a wider audience for Sobe in the general populace.
Sobe Rush Energy Drink サボダマラクジャサボダマラクジャでやりたいことはやめない
I could not tell you if that is a modern
In the
or
year 2000,
ancient commercial.
Sobe hit $275 million in sales, partially due to the classic American marketing of unhealthy thing being good for you.
What could be more refreshing than Newport menthol cigarettes?
That same year, PepsiCo would purchase Sobe
look like
for
a child.
$370 million in cash, with Bello continuing to oversee his brand baby for 4 more years. Sobe would continue rising in the ranks of being the hip, unique drink of choice, going as far as extending its advertisement reach to the virtual world by appearing in games like Oddworld Munch's Odyssey and Driver. It also collaborated with the live-action Grinch film via a tie-in drink, Mr. Green. Despite all this success, the previous health claims from Sobe's old...
Huh. I wonder what font the Jing in ginseng. That's not even how you would spell ginseng, though. So, but that looks like papyrus to me. Hell, the entire fucking thing. Yeah, Kara hates papyrus.
marketing strategy would finally catch up to us. See, many saw it as normal to claim that there were more vitamins than advertised in the drink. Same for the lower sugar and calorie hyperboles that they'd employ. But Sobe would take it to the next level. See, Sobe sold itself as this healthy alternative. Every bottle came loaded with words like clarity, energy, wisdom, and even balance. Stuff straight out of a fortune cookie. As kids and, heck, adults and teens too, we didn't know what ginseng or guarana really were. Like, who really would turn around and look up what those ingredients did to a drink? But the labels made it feel like we were sipping on some ancient potion like a Final Fantasy character or the stuff from Space Jam. It was genius marketing. They literally turned sugar water into a lifestyle upgrade. But the reality? Those miracle ingredients were mostly decoration. The exotic herbs and vitamins were either too weak to matter or had no real science behind the promises. And those promises were next level, like I mentioned before.
I mean, I never actually ever thought of Sobe as a health drink. I just thought it was a juice bottle. It was just, I wasn't allowed to drink full calorie juices, especially when they cost $2-something a bottle, whatever. When it was like, what? You could buy a 2 liter for that product. No, hell no. You know, it's like, okay, sorry, Dad.
Sobe would advertise itself like a miracle drug, whether it was a legit advertisement or a joke. A part of the marketing via ads and right on the packaging were claims that it would prevent illnesses, reduce stress, provide energy, and even...
I never actually read the back of the bottle. And even here, the green text that says healthy refreshment, I never really even saw that. Never really thought to read it, I guess. The word Sobe to that specific font and logo style, yeah, I get that. I guess I never saw the commercial where it's like, okay, so be yourself. Like, oh, very interesting. Capital S-O, capital B-E, so be. Okay, that's much more clear, but yeah, I just never read it. Yeah, I mean, vitamin water being vitamin water, but then also later being found out for being no vitamins in the water was also very on brand for, you know, just lying, corporate lying.
Were claims that it would prevent illnesses, reduce stress, provide...
Wow, you could not put that. What the fuck? That's all.
Eventually, the FTC would call him out. Sobe got slapped with a fine and had to stop pushing those fake health claims. And the truth is, the 2000s super drink...
I mean, they got fined... has paid a less than $250,000 fine. Do you think they only made $250,000 off of making those claims? Right? Like, I hate our insufficient regulations and punishments. Why? Guys, come on.
Drink that made us all feel special was just juice with extra sugar and some buzzwords on the label. And it was a cool label, to be fair. And that lie would eventually harm the drink and the brand in the long run. Despite making them so much money in the beginning, Sobeys' health positive claims would force the company to pay a $219,000 fine in a lawsuit years later. Even so, Sobe seemed to be enjoying success all this time.
Yeah, but also, like, how many years did they get to have that before the years caught up to them and they paid this one-time fine? Time value of money, the ability to scale and invest. It's just... And also, even if that's supposed to be the punishment for the amount of increased sales they've gained, that's not a punishment for doing an actual negative thing on purpose and lying. Like, they are behooved to do it again, right? Because there wasn't that big of a deal the first time.
But eventually, the brand just sort of vanished. It's like you couldn't get away from those dueling lizards all throughout the early 2000s, and then they were just gone.
Yeah, I never really thought about it.
Funny enough, during the initial disappearance, Sobe got hit with another lawsuit, this time from the plaintiff, Charles Harrelson, by Finkelstein Thompson LLP, which is a law firm that just came from a class action lawsuit against Jamba Juice with claims that they weren't as natural as advertised due to chemically processing its unnatural steviol glycosides.
What the you say?
It would go after PepsiCo subsidiary Sobe in 2012 with the same claims, saying that its all-natural LifeWater drinks contain unnaturally processed, synthetic, and or non-natural ingredients.
This is a load of barnacles.
Listen, I get the claims, but this was starting to look like a grift, and yeah, looking at it, it probably was a grift. These fools also included in the lawsuit that Sobe was wrong for using fruit names like strawberry kiwi and dragon fruit on the labels due to it stacking a health conscious look when stacked with the all natural claims, fooling customers into thinking that the drink contained real fruits. Thankfully, this corny argument was thrown away and dismissed because the judge wasn't convinced and basically said, just look at the list of ingredients on the bottle. Anyways, looking at reactions to the whereabouts of Sobe, many share the same sentiment of thinking that the drink 100% disappeared out of nowhere. While some only just realized the lizard was missing from their local markets, Sobe actually began falling down the charts of relevancy as the unique beverage era of it and Snapple ended under the age of energy drinks, which began in the mid-2000s. The downfall of Sobe wasn't only a case of the new kid on the block taking all the attention, but a problem with PepsiCo's cost-cutting measures.
I guess I also forgot about LifeWater, and it kind of merged with the Vitamin Water and Smart Water. Even though they have very different products, just like the simple word water is just like, that's a crowded field, you know what I mean?
One of Sobe's defining features was its iconic glass bottles. Once the brand switched to plastic bottles like Snapple did, they lost some of that distinction, which helped interest in it dwindle just that much more. Sobe quickly declined in sales and PepsiCo saw the writing on the wall, removing the drink from the stores it once rested in without fully discontinuing the brand. However, the brand isn't entirely dead. While Sobe isn't regularly available as it once was, you can still find it in restaurants such as True Texas Barbecue via drinking fountains. The mostly dead Sobe website advertises that the brand still sometimes delivers through e-commerce storefronts like Amazon, though at the time of this video, this doesn't seem to be true. The website also says that you may speak with the store manager at your local supermarket. We've heard that some have been able to place special orders. While Sobe is basically dead, those lizards, flavors, and weird names still have a special place in the hearts of many, including me. So tell me, what did you think?
I forgot about this Thriller commercial, and also it's very early 2000s. Like, whoa, guys, we got 3D animation, and it is incredible. Okay, yeah, that was from like this month, so. Very interesting.
Of Sobe. Have you ever drank
Never really thought about it
What's
before.
Your favorite flavor? Let me know in the comments and like and subscribe for more nostalgic stories like this.
Also, the channel ID is a super old Windows Live default profile picture of the panda. Oh, the different waters out there? Yeah. Okay. Right, you can close that, Keep my tabs on, keep my tabs in order here. Otherwise, I'm going to get an earful. Oh, yes. Speaking of early 2000s, just something fun to end on.
Computers are supposed to make life easier. About 1 in 3 American households has bought that theory and purchased a PC. But what they didn't tell you is that life does not get...
That Dan Rather? Jesus Christ. My man had hair color. What the fuck?
...easier right away. For many newcomers, PC stands for pain and confusion. Reed Galen reports.
Hold on. We have a moment where the high-pitched squeal of old converted video, but I have a pitch fix filter.
Jamie Gold is about to buy her first computer. She hardly knows where to start.
How do you turn this one on?
She's the
Case in point.
kind of customer that is turning the industry upside down.
What is the
high-pitched
4
hertz
megabyte memory mean versus... So that's
Home PC sales
Fixed.
are now exceeding business sales, up 25% last year and still accelerating.
I can buy that.
Holy fuck, those left. Oh my God.
Jamie Gold spent $2,800 buying into the sales pitch that computers are now easy to use.
This is the world's easiest personal computer.
It makes you powerful.
That's a lot of money. Now that's a lot of money. You buy a $3,000 laptop. That bitch better be fucking awesome, right? You know, you'd be able to go to the goddamn moon on that sucker. Holy fuck.
I just think I want to plug it in first and use it.
But it's still not just another household appliance.
Installation disc number 1. I don't know which the interface cable is. What the hell is a power module? I'm not dumb. Hold on. There's nothing that looks like this. I don't hear it.
Jamie.
Oh, I mean, okay, a printer. Okay, those old printers. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God.
Is gridlocked with plenty of company.
It's printing way too large, and I don't know why.
For years, phone and help centers were used by technically inclined users. Now, 80% of IBM's calls come from so-called newbies. Here at Computer Maker Digital Equipment, calls doubled in 6 months.
I'm having trouble with the modem. When I start, there are no beeps or anything.
Many callers are...
They're doing some of these motherfuckers dirty by they're like, your call may be recorded. I get it for quality and training purposes. You know, that's the consent I agreed to. I didn't want to be on goddamn CBS Dan Rather being like a dumbass can't get my modem working. You know, I don't think that's a part of the deal.
Expressed dismay that cyberspace seems more like the Twilight Zone.
The industry is being sent that message by every telephone call that comes into technical support.
A lot of new buyers are motivated by the uneasy feeling that they are falling behind in the information age. But their anxiety...
Yeah, I mean, calling them noobs, it was like, damn, that's the shit that we used to call people when they were bad at a video game. They're like, ah, you noob, right? Is noob a gamer word slur that has gone away with the times? Is that something that, like, you know, like, oh man, I used to use, you know, different pejoratives, but I've grown. I used to call people newbies. Oh no. You know, I hope my tweets never resurface. Oh no.
Anxiety only deepens if the computer proves more difficult to get started on than they may have expected. In one survey, half of new users said they were ready to throw their computers out the window out of sheer frustration.
I have no idea.
That is the generation led, so they have a prone to violence and, you know, flying off the chain. You know? And also computers can be frustrating. You know, we've all had our technical issues.
Idea what this disk drive is? No idea.
No wonder the book series Computers for Dummies has sold 18 million copies. At software giant Microsoft Corporation,
And I'm looking on the menu bar, and
users are tested like lab rats in a software maze as focus shifts from making computers more powerful to making them easier to use.
The biggest user problem we see right now is ease of use, particularly for the home or the...
This guy's name is Mike.
The biggest user problem...
This guy's name is Mike Mapples. I work for Microsoft. My name? Mike. Last name? Mapple. I am not a spy.
we see right now is ease of use, particularly for the home or the beginning user.
See the troubleshooting information in section 5. Okay.
By 1998, half of American households will have computers.
I love that she's just narrating everything. Also, she kind of has a fit, doesn't she? Like wearing like orange, billowy pants that are like harem pants where they're like cinched at the ankle or whatever. It's in like a drawstring. Like, what the fuck? That's kind of crazy.
Information in Section 5. Okay.
By 1998, half of American households will have computers. Jamie Gold swears.
The top is a little uninspired, but then again, it's working. Depending on the shoe that's utilized, I think otherwise the accessories seem okay. I'm also a fucking old dumbass, so maybe I shouldn't. I'm just thinking it's an interesting outfit that doesn't, look that bad. Exactly, that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
She'll have crossed the Great Divide by then.
How the hell do you do this?
Swears a lot, in
I
fact.
want to kill and what I don't.
Reed Galen, CBS News.
That was kind of a banger line. Hold on, that's writing.
Have computers. Jamie Gold swears she'll have crossed the Great Divide by then.
How the hell do you do this?
Swears a lot, in
I
fact.
want to kill and what I don't.
That's pretty good.
Reed Galen, CBS News, Los Angeles.
That's pretty good.
I don't know which the interface cable is to the printer's interface port. Well, the picture shows it here. I hope one of these is going to fit and one isn't.
It should, theoretically, depending on which generation this is, only fit in one direction in one way.
Probably does.
Oh, and they had those
Up, I know y'all would let
weird
me know,
clips.
right? I hope I'm not jamming something and I shouldn't. No, that's not it. Okay.
Beautiful. Oh, how far we've come, and yet how far we've actually not gone at all. Wow, it's 11 o'clock. Let's see. Double check my schedule. I see. Yes. Yes. Nothing at all. I am alone. No friends. Got it. Okay, easy. All right. Wait, schedule's open, so we'll be back tonight for sure. More. Well, also today's stream was awesome just because like we started out and we literally were just chatting for like the first couple of hours at least, just talking about all kinds of stuff. And then I got weirdly confused and distracted by the stuff about the Aborigines being still seemingly geo-specific with their skin tones. And I'm like, but why are they stuck in only one section with one skin tone being in that section and a different skin tone in a different section? That seems like a bad thing, right? Like, doesn't that seem like they're being artificially contained within a certain zone? And then slowly coming to the knowledge that it is mostly a cultural issue that means they just don't just so happen to like going back to their homeland and also liking to not miscegenate, though they have the legal right to do so as of recently as in like the 60s. Which is what I was double checking, that there was nothing other than their own, decision and consent to. There was very little legal or physical barriers preventing them. It's just their own decision or whatever, which is fine. Just making sure that it wasn't an apartheid situation. Anyway, that took a while, which is where maybe I need to be a better reader or read things with a more of an open mind and double checking. I mean, I thought I kind of asked that question, but then Twitch chat's not the best way to talk about things. And then it's an imperfect medium. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow, probably closer to the official 1 a.m. time, but every now and then I'm just a little late. I'm a little late. I'll get better at it. Probably should spend some time working on my own little script. All this talking about writing and different things got me interested in all these different things. So yeah, 3 viewers, not enough for a raid. It's all good. Thanks for the stream. Yep, I'll be back. I'm a bit of a late night freak, but I always bleed into these early morning hours. So there's opportunities, and also never feel pressured. You never have to make it. This stream is here. If you can make it, that's great. And if not, no harm done. Make sure to get something done off your to-do list. And that's a thing I say, but it really does fucking help. And if you're a fucking ADHD neurotic motherfucker like me, then you'll actually get a lot of fucking value out of that. Even sometimes it's that stupid one bill you haven't called and paid, you know, or whatever it is. Just getting that thing done, you go, wait a minute, I did something, you know? Anyway, maybe you're just a functioning adult and you're like, what? You're a loser. Okay, goodbye. Have a great one. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. See ya. Take care.